Section 1 of Chronicles of Wolfert's Roost and Other Papers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ben Tucker. Chronicles of Wolfert's Roost and Other Papers by Washington Irving. Wolfert's Roost. Chronicle 1. About 25 miles from the ancient and renowned city of Manhattan, formerly called New Amsterdam, and vulgarly called New York, on the eastern bank of that expansion of the Hudson known among Dutch mariners of yore as the Tappan Zee, being in fact the great Mediterranean Sea of the New Netherlands, stands a little old-fashioned stone mansion, all made up of gable ends, and as full of angles and corners as an old cocked hat. It is said, in fact, to have been modeled after the cocked hat of Peter the Headstrong, as the Escurial was modeled after the gridiron of the blessed St. Lawrence. Though but of small dimensions, yet, like many small people, it is of mighty spirit, and values itself greatly on its antiquity, being one of the oldest edifices for its size in the whole country. It claims to be an ancient seat of empire, I may rather say an empire in itself, and like all empires, great and small, has had its grand historical epochs. In speaking of this doughty and valorous little pile, I shall call it by its usual appellation of the Roost, though that is a name given to it in modern days since it became the abode of the white man. Its origin in truth dates far back in that remote region commonly called the Fabulous Age, in which vulgar fact becomes mystified and tinted up with delectable fiction. The eastern shore of the Tappan Sea was inhabited in those days by an unsophisticated race, existing in all the simplicity of nature. That is to say, they lived by hunting and fishing, and recreated themselves occasionally with a little tomahawking and scalping. Each stream that flows down from the hills into the Hudson had its pretty sachem, who ruled over a hand's breadth of forest on either side and had his seat of government at its mouth. The chieftain who ruled at the Roost was not merely a great warrior, but a medicine man, or prophet, or conjurer, for they all meant the same thing in Indian parlance. Of his fighting propensities, evidences still remain, in various arrowheads of flint and stone battle-axes, occasionally digged up about the Roost. Of his wizard powers we have a token in a spring which wells up at the foot of the bank, on the very margin of the river, which, it is said, was gifted by him with rejuvenating powers, something like the renowned Fountain of Youth in the Floridas, so anxiously but vainly sought after by the veteran Ponce de Leon. This story, however, is stoutly contradicted by an old Dutch matter-of-fact tradition, which declares that the spring in question was smuggled over from Holland in a churn by Femette van Blaricum, wife of Goosen Gerrit van Blaricum, one of the first settlers, and that she took it up by night, unknown to her husband, from beside their farmhouse near Rotterdam, being sure she should find no water equal to it in the new country. And she was right. The wizard sachem had a great passion for discussing territorial questions and settling boundary lines. In other words, he had the spirit of annexation. This kept him in continual feud with the neighboring sachems, each of whom stood up stoutly for his handbreadth of territory, so that there is not a petty stream nor rugged hill in the neighborhood that had not been the subject of long talks and hard battles. The sachem, however, as has been observed, was a medicine man as well as warrior, and vindicated his claims by arts as well as arms, so that by dint of a little hard fighting here, and hocus-pocus or diplomacy there, he managed to extend his boundary line from field to field and stream to stream, until it brought him into collision with the powerful sachem of Sing Sing. Footnote: a corruption of the old Indian name O Sin Sing. Some have rendered it O Sin Song, or O Sing Song, in token of its being a great market town, where anything may be had for a mere song. Its present melodious alteration to Sing Sing is said to have been made in compliment to a Yankee singing master, who taught the inhabitants the art of singing through the nose. End of footnote. Many were the sharp conflicts between these rival chieftains for the sovereignty of a winding valley, a favorite hunting ground watered by a beautiful stream called the Pocantico. Many were the ambuscades, surprisals, and deadly onslaughts that took place among its fastnesses, of which it grieves me much that I cannot pursue the details, for the gratification of those gentle but bloody-minded readers of both sexes who delight in the romance of the tomahawk and scalping knife. Suffice it to say that the wizard chieftain was at length victorious, though his victory is attributed in Indian tradition to a great medicine or charm, by which he laid the sachem of Sing Sing and his warriors asleep among the rocks and recesses of the valley, where they remain asleep to the present day, with their bows and war clubs beside them. This was the origin of that potent and drowsy spell which still prevails over the valley of the Pocantico, and which has gained it the well-merited appellation of Sleepy Hollow. Often in secluded and quiet parts of that valley, where the stream is overhung by dark woods and rocks, the ploughman, on some calm and sunny day, as he shouts to his oxen, is surprised at hearing faint shouts from the hillsides in reply, being, it is said, the spellbound warriors who half start from their rocky couches and grasp their weapons, but sink to sleep again. The conquest of the Pocantico was the last triumph of the wizard sachem. Notwithstanding all his medicines and charms, he fell in battle in attempting to extend his boundary line to the east, so as to take in the little wild valley of the Sprain, and his grave is still shown near the banks of that pastoral stream. He left, however, a great empire to his successors, extending along the Tappan Sea from Yonkers quite to Sleepy Hollow, and known in old records and maps by the Indian name of Wequaquec. The wizard sachem was succeeded by a line of chiefs of whom nothing remarkable remains on record. One of them was the very individual on whom Master Hendrick Hudson and his mate Robert Juet made the sage experiment gravely recorded by the latter in the narrative of the discovery. Our master and his mate determined to try some of the chief men of the country, whether they had any treachery in them. So they took them down into the cabin, and gave them so much wine and aqua vitae that they were all very merry. One of them had his wife with him, which sate so modestly as any of our countrywomen would do in a strange place. In the end, one of them was drunk, and that was strange to them, for they could not tell how to take it. Footnote. See Juet's Journal. Purchase Pilgrims. End footnote. How far Master Hendrick Hudson and his worthy mate carried their experiment with the sachem's wife is not recorded, neither does the curious Robert Juet make any mention of the after consequences of this grand moral test. Tradition, however, affirms that the sachem, on landing, gave his modest spouse a hearty rib-roasting, according to the connubial discipline of the aboriginals. It farther affirms that he remained a hard drinker to the day of his death, trading away all his lands, acre by acre, for aqua vitae, by which means the Roost, in all its domains from Yonkers to Sleepy Hollow, came, in the regular course of trade and by right of purchase, into the possession of the Dutchmen. The worthy government of the New Netherlands was not suffered to enjoy this grand acquisition unmolested. In the year 1654, the Lossell Yankees of Connecticut, those bargaining, squatting enemies of the Manhattoes, made a daring inroad into this neighborhood, and found a colony called Westchester, or as the ancient Dutch records term it, Westdorp, in the right of one Thomas Pell, who pretended to have purchased the whole surrounding country of the Indians, and stood ready to argue their claims before any tribunal of Christendom. This happened during the chivalrous reign of Peter Stuyvesant, and roused the ire of that gunpowder old hero. Without waiting to discuss claims and titles, he pounced at once upon the nest of nefarious squatters, carried off 25 of them in chains to the Manhattoes, nor did he stay his hand, nor give rest to his wooden leg, until he had driven the rest of the Yankees back into Connecticut, or obliged them to acknowledge allegiance to their high mightinesses. In revenge, however, they introduced the plague of witchcraft into the province. This doleful malady broke out at Westdorp, and would have spread throughout the country had not the Dutch farmers nailed horseshoes to the doors of their houses and barns, sure protections against witchcraft, many of which remain to the present day. The seat of empire of the wizard sachem now came into possession of Wolfert Acker, one of the privy councillors of Peter Stuyvesant. He was a worthy but ill-starred man, whose aim through life had been to live in peace and quiet. For this he had emigrated from Holland, driven abroad by family feuds and wrangling neighbors. He had warred for quiet through the fidgety reign of William the Testy and the fighting reign of Peter the Headstrong, sharing in every brawl and rib-roasting, in his eagerness to keep the peace and promote public tranquillity. It was his doom, in fact, to meet a headwind at every turn, and be kept in a constant fume and fret by the perverseness of mankind. Had he served on a modern jury, he would have been sure to have clever, unreasonable men opposed to him. At the time when the province of the New Netherlands was wrested from the domination of their high mightinesses by the combined forces of Old and New England, Wolfert retired in high dudgeon to this fastness in the wilderness, with the bitter determination to bury himself from the world, and live here for the rest of his days in peace and quiet. In token of that fixed purpose, he inscribed over his door, his teeth clenched at the time, his favorite Dutch motto, Lust in Rust, pleasure in quiet. The mansion was thence called Wolfert's Rust, Wolfert's Rest, but by the uneducated who did not understand Dutch, Wolfert's Roost, probably from its quaint cockloft look, and from its having a weathercock perched on every gable. Wolfert's luck followed him into retirement. He had shut himself up from the world, but he had brought with him a wife, and it soon passed into a proverb throughout the neighborhood that the cock of the roost was the most henpecked bird in the country. His house, too, was reputed to be harassed by Yankee witchcraft. When the weather was quiet everywhere else, the wind, it was said, would howl and whistle about the gables. Witches and warlocks would whirl about upon the weathercocks and scream down the chimneys. Nay, it was even hinted that Wolfert's wife was in league with the enemy, and used to ride on a broomstick to a witch's sabbath in Sleepy Hollow. This, however, was all mere scandal, founded perhaps on her occasionally flourishing a broomstick in the course of a curtain lecture, or raising a storm within doors, as termagant wives are apt to do, and against which sorcery horseshoes are of no avail. Wolfert Acker died and was buried, but found no quiet even in the grave. For if popular gossip be true, his ghost has occasionally been seen walking by moonlight among the old gray moss-grown trees of his apple orchard. Chronicle 2. The next period at which we find this venerable and eventful pile rising into importance was during the dark and troublous time of the Revolutionary War. It was the keep, or stronghold, of Jacob van Tassel, a valiant Dutchman of the old stock of Van Tassels, who abound in Westchester County. The name, as originally written, was Van Texel, being derived from the Texel in Holland, which gave birth to that heroic line. The roost stood in the very heart of what at that time was called the debatable ground, lying between the British and American lines. The British held possession of the city and island of New York, while the Americans drew up towards the Highlands, holding their headquarters at Peekskill. The intervening country from Croton River to Spiting Devil Creek was the debatable ground in question, liable to be harried by friend and foe, like the Scottish borders of yore. It is a rugged region, full of fastnesses. A line of rocky hills extends through it like a backbone, sending out ribs on either side. But these rude hills are for the most part richly wooded, and enclose little fresh pastoral valleys watered by the Neperan, the Pocantico, and other beautiful streams, along which the Indians built their wigwams in the olden time. Footnote. The Neperan, vulgarly called the Sawmill River, winds for many miles through a lovely valley shrouded by groves and dotted by Dutch farmhouses, and empties itself into the Hudson at the ancient dorp of Yonkers. The Pocantico, rising among woody hills, winds in many a wizard maze through the sequestered haunts of Sleepy Hollow. We owe it to the indefatigable researches of Mr. Knickerbocker that those beautiful streams are rescued from modern commonplace, and reinvested with their ancient Indian names. The correctness of the venerable historian may be ascertained by reference to the records of the original Indian grants to the Herr Frederick Philipson, preserved in the county clerk's office at White Plains. End of footnote. In the fastnesses of these hills, and along these valleys, existed in the time of which I am treating, and indeed exist to the present day, a race of hard-headed, hard-handed, stout-hearted yeomen, descendants of the primitive Nederlanders. Men obstinately attached to the soil, and neither to be fought nor bought out of their paternal acres. Most of them were strong Whigs throughout the war. Some, however, were Tories or adherents to the old kingly rule, who considered the revolution a mere rebellion, soon to be put down by His Majesty's forces. A number of these took refuge within the British lines, joined the military bands of refugees, and became pioneers or leaders to foraging parties sent out from New York to scour the country and sweep off supplies for the British Army. In a little while, the debatable ground became infested by roving bands, claiming from either side and all pretending to redress wrongs and punish political offenses, but all prone in the exercise of their high functions to sack hen roosts, drive off cattle, and lay farmhouses under contribution. Such was the origin of two great orders of border chivalry, the Skinners and the Cowboys, famous in Revolutionary story. The former fought, or rather marauded, under the American, the latter under the British banner. In the zeal of service, both were apt to make blunders and confound the property of friend and foe. Neither of them, in the heat and hurry of a foray, had time to ascertain the politics of a horse or cow, which they were driving off into captivity. Nor when they wrung the neck of a rooster did they trouble their heads whether he crowed for Congress or King George. To check these enormities, a confederacy was formed among the yeomanry who had suffered from these maraudings. It was composed for the most part of farmers' sons, bold, hard-riding lads, well armed and well mounted, and undertook to clear the country round of Skinner and Cowboy, and all other border vermin, as the Holy Brotherhood in old times cleared Spain of the banditti which infested her highways. Wolfert's Roost was one of the rallying places of this confederacy, and Jacob Van Tassel one of its members. He was eminently fitted for the service, stout of frame, bold of heart, and like his predecessor, the warrior Sachem of yore, delighting in daring enterprises. He had an Indian sagacity in discovering when the enemy was on the maraud, and in hearing the distant tramp of cattle. It seemed as if he had a scout on every hill, and an ear as quick as that of Fine Ear in the fairy tale. The foraging parties of Tories and refugees had now to be secret and sudden in their forays into Westchester County, to make a hasty maraud among the farms, sweep the cattle into a drove, and hurry down to the lines along the river road or the valley of the Neperon. Before they were halfway down, Jacob Van Tassel, with the Holy Brotherhood of Tarrytown, Petticoat Lane, and Sleepy Hollow, would be clattering at their heels. And now there would be a general scamper for Kingsbridge, the pass over Spiting Devil Creek, into the British lines. Sometimes the moss troopers would be overtaken, and eased of part of their booty. Sometimes the whole cavalcada would urge its headlong course across the bridge with thundering tramp and dusty whirlwind. At such times their pursuers would rein up their steeds, survey that perilous pass with wary eye, and wheeling about, indemnify themselves by foraging the refugee region of Mauritania. While the debatable land was liable to be thus harried, the great Tappan Sea along which it extends was likewise domineered over by the foe. British ships of war were anchored here and there in the wide expanses of the river, mere floating castles to hold it in subjection. Stout galleys armed with 18-pounders and navigated with sails and oars cruised about like hawks, while rowboats made descents upon the land and foraged the country along shore. It was a sore grievance to the yeomanry along the Tappan Sea to behold that little Mediterranean ploughed by hostile prows, and the noble river of which they were so proud reduced to a state of thraldom. Councils of war were held by captains of market boats and other river craft to devise ways and means of dislodging the enemy. Here and there, on a point of land extending into the Tappan Sea, a mud-work would be thrown up, and an old field-piece mounted, with which a knot of rustic artillerymen would fire away for a long summer's day at some frigate dozing at anchor far out of reach. And relics of such works may still be seen overgrown with weeds and brambles, with peradventure the half-buried fragment of a cannon which may have burst. Jacob Van Tassel was a prominent man in these belligerent operations, but he was prone, moreover, to carry on a petty warfare of his own for his individual recreation and refreshment. On a row of hooks, above the fireplace of the Roost, reposed his great piece of ordnance, a duck, or rather goose gun, of unparalleled longitude, with which it was said he could kill a wild goose halfway across the Tappan Sea. Indeed, there are as many wonders told of this renowned gun as of the enchanted weapons of classic story. When the belligerent feeling was strong upon Jacob, he would take down his gun, sally forth alone, and prowl along shore, dodging behind rocks and trees, watching for hours together any ship or galley at anchor or becalmed, as a valorous mouser will watch a rat-hole. So sure as a boat approached the shore, bang went the great goose-gun, sending on board a shower of slugs and buckshot, and away scuttled Jacob Van Tassel through some woody ravine. As the Roost stood in a lonely situation, and might be attacked, he guarded against surprise by making loopholes in the stone walls, through which to fire upon an assailant. His wife was stout-hearted as himself, and could load as fast as he could fire, and his sister, Noche van Wormer, a redoubtable widow, was a match, as he said, for the stoutest man in the country. Thus garrisoned, his little castle was fitted to stand a siege, and Jacob was the man to defend it to the last charge of powder. In the process of time, the Roost became one of the secret stations, or lurking places of the Water Guard. This was an aquatic corps in the pay of government, organized to range the waters of the Hudson and keep watch upon the movements of the enemy. It was composed of nautical men of the river and hardy youngsters of the adjacent country, expert at pulling an oar or handling a musket. They were provided with whaleboats, long and sharp, shaped like canoes, and formed to lie lightly on the water, and be rowed with great rapidity. In these they would lurk out of sight by day, in nooks and bays, and behind points of land, keeping a sharp lookout upon the British ships, and giving intelligence to headquarters of any extraordinary movement. At night they rowed about in pairs, pulling quietly along with muffled oars under shadow of the land, or gliding like spectres about frigates and guard-ships to cut off any boat that might be sent to shore. In this way they were a source of constant uneasiness and alarm to the enemy. The Roost, as has been observed, was one of their lurking places, having a cove in front where their whaleboats could be drawn up out of sight, and Jacob Van Tassel being a vigilant ally, ready to take part in any scout or scrummage by land or water. At this little warrior nest the hard-riding lads from the hills would hold consultations with the chivalry of the river. And here were concerted divers of those daring enterprises which resounded from Spiting Devil Creek even unto Anthony's Nose. Here was concocted the midnight invasion of New York Island, and the conflagration of Delancey's Tory mansion, which makes such a blaze in revolutionary history. Nay, more, if the traditions of the Roost may be credited, here was meditated by Jacob Van Tassel and his compeers a nocturnal foray into New York itself, to surprise and carry off the British commanders, Howe and Clinton, and put a triumphant close to the war. There is no knowing whether this notable scheme might not have been carried into effect, had not one of Jacob Van Tassel's egregious exploits along shore with his goose-gun, with which he thought himself a match for anything, brought vengeance on his house. It so happened that in the course of one of his solitary prowls, he descried a British transport aground. The stern swung toward shore within point-blank shot. The temptation was too great to be resisted. Bang went the great goose-gun from the covert of the trees, shivering the cabin windows and driving all hands forward. Bang, bang! The shots were repeated. The reports brought other of Jacob's fellow bushfighters to the spot. Before the transport could bring a gun to bear or land a boat to take revenge, she was soundly peppered and the coast evacuated. This was the last of Jacob's triumphs. He fared like some heroic spider that has unwittingly ensnared a hornet to the utter ruin of his web. It was not long after the above exploit that he fell into the hands of the enemy in the course of one of his forays, and was carried away prisoner to New York. The Roost itself, as a pestilent rebel nest, was marked out for signal punishment. The cock of the Roost being captive, there was none to garrison it but his stout-hearted spouse, his redoubtable sister, Noche van Wormer, and Dinah, a strapping negro wench. An armed vessel came to anchor in front. A boat full of men pulled to shore. The garrison flew to arms, that is to say, to mops, broomsticks, shovels, tongs, and all kinds of domestic weapons, for unluckily the great piece of ordnance, the goose-gun, was absent with its owner. Above all, a vigorous defense was made with that most potent of female weapons, the tongue. Never did invaded hen-roost make a more vociferous outcry. It was all in vain. The house was sacked and plundered, fire was set to each corner, and in a few moments its blaze shed a baleful light far over the Tappan Sea. The invaders then pounced upon the blooming Lady Van Tassel, the beauty of the Roost, and endeavored to bear her off to the boat. But here was the real tug-of-war. The mother, the aunt, and the strapping Negro wench all flew to the rescue. The struggle continued down to the very water's edge, when a voice from the armed vessel at anchor ordered the spoilers to desist. They relinquished their prize, jumped into their boats, and pulled off, and the heroine of the Roost escaped with a mere rumpling of her feathers. As to the stout Jacob himself, he was detained a prisoner in New York for the greater part of the war. In the meantime, the Roost remained a melancholy ruin, its stone walls and brick chimneys alone standing, the resorts of bats and owls. Superstitious notions prevailed about it. None of the country people would venture alone at night down the rambling lane which led to it, overhung with trees, and crossed here and there by a wild wandering brook. The story went that one of the victims of Jacob Van Tassel's great goose gun had been buried there in unconsecrated ground. Even the Tappan Sea in front was said to be haunted. Often in the still twilight of a summer evening, when the sea would be as glass, and the opposite hills would throw their purple shadows half across it, a low sound would be heard as of the steady, vigorous pull of oars, though not a boat was to be descried. Some might have supposed that a boat was rowed along unseen under the deep shadows of the opposite shores, but the ancient traditionalists of the neighborhood knew better. Some said it was one of the whaleboats of the old Water Guard, sunk by the British ships during the war, but now permitted to haunt its old cruising grounds. But the prevalent opinion connected it with the awful fate of Rambo Van Dam of graceless memory. He was a roistering Dutchman of spiting devil, who in times long past had navigated his boat along one Saturday the whole length of the Tappan Sea to attend a quilting frolic at Cacayet on the western shore. Here he had danced and drunk until midnight, when he entered his boat to return home. He was warned that he was on the verge of Sunday morning, but he pulled off, nevertheless, swearing he would not land until he reached Spiting Devil, if it took him a month of Sundays. He was never seen afterwards, but may be heard plying his oars as above mentioned, being the Flying Dutchman of the Tappan Sea, doomed to ply between Cacayet and Spiting Devil until the Day of Judgment. Chronicle 3. The Revolutionary War was over. The debatable ground had once more become a quiet, agricultured region. The border chivalry had turned their swords into plowshares, and their spears into pruning hooks, and hung up their guns, only to be taken down occasionally in a campaign against wild pigeons on the hills, or wild ducks upon the Hudson. Jacob Van Tassel, whilom carried captive to New York, a flagitious rebel, had come forth from captivity a hero of 76. In a little while he sought the scenes of his former triumphs and mishaps, rebuilt the Roost, restored his goose gun to the hooks over the fireplace, and reared once more on high the glittering weathercocks. Years and years passed over the time-honored little mansion. The honeysuckle and the sweet-briar crept up its walls. The wren and the phoebe bird built under the eaves. It gradually became almost hidden among trees, through which it looked forth, as with half-shut eyes, upon the Tappan Sea. The Indian spring, famous in the days of the wizard Sachem, still welled up at the bottom of the green bank, and the wild brook, wild as ever, came babbling down the ravine, and threw itself into the little cove where of yore the Water Guard harbored their whaleboats. Such was the state of the Roost many years since, at the time when Dietrich Knickerbocker came into this neighborhood, in the course of his researches among the Dutch families for materials for his immortal history. The exterior of the eventful little pile seemed to him full of promise. The crow-step gables were of the primitive architecture of the province. The weathercocks which surmounted them had crowed in the glorious days of the New Netherlands. The one above the porch had actually glittered of yore on the great Vanderheyden Palace at Albany. The interior of the mansion fulfilled its external promise. Here were records of old times, documents of the Dutch dynasty, rescued from the profane hands of the English by Wolfert Acker, when he retreated from New Amsterdam. Here he had treasured them up like buried gold, and here they had been miraculously preserved by St. Nicholas at the time of the conflagration of the Roost. Here, then, did old Dietrich Knickerbocker take up his abode for a time, and set to work with antiquarian zeal to decipher these precious documents, which, like the lost books of Levi, had baffled the research of former historians. And it is the facts drawn from these sources which give his work the preference, in point of accuracy, over every other history. It was during his sojourn in this eventful neighborhood that the historian is supposed to have picked up many of these legends, which have since been given by him to the world, or found among his papers. Such was the legend connected with the old Dutch church of Sleepy Hollow. The church itself was a monument of bygone days. It had been built in the early times of the province. A tablet over the portal bore the names of its founders: Frederick Philipson, a mighty man of yore, patroon of Yonkers, and his wife Katrina Van Cortlandt, of the Van Cortlandts of Croton, a powerful family connection, with one foot resting on Spiting Devil Creek and the other on the Croton River. 2 weathercocks, with the initials of these illustrious personages, graced each end of the church, one perched over the belfry, the other over the chancel. As usual with ecclesiastical weathercocks, each pointed a different way, and there was a perpetual contradiction between them on all points of windy doctrine, emblematic, alas, of the Christian propensity to schism and controversy. In the burying ground adjacent to the church reposed the earliest fathers of a wide rural neighborhood. Here families were garnered together, side by side, in long platoons, in this last gathering place of kindred. With pious hand would Diedrich Knickerbocker turn down the weeds and brambles which had overgrown the tombstones, to decipher inscriptions in Dutch and English, of the names and virtues of succeeding generations of Van Tassels, Van Warts, and other historical worthies, with their portraitures faithfully carved, all bearing the family likeness to cherubs. The congregation in those days was of a truly rural character. City fashions had not as yet stole up to Sleepy Hollow. Dutch sunbonnets and honest homespun still prevailed. Everything was in primitive style, even to the bucket of water and tin cup near the door in summer, to assuage the thirst caused by the heat of the weather or the drought of the sermon. The pulpit, with its wide-spreading sounding board and the communion table curiously carved, had each come from Holland in the olden time, before the arts had sufficiently advanced in the colony for such achievements. Around these on Sundays would be gathered the elders of the church, gray-headed men who led the psalmody, and in whom it would be difficult to recognize the hard-riding lads of yore who scoured the debatable land in the time of the Revolution. The drowsy influence of Sleepy Hollow was apt to breathe into this sacred edifice, and now and then an elder might be seen with his handkerchief over his face to keep off the flies, and apparently listening to the domini, but really sunk into a summer slumber, lulled by the sultry notes of the locust from the neighboring trees. And now a word or two about Sleepy Hollow, which many have rashly deemed a fanciful creation like the Lubberland of mariners. It was probably the mystic and dreamy sound of the name which first tempted the historian of the Manhattoes into its spellbound mazes. As he entered, all nature seemed for the moment to awake from its slumbers and break forth in gratulations. The quail whistled a welcome from the cornfield. The loquacious catbird flew from bush to bush with restless wing proclaiming his approach, or perked inquisitively into his face as if to get a knowledge of his physiognomy. The woodpecker tapped a tattoo on the hollow apple tree, and then peered round the trunk as if asking how he relished the salutation, whilst the squirrel scampered along the fence, whisking his tail over his head by way of a huzzah. Here reigned the golden mean extolled by poets, in which no gold was to be found and very little silver. The inhabitants of the hollow were of the primitive stock, and had intermarried and bred in and in, from the earliest time of the Providence, never swarming far from the parent hive, but dividing and subdividing their paternal acres as they swarmed. Here were small farms, each having its little portion of meadow and cornfield, its orchard of gnarled and sprawling apple trees, its garden, in which the rose, the marigold, and hollyhock grew sociably with the cabbage, the pin, and the pumpkin. Each had its low-eaved mansion redundant with white-headed children, with an old hat nailed against the wall for the housekeeping wren. The coop on the grass plot, where the motherly hen clucked round with her vagrant brood, each had its stone well, with a moss-covered bucket suspended to the long balancing pole, according to antediluvian hydraulics, while within doors resounded the eternal hum of the spinning wheel. Many were the great historical facts which the worthy Dietrich collected in these lowly mansions, and patiently would he sit by the old Dutch housewives, with a child on his knee, or a purring grimalkin on his lap, listening to endless ghost stories spun forth to the humming accompaniment of the wheel. The delighted historian pursued his explorations far into the foldings of the hills, where the Pocantico winds its wizard stream among the mazes of its old Indian haunts, sometimes running darkly in pieces of woodland beneath balancing sprays of beech and chestnut, sometimes sparkling between grassy borders and fresh green intervals, here and there receiving the tributes of silver rills which came whimpering down the hillsides from their parent springs. In a remote part of the hollow where the Pocantico forced its way down rugged rocks stood Carl's Mill, the haunted house of the neighborhood. It was indeed a goblin-looking pile, shattered and time-worn, dismal with clanking wheels and rushing streams and all kinds of uncouth noises. A horseshoe nailed to the door to keep off witches seemed to have lost its power, for as Dietrich approached, an old negro thrust his head all dabbled with flour out of a hole above the water wheel, and grinned and rolled his eyes and appeared to be the very hobgoblin of the place. Yet this proved to be the great historic genius of the hollow, abounding in that valuable information never to be acquired from books. Dietrich Knickerbocker soon discovered his merit. They had long talks together, seated on a broken millstone, heedless of the water and the clatter of the mill. And to his conference with that African sage, many attribute the surprising, though true, story of Ichabod Crane and the Headless Horseman of Sleepy Hollow. We refrain, however, from giving farther researches of the historian of the Manhattoes during his sojourn at the Roost, but may return to them in future pages. Reader, the Roost still exists. Time, which changes all things, is slow in its operations on a Dutchman's dwelling. The stout Jacob Van Tassel, it is true, sleeps with his rathers, and his great goose gun with him, yet his stronghold still bears the impress of its Dutch origin. Odd rumors have gathered about it, as they are apt to do about old mansions, like moss and weather stains. The shade of Wolfert Acker still walks his unquiet rounds at night in the orchard, and a white figure has now and then been seen seated at a window and gazing at the moon, from a room in which a young lady is said to have died of love and green apples. Mementos of the sojourn of Dietrich Knickerbocker are still cherished at the Roost. His elbow chair and antique writing desk maintain their place in the room he occupied, and his old cocked hat still hangs on a peg against the wall. End of Section 1. Wolfert's Roost.
Section 2 of Chronicles of Wolfert's Roost and Other Papers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Dave Lewis. Chronicles of Wolfert's Roost and Other Papers by Washington Irving. The Birds of Spring. My quiet residence in the country, aloof from fashion, politics, and the money market, leaves me rather at a loss for occupation and drives me occasionally to the study of nature and other low pursuits. Having few neighbors also on whom to keep a watch and exercise my habits of observation, I am fain to amuse myself with prying into the domestic concerns and peculiarities of the animals around me, and during the present season have derived considerable entertainment from certain sociable little birds, almost the only visitors we have during this early part of the year. Those who have passed the winter in the country are sensible of the delightful influences that accompany the earliest indications of spring, and of these none are more delightful than the first notes of the birds. There is one modest little sad-colored bird, much resembling a wren, which came about the house just on the skirts of winter, when not a blade of grass was to be seen, and when a few prematurely warm days had given a flattering foretaste of soft weather. He sang, early in the dawning, long before sunrise, and late in the evening, just before the closing in of night, his matin and his vesper hymns. It is true he sang occasionally throughout the day, but at these still hours his song was more remarked. He sat on a leafless tree just before the window and warbled forth his notes. Few and simple, but singularly sweet, with something of a plaintive tone that heightened their effect. The first morning that he was heard was a joyous one among the young folks of my household. The long, death-like sleep of winter was at an end. Nature was once more awakening. They now promised themselves the immediate appearance of buds and blossoms. I was reminded of the tempest-tossed crew of Columbus when, after their long dubious voyage, the field birds came singing round the ship. Though still far at sea, rejoicing them with the belief of the immediate proximity of land. A sharp return of winter almost silenced my little songster and dashed the hilarity of the household. Yet still he poured forth now and then a few plaintive notes between the frosty pipings of the breeze, like gleams of sunshine between wintry clouds. I have consulted my book of ornithology in vain to find out the name of this kindly little bird, who certainly deserves honor and favor far beyond his modest pretensions. He comes like the lowly violet, the most unpretending but welcomest of flowers, breathing the sweet promise of the early year. Another of our feathered visitors who follow close upon the steps of winter is the peewit, or peewee, or phoebe bird, for he is called by each of these names from a fancied resemblance to the sound of his monotonous note. He is a sociable little being and seeks the habitation of man. A pair of them have built beneath my porch and have reared several broods there for 2 years past, their nest never being disturbed. They arrive early in the spring, just when the crocus and the snowdrop begin to peep forth. Their first chirp spreads gladness through the house. "The phoebe birds have come," is heard on all sides. They are welcomed back like members of the family, and speculations are made upon where they have been and what countries they have seen during their long absence. Their arrival is the more cheering as it is pronounced by the old weather-wise people of the country, the sure sign that the severe frosts are at an end and that the gardener may resume his labors with confidence. About this time, too, arrives the bluebird, so poetically yet truly described by Wilson. His appearance gladdens the whole landscape. You hear his soft warble in every field. He sociably approaches your habitation and takes up his residence in your vicinity. But why should I attempt to describe him when I have Wilson's own graphic verses to place him before the reader? When winter's cold tempests and snows are no more, green meadows and brown furrowed fields reappearing, the fishermen hauling their shad to the shore, and cloud-cleaving geese to lakes are a-steering, when first the lone butterfly flits on the wing, when red glow the maples, so fresh and so pleasing. Oh, then comes the bluebird, the herald of spring, and hails with his warblings the charms of the season. The loud piping frogs make the marshes to ring. Then warm glows the sunshine, and warm grows the weather. The blue woodland flowers just beginning to spring, and spicewood and sassafras budding together. Oh, then to your gardens, ye housewives, repair. Your walks border up, sow and plant at your leisure. The bluebird will chant from his box such an air that all your hard toils will seem truly a pleasure. He flits through the orchard, he visits each tree, the red-flowering peach and the apple's sweet blossom. He snaps up destroyers wherever they be, and seizes the caitiffs that lurk in their bosoms. He drags the vile grub from the corn it devours, the worms from the webs where they riot and welter. His song and his services freely are ours, and all that he asks is, in summer, a shelter. The plowman is pleased when he gleans in his train, now searching the furrows, now mounting to cheer him. The gardener delights in his sweet simple strain, and leans on his spade to survey and to hear him. The slow lingering schoolboys forget they'll be chid, while gazing intent as he warbles before them. In mantle of sky blue and bosom so red, that each little loiterer seems to adore him. The happiest bird of our spring, however, and one that rivals the European lark in my estimation, is the bobolink, or bobolink as he is commonly called. He arrives at that choice portion of our year which, in this latitude, answers to the description of the month of May so often given by the poets. With us, it begins about the middle of May and lasts until nearly the middle of June. Earlier than this, winter is apt to return on its traces, and to blight the opening beauties of the year, and later than this begin the parching and panting and dissolving heats of summer. But in this genial interval, nature is in all her freshness and fragrance. The rains are over and gone, the flowers appear upon the earth, the time of the singing of birds is come, and the voice of the turtle is heard in the land. The trees are all now in their fullest foliage and brightest verdure. The woods are gay with the clustered flowers of the laurel. The air is perfumed by the sweetbrier and the wild rose. The meadows are enameled with clover blossoms, while the young apple, the peach, and the plum begin to swell, and the cherry to glow among the green leaves. This is the chosen season of revelry of the bobolink. He comes amidst the pomp and fragrance of the season. His life seems all sensibility and enjoyment, all song and sunshine. He is to be found in the soft bosoms of the freshest and sweetest meadows, and is most in song when the clover is in blossom. He perches on the topmost twig of a tree or on some long flaunting weed, and as he rises and sinks with the breeze, pours forth a succession of rich tinkling notes, crowding one upon the other like the outpouring melody of the skylark, and possessing the same rapturous character. Sometimes he pitches from the summit of a tree, begins his song as soon as he gets up on the wing, and flutters tremulously down to earth as if overcome with ecstasy at his own music. Sometimes he is in pursuit of his paramour, always in full song as if he would win her by his melody, and always with the same appearance of intoxication and delight. Of all the birds of our groves and meadows, the bobolink was the envy of my boyhood. He crossed my path in the sweetest weather and the sweetest season of the year, when all nature called to the fields, and the rural feeling throbbed in every bosom. But when I, luckless urchin, was doomed to be mewed up during the livelong day in that purgatory of boyhood, a schoolroom, it seemed as if the little varlet mocked me as he flew by in full song and sought to taunt me with his happier lot. Oh, how I envied him! No lessons, no task, no hateful school, nothing but holiday frolic, green fields, and fine weather. Had I been more versed in poetry, I might have addressed him in the words of Logan to the cuckoo. Sweet bird, thy bower is ever green, thy sky is ever clear. Thou hast no sorrow in thy note, no winter in thy year. Oh, could I fly, I'd fly with thee. We'd make on joyful wing our annual visit round the globe, companions of the spring. Further observation and experience have given me a different idea of this little feathered voluptuary, which I will venture to impart for the benefit of my schoolboy readers who may regard him with the same unqualified envy and admiration which I once indulged. I have shown him only as I saw him at first in what I may call the poetical part of his career, when he, in a manner, devoted himself to elegant pursuits and enjoyments, and was a bird of music and song and taste and sensibility and refinement. While this lasted, he was sacred from injury. The very schoolboy would not fling a stone at him, and the merest rustic would pause to listen to his strain. But mark the difference. As the year advances, as the clover blossoms disappear and the spring fades into summer, he gradually gives up his elegant tastes and habits, doffs his poetical suit of black, assumes a russet, dusty garb, and sinks to the gross enjoyments of common vulgar birds. His notes no longer vibrate on the ear. He is stuffing himself with the seeds of the tall weeds on which he lately swung and chanted so melodiously. He has become a bon vivant, a gourmand. With him now there is nothing like the joys of the table. In a little while he grows tired of plain, homely fare, and is off on a gastronomical tour in quest of foreign luxuries. We next hear of him with myriads of his kind, banqueting among the reeds of the Delaware and grown corpulent with good feeding. He has changed his name in traveling, Bobolink Khan no more. He is the reed bird now, the much sought-for tidbit of Pennsylvania epicures, the rival in unlucky fame of the orleton. Wherever he goes, pop, pop, pop. Every rusty firelock in the country is blazing away. He sees his companions falling by the thousands around him. Does he take warning and reform? Alas, not he. Incorrigible epicure. Again he wings his flight. The rice swamps of the south invite him. He gorges himself among them almost to bursting. He can scarcely fly for corpulency. He has once more changed his name, and is now the famous rice bird of the Carolinas. Last stage of his career, behold him spitted, with dozens of his corpulent companions, and served up a vaunted dish on the table of some southern gastronomy. Such is the story of the bobolink, once spiritual, musical, admired, the joy of the meadows, and the favorite bird of spring. Finally, a gross little sensualist who expiates his sensuality in the larder. His story contains a moral, worthy of the attention of all little birds and little boys, warning them to keep to those refined and intellectual pursuits which raised him to so high a pitch of popularity during the early part of his career, but to eschew all tendency to that gross and dissipated indulgence which brought this mistaken little bird to an untimely end. Which is all, at present, from the well-wisher of little boys and little birds, Geoffrey Crayon, Gent. End of Section 2.
Section 3 of Chronicles of Wolfert's Roost and Other Papers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chronicles of Wolfert's Roost and Other Papers by Washington Irving. The Creole Village. In traveling about our motley country, I am often reminded of Ariosto's account of the moon, in which the good paladin Astolfo found everything garnered up that had been lost on earth. So I am apt to imagine that many things lost in the old world are treasured up in the new, having been handed down from generation to generation since the early days of the colonies. A European antiquary, therefore, curious in his researches after the ancient and almost obliterated customs and usages of his country, would do well to put himself upon the track of some early band of emigrants, follow them across the Atlantic, and rummage among their descendants on our shores. In the phraseology of New England might be found many an old English provincial phrase, long since obsolete in the parent country, with some quaint relics of the Roundheads, while Virginia cherishes peculiarities characteristic of the days of Elizabeth and Sir Walter Raleigh. In the same way, the sturdy yeomanry of New Jersey and Pennsylvania keep up many usages fading away in ancient Germany, while many an honest, broad-bottomed custom, nearly extinct in venerable Holland, may be found flourishing in pristine vigor and luxuriance in Dutch villages, on the banks of the Mohawk and the Hudson. In no part of our country, however, are the customs and peculiarities imported from the Old World by the earlier settlers kept up with more fidelity than in the little poverty-stricken villages of Spanish and French origin which border the rivers of ancient Louisiana. Their population is generally made up of the descendants of those nations, married and interwoven together, and occasionally crossed with a slight dash of the Indian. The French character, however, floats on top, as from its buoyant qualities it is sure to do whenever it forms a particle, however small, of an intermixture. In these serene and dilapidated villages, art and nature stand still, and the world forgets to turn round. The revolutions that distract other parts of this mutable planet reach not here, or pass over without leaving any trace. The fortunate inhabitants have none of that public spirit which extends its cares beyond its horizon, and imports trouble and perplexity from all quarters in newspapers. In fact, newspapers are almost unknown in these villages, and as French is the current language, the inhabitants have little community of opinion with their republican neighbors. They retain, therefore, their old habits of passive obedience to the decrees of government, as though they still lived under the absolute sway of colonial commandants, instead of being part and parcel of the sovereign people and having a voice in public legislation. A few aged men, who have grown gray on their hereditary acres and are of the good old colonial stock, exert a patriarchal sway in all matters of public and private import. Their opinions are considered oracular, and their word is law. The inhabitants, moreover, have none of that eagerness for gain and rage for improvement which keep our people continually on the move, and our country towns incessantly in a state of transition. There the magic phrases, town lots, water privileges, railroads, and other comprehensive and soul-stirring words from the speculator's vocabulary are never heard. The residents dwell in the houses built by their forefathers, without thinking of enlarging or modernizing them, or pulling them down and turning them into granite stores. The trees under which they have been born and have played in infancy flourish undisturbed, though by cutting them down they might open new streets and put money in their pockets. In a word, the almighty dollar, the great object of universal devotion throughout our land, seems to have no genuine devotees in these peculiar villages, and unless some of its missionaries penetrate there and erect banking houses and other pious shrines, there is no knowing how long the inhabitants may remain in their present state of contented poverty. In descending one of our great western rivers in a steamboat, I met with two worthies from one of these villages, who had been on a distant excursion the longest they had ever made, as they seldom ventured far from home. One was the great man or grand seigneur of the village, not that he enjoyed any legal privileges or power there, everything of the kind having been done away when the province was ceded by France to the United States. His sway over his neighbors was merely one of custom and convention, out of deference to his family. Beside, he was worth full $50,000, an amount almost equal in the imaginations of the villagers to the treasures of King Solomon. This very substantial old gentleman, though of the fourth or fifth generation in this country, retained the true Gaelic feature and deportment, and reminded me of one of those provincial potentates that are to be met with in the remote parts of France. He was of a large frame, a gingerbread complexion, strong features, eyes that stood out like glass knobs, and a prominent nose, which he frequently regaled from a gold snuff-box and occasionally blew with a colored handkerchief, until it sounded like a trumpet. He was attended by an old negro, as black as ebony, with a huge mouth and a continual grin, evidently a privileged and favorite servant who had grown up and grown old with him. He was dressed in Creole style, with white jacket and trousers, a stiff shirt collar that threatened to cut off his ears, a bright madras handkerchief tied round his head, and large gold earrings. He was the politest Negro I met with in the Western tour, and that is saying a great deal, for excepting the Indians, the Negroes are the most gentlemanlike personages to be met with in those parts. It is true they differ from the Indians in being a little extra polite and complimentary. He was also one of the merriest, and here, too, the Negroes, however we may deplore their unhappy condition, have the advantage of their masters. The whites are, in general, too free and prosperous to be merry. The cares of maintaining their rights and liberties, adding to their wealth, and making presidents engross all their thoughts and dry up all the moisture of their souls. If you hear a broad, hearty, devil-may-care laugh, be assured it is a Negro's. Beside this African domestic, the seigneur of the village had another no less cherished and privileged attendant. This was a huge dog, of the mastiff breed, with a deep, hanging mouth and a look of surly gravity. He walked about the cabin with the air of a dog perfectly at home, and who had paid for his passage. At dinner time he took his seat beside his master, giving him a glance now and then out of a corner of his eye, which bespoke perfect confidence that he would not be forgotten. Nor was he. Every now and then a huge morsel would be thrown to him, peradventure the half-picked leg of a fowl, which he would receive with a snap like the springing of a steel trap. One gulp, and all was down, and a glance of the eye told his master that he was ready for another consignment. The other village worthy, travelling in company with the seigneur, was of a totally different stamp. Small, thin, and weazen-faced, as Frenchmen are apt to be represented in caricature, with a bright, squirrel-like eye and a gold ring in his ear. His dress was flimsy and sat loosely on his frame, and he had altogether the look of one with but little coin in his pocket. Yet, though one of the poorest, I was assured he was one of the merriest and most popular personages in his native village. Compère Martin, as he was commonly called, was the factotum of the place, sportsman, schoolmaster, and land surveyor. He could sing, dance, and above all, play on the fiddle, an invaluable accomplishment in an old French Creole village, for the inhabitants have a hereditary love for balls and fêtes. If they work but little, they dance a great deal, and a fiddle is the joy of their heart. What had sent Compère Martin travelling with the Grand Seigneur, I could not learn. He evidently looked up to him with great deference, and was assiduous in rendering him petty attentions, from which I concluded that he lived at home upon the crumbs which fell from his table. He was gayest when out of his sight, and had his song and his joke when forward among the deck passengers, but altogether, Compère Martin was out of his element on board of a steamboat. He was quite another being, I am told, when at home in his own village. Like his opulent fellow-traveller, he, too, had his canine follower and retainer, and one suited to his different fortunes, one of the civillest, most unoffending little dogs in the world. Unlike the lordly mastiff, he seemed to think he had no right on board of the steamboat. If you did but look hard at him, he would throw himself upon his back and lift up his legs as if imploring mercy. At table he took his seat a little distance from his master, not with the bluff, confident air of the mastiff, but quietly and diffidently, his head on one side with one ear dubiously slouched, the other hopefully cocked up, his underteeth projecting beyond his black nose, and his eye wistfully following each morsel that went into his master's mouth. If Compère Martin now and then should venture to abstract a morsel from his plate to give to his humble companion, it was edifying to see with what diffidence the exemplary little animal would take hold of it, with the very tip of his teeth, as if he would almost rather not, or was fearful of taking too great a liberty. And then, with what decorum would he eat it? How many efforts would he make in swallowing it, as if it stuck in his throat? With what daintiness would he lick his lips? And then with what an air of thankfulness would he resume his seat, with his teeth once more projecting beyond his nose, and an eye of humble expectation fixed upon his master. It was late in the afternoon when the steamboat stopped at the village which was the residence of these worthies. It stood on the high bank of the river, and bore traces of having been a frontier trading post. There were the remains of stockades that once protected it from the Indians, and the houses were in the ancient Spanish and French colonial taste, the place having been successively under the domination of both those nations prior to the cession of Louisiana to the United States. The arrival of the seigneur of $50,000 and his humble companion Compère Martin had evidently been looked forward to as an event in the village. Numbers of men, women, and children, white, yellow, and black, were collected on the river bank, most of them clad in old-fashioned French garments, and their heads decorated with colored handkerchiefs or white nightcaps. The moment the steamboat came within sight and hearing, there was a waving of handkerchiefs and a screaming and bawling of salutations and felicitations that baffle all description. The old gentleman of $50,000 was received by a train of relatives and friends and children and grandchildren whom he kissed on each cheek and who formed a procession in his rear with a legion of domestics of all ages following him to a large, old-fashioned French house that domineered over the village. His black valet de chambre, in white jacket and trousers and gold earrings, was met on the shore by a boon, though rustic companion, a tall Negro fellow with a long, good-humored face and the profile of a horse, which stood out from beneath a narrow-rimmed straw hat stuck on the back of his head. The explosions of laughter of these two varlets on meeting and exchanging compliments were enough to electrify the country round. The most hearty reception, however, was that given to Compère Martin. Everybody, young and old, hailed him before he got to land. Everybody had a joke for Compère Martin, and Compère Martin had a joke for everybody. Even his little dog appeared to partake of his popularity, and to be caressed by every hand. Indeed, he was quite a different animal the moment he touched the land. Here he was at home. Here he was of consequence. He barked, he leapt, he frisked about his old friends, and then would skim around the place in a wide circle, as if mad. I traced Compère Martin and his little dog to their home. It was an old, ruinous Spanish house of large dimensions, with verandas overshadowed by ancient elms. The house had probably been the residence in old times of the Spanish commandant. In one wing of this crazy but aristocratical abode was nestled the family of my fellow traveler, for poor devils are apt to be magnificently clad and lodged in the cast-off clothes and abandoned palaces of the great and wealthy. The arrival of Compère Martin was welcomed by a legion of women, children, and mongrel curs, and as poverty and gaiety generally go hand in hand among the French and their descendants, the crazy mansion soon resounded with loud gossip and light-hearted laughter. As the steamboat paused a short time at the village, I took occasion to stroll about the place. Most of the houses were in the French taste, with easements and rickety verandas, but most of them in flimsy and ruinous condition. All the wagons, plows, and other utensils about the place were of ancient and inconvenient Gallic construction, such as had been brought from France in the primitive days of the colony. The very looks of the people reminded me of the villages of France. From one of the houses came the hum of a spinning wheel, accompanied by a scrap of an old French chanson, which I have heard many a time among the peasantry of Languedoc, doubtless a traditional song brought over by the first French emigrants and handed down from generation to generation. Half a dozen young lasses emerged from the adjacent dwellings, reminding me by their light step and gay costume of scenes in ancient France, where taste in dress comes natural to every class of females. The trim bodice and colored petticoat, and little apron with its pockets to receive the hands when in an attitude for conversation, the colored kerchief wound tastefully round the head, with a coquettish knot perking above one ear, and the neat slipper and tight-drawn stocking, with its braid of narrow ribbon embracing the ankle where it peeps from its mysterious curtain. It is from this ambush that Cupid sends his most inciting arrows. While I was musing upon the recollections thus accidentally summoned up, I heard the sound of a fiddle from the mansion of Compère Martin, the signal, no doubt, for a joyous gathering. I was disposed to turn my steps thither, and witness the festivities of one of the very few villages I had met with in my wide tour that was yet poor enough to be merry, but the bell of the steamboat summoned me to re-embark. As we swept away from the shore, I cast back a wistful eye upon the moss-grown roofs and ancient elms of the village, and prayed that the inhabitants might long retain their happy ignorance, their absence of all enterprise and improvement, their respect for the fiddle, and their contempt for the almighty dollar. I fear, however, my prayer is doomed to be of no avail. In a little while the steamboat whirled me to an American town, just springing into bustling and prosperous existence. The surrounding forest had been laid out in town lots. Frames of wooden buildings were rising from among stumps and burnt trees. The place already boasted a courthouse, a jail, and 2 banks, all built of pine boards on the model of Grecian temples. There were rival hotels, rival churches, and rival newspapers, together with the usual number of judges and generals and governors, not to speak of doctors by the dozen and lawyers by the score. The place, I was told, was in an astonishing career of improvement, with a canal and 2 railroads in embryo. Lots doubled in price every week. Everybody was speculating in land. Everybody was rich, and everybody was growing richer. The community, however, was torn to pieces by new doctrines in religion and in political economy. There were camp meetings and agrarian meetings, and an election was at hand, which it was expected would throw the whole country into a paroxysm. Alas, with such an enterprising neighbor, what is to become of the poor little Creole village? End of section 3. Read by Tony Godsky, Las Vegas, May 2023.
Section 4 of Chronicles of Wolfert's Roost and Other Papers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Agnes Robert Bear. Chronicles of Wolfert's Roost and Other Papers by Washington Irving. Mountjoy, Part 1. I was born among romantic scenery, in one of the wildest parts of the Hudson, which at that time was not so thickly settled as at present. My father was descended from one of the old Huguenot families that came over to this country on the revocation of the Edict of Nantes. He lived in a style of easy rural independence on a patrimonial estate that had been for 2 or 3 generations in the family. He was an indolent, good-natured man, took the world as it went, and had a kind of laughing philosophy that parried all rubs and mishaps, and served him in the place of wisdom. This was the part of his character least to my taste, for I was of an enthusiastic, excitable temperament, prone to kindle up with new schemes and projects, and he was apt to dash my sallying enthusiasm by some unlucky joke, so that whenever I was in a glow with any sudden excitement, I stood in mortal dread of his good humour. Yet he indulged me in every vagary, for I was an only son, and of course a personage of importance in the household. I had 2 sisters older than myself, and 1 younger. The former were educated at New York, under the eye of a maiden aunt. The latter remained at home, and was my cherished playmate, the companion of my thoughts. We were 2 imaginative little beings of quick susceptibility and prone to see wonders and mysteries in everything around us. Scarce had we learned to read when our mother made us holiday presents of all the nursery literature of the day, which at that time consisted of little books covered with gilt paper, adorned with cuts, and filled with tales of fairies, giants, and enchanters. What draughts of delightful fiction did we then inhale! My sister Sophie was of a soft and tender nature. She would weep over the woes of the children in the wood, or quake at the dark romance of Bluebeard, and the terrible mysteries of the Blue Chamber. But I was all for enterprise and adventure. I burned to emulate the deeds of that heroic prince who delivered the white cat from her enchantment, or he of no less royal blood and doughty emprise, who broke the charmed slumber of the Beauty in the Wood. The house in which we lived was just the kind of place to foster such propensities. It was a venerable mansion, half villa, half farmhouse. The oldest part was of stone, with loopholes for musketry, having served as a family fortress in the time of the Indians. To this there had been made various additions, some of brick, some of wood, according to the exigencies of the moment, so that it was full of nooks and crooks and chambers of all sorts and sizes. It was buried among willows, elms, and cherry trees, and surrounded with roses and hollyhock, with honeysuckle and sweetbriar clambering about every window. A brood of hereditary pigeons sunned themselves upon the roof. Hereditary swallows and martins built about the eaves and chimneys, and hereditary bees hummed about the flower beds. Under the influence of our storybooks, every object around us now assumed a new character and a charmed interest. The wild flowers were no longer the mere ornaments of the field, were the resorts of the toilful bee, they were the lurking places of fairies. We would watch the hummingbird as it hovered around the trumpet creeper at our porch, and the butterflies that flitted up into the blue air above the sunny treetops, and fancy them some of the tiny beings from fairyland. I would call to mind all that I had read of Robin Goodfellow, and his powers of transformation. Oh, how I envied him that power! How I longed to be able to compress my form into utter littleness, to ride the bold dragonfly, swing on the tall bearded grass, follow the ant into his subterranean habitation, or dive into the cavernous depths of the honeysuckle. While I was yet a mere child, I was sent to a daily school about 2 miles distant. The schoolhouse was on the edge of a wood, close by a brook overhung with birches, alders, and dwarf willows. We of the school, who lived at some distance, came with our dinners put up in little baskets. In the intervals of school hours we would gather round a spring, under a tuft of hazel bushes, and have a kind of picnic, interchanging the rustic dainties which our provident mothers had fitted us out. Then, when our joyous repast was over, and my companions were disposed for play, I would draw forth one of my cherished storybooks, stretch myself on the greensward, and soon lose myself in its bewitching contents. I became an oracle among my schoolmates, on account of my superior erudition, and soon imparted to them the contagion of my infected fancy. Often in the evenings, after school hours, we would sit on the trunk of some fallen tree in the woods, and vie with each other in telling extravagant stories, until the whippoorwill began his nightly moaning, and the fireflies sparkled in the gloom. Then came the perilous journey homeward. What delight we would take in getting up wanton panics, in some dusky part of the wood, scampering like frightened deer, pausing to take breath, renewing the panic, and scampering off again, wild with a fictitious terror. Our greatest trial was to pass a dark, lonely pool covered with pond lilies, peopled with bullfrogs and water snakes, and haunted by 2 white cranes. Oh, the terrors of that pond! How our little hearts would beat as we approached it, what fearful glances we would throw around. And if by chance a plash of a wild duck, or the guttural thwang of a bullfrog struck our ears, as we stole quietly by, away we sped, nor paused until completely out of the woods. Then, when I reached home, what a world of adventures and imaginary terrors would I have to relate to my sister Sophie. As I advanced in years, this turn of mind increased upon me, and became more confirmed. I abandoned myself to the impulses of a romantic imagination, which controlled my studies and gave a bias to all my habits. My father observed me continually with a book in my hand, and satisfied himself that I was a profound student. But what were my studies? Works of fiction, tales of chivalry, voyages of discovery, travels in the East, everything, in short, that partook of adventure and romance. I well remember with what zest I entered upon that part of my studies which treated of the heathen mythology, and particularly of the sylvan deities. Then, indeed, my schoolbooks became dear to me. The neighborhood was well calculated to foster the reveries of a mind like mine. It abounded with solitary retreats, wild streams, solemn forest, and silent valleys. I would ramble about for a whole day with a volume of Ovid's Metamorphoses in my pocket, and work myself into a kind of self-delusion, so as to identify the surrounding scenes with those of which I had just been reading. I would loiter around a brook that glided through the shadowy depths of the forest, picturing it to myself the haunt of naiads. I would steal around some bushy copse that opened upon a glade, as if I expected to come suddenly upon Diana and her nymphs, or to behold Pan and his satyrs bounding with whoop and hollow through the woodland. I would throw myself during the panting heats of a summer noon under the shade of some wide-spreading tree, and muse and dream away the hours in a state of mental intoxication. I drank in the very light of day as nectar, and my soul seemed to bathe with ecstasy in the deep blue of a summer sky. In these wandering nothing occurred to jar my feeling, or to bring me back to the realities of life. There is a repose in our mighty forest that gives full scope to the imagination. Now and then I would hear the distant sound of the woodcutter's axe, the crash of some tree which he had laid low. But these noises, echoing along the quiet landscape, could easily be wrought by fancy into harmony with its illusions. In general, however, the woody recesses of the neighborhood were peculiarly wild and unfrequented. I could ramble for a whole day, without coming upon any traces of cultivation. The partridge of the woods scarcely seemed to shun my path, and the squirrel from his nut tree would gaze at me for an instant with sparkling eye, as if wondering at the unwonted intrusion. I cannot help dwelling on this delicious period of my life, when as of yet I had known no sorrow, nor experienced any worldly care. I have since studied much, both of books and men, and of course have grown too wise to be so easily pleased. Yet with all my wisdom I must confess I look back with a secret feeling of regret to the days of happy ignorance, before I had begun to be a philosopher. It must be evident that I was in a hopeful training, for one who was to descend into the arena of life and wrestle with the world. The tutor also, who superintended my studies in the more advanced stage of my education, was just fitted to complete the Fata Morgana, which was forming in my mind. His name was Glencoe. He was a pale, melancholy-looking man, about 40 years of age, a native of Scotland, liberally educated, and who had devoted himself to the instruction of youth, from taste rather than necessity, for as he said, he loved the human heart, and delighted to study it in its earlier impulses. My 2 elder sisters, having returned home from a city boarding school, were likewise placed under his care to direct their reading in history and belles lettres. We all soon became attached to Glencoe. It was true we were at first somewhat predisposed against him. His meagre pallid countenance, his broad pronunciation, his inattention to the little forms of society, and an awkward and embarrassed manner, on first acquaintance were much against him, but we soon discovered that under this unpromising exterior existed the kindest urbanity, the warmest sympathies, the most enthusiastic benevolence. His mind was ingenious and acute. His reading had been various, but more abstruse than profound. His memory was stored on all subjects with facts, theories, and quotations, and crowded with crude materials for thinking. These, in a moment of excitement, would be, as it were, melted down and poured forth in the lava of a heated imagination. At such moments, the change in the whole man was wonderful. His meagre form would acquire a dignity and grace. His long, pale visage would flash with a hectic glow. His eyes would beam with intense speculation, and there would be pathetic tones and deep modulations in his voice that delighted the ear and spoke movingly to the heart. But what most endeared us to him was the kindness and sympathy with which he entered into our interests and wishes. Instead of curbing and checking our young imaginations with the reins of sober reason, he was a little too apt to catch the impulse and be hurried away with us. He could not withstand the excitement of any sallier of feeling or fancy, and was prone to lend heightening tints to the elusive coloring of youthful anticipation. Under his guidance my sister and myself soon entered upon a more extended range of studies, but while they wandered with delighted minds through the wide field of histories and belles lettres, a nobler walk was open to my superior intellect. The mind of Glencoe presented a singular mixture of philosophy and poetry. He was fond of metaphysics, and prone to indulge in abstract speculations, though his metaphysics were somewhat spun and fanciful, and his speculations were apt to partake of what my father most irreverently termed humbug. For my part, I delighted in them, and the more especially because they set my father to sleep, and completely confounded my sisters. I entered with my accustomed eagerness into this new branch of study. Metaphysics were now my passion. My sisters attempted to accompany me, but they soon faltered and gave out before they had got halfway through Smith's theory of moral sentiments. I, however, went on, exulting in my strength. Glencoe supplied me with books, and I devoured them with appetite, if not digestion. We walked and talked together under the trees, before the house or sat apart like Milton's angels, and held high converse upon themes beyond the grasp of ordinary intellectuals. Glencoe possessed a kind of philosophic chivalry, in imitation of the old peripatetic sages, and was continually dreaming of romantic enterprises and morals, and splendid systems for the improvement of society. He had a fanciful mode of illustrating abstract subjects, peculiarly to my taste, clothing them with the language of poetry, and throwing round them almost the magic hues of fiction. How charming, thought I, is divine philosophy, not harsh and crabbed, as dull fools suppose, but a perpetual feast of nectared sweets, where no crude surfeit reigns. I felt a wonderful self-complacency at being on such excellent terms with a man whom I considered on parallel with the sages of antiquity, and looked down with a sentiment of pity on the feebler intellects of my sisters, who could comprehend nothing of metaphysics. It is true that when I attempted to study them by myself, I was apt to get in a fog, but when Glencoe came to my aid, everything was soon clear to me as day. My ear drank in the beauty of his word, my imagination was dazzled with the splendor of his illustrations. I caught up the sparkling sands of poetry that glittered through his speculations, and mistook them for the golden ore of wisdom. Struck with the facility with which I seemed to imbibe and relish the most abstract doctrines, I conceived a still higher opinion of my mental powers, and was convinced that I also was a philosopher. I was now verging towards man's estate, and though my education had been extremely irregular, following the caprices of my humor, which I mistook for the impulses of my genius, yet I was regarded with wonder and delight by my mother and sisters, who considered me almost as wise and as infallible as I considered myself. This high opinion of me was strengthened by a declamatory habit, which made me an oracle and an orator at the domestic board. The time was now at hand, however, that was to put my philosophy to the test. We had passed through a long winter, and the spring at length opened to us, with unusual sweetness. The soft serenity of the weather, the beauty of the surrounding country, the joyous notes of the birds, the balmy breath of flower and blossom, all combined to fill my bosom with indistinct sensations and nameless wishes. Amid the soft seductions of the season I lapsed into a state of utter indolence, both of body and mind. Philosophy had lost its charms for me. Metaphysics, faugh! I tried to study, took down volume after volume, ran my eye vacantly over a few pages, and threw them by with distaste. I loitered about the house with my hands in my pockets and an air of complete vacancy. Something was necessary to make me happy, but what was that something? I sauntered to the apartments of my sisters, hoping their conversation might amuse me. They had walked out, and the room was vacant. On the table lay a volume which they had been reading. It was a novel. I had never read a novel, having conceived a contempt for works of the kind, from hearing them universally condemned. It is true I had remarked that they were universally read, but I considered them beneath the attention of a philosopher, and never would venture to read them, lest I should lessen my mental superiority in the eyes of my sisters. Nay, I had taken up a work of the kind now and then, when I knew my sisters were observing me, looked into it for a moment, and then laid it down with a slight supercilious smile. On the present occasion, out of mere listlessness, I took up the volume, and turned over a few of the first pages. I thought I heard someone coming and laid it down. I was mistaken. No one was near, and what I had read tempted my curiosity to read a little farther. I leaned against the window frame, and in a few minutes was completely lost in the story. How long I stood there reading I do not know. I believe for nearly 2 hours. Suddenly I heard my sisters on the stairs, when I thrust the book into my bosom, and the 2 other volumes which lay near into my pockets, and hurried out of the house to my beloved woods. Here I remained all day beneath the trees, bewildered, bewitched, devouring the contents of these delicious volumes, and only returned to the house when it was too dark to peruse their pages. This novel finished, I replaced it in my sister's apartment, and looked for others. Their stock was ample, for they had brought home all that were current in the city, but my appetite demanded an immense supply. All this course of reading was carried out clandestinely, for I was a little ashamed of it and fearful that my wisdom might be called in question. But this very privacy gave it additional zest. It was bread eaten in secret. It had the charm of a private amour. But to think what must have been the effect of such a course of reading on a youth of my temperament and turn of mind, indulged too amidst romantic scenery in the romantic season of the year. It seems as if I had entered upon a new scene of existence. A train of combustible feelings were lighted up in me, and my soul was all tenderness and passion. Never was youth more completely lovesick, though as of yet it was a more general sentiment, and wanted a definite object. Unfortunately, our neighborhood was particularly deficient in female society, and I languished in vain for some divinity to whom I might offer this most uneasy burden of affections. I was at one time seriously enamored of a lady whom I saw occasionally in my rides, reading at the window of a country seat, and actually serenaded her with my flute. And to my confusion I discovered that she was old enough to be my mother. It was a sad damper to my romance, especially as my father heard of it, and made it the subject of one of those household jokes, which he was apt to serve up at every meal-time. I soon recovered from this check, however, but it was only to relapse into a state of amorous excitement. I passed whole days in the fields, and along the brooks, for there is something in the tender passion that makes us alive to the beauties of nature. A soft sunshine morning infused a sort of rapture into my breast. I flung open my arms, like the Grecian youth in Ovid, as if I would take in and embrace the balmy atmosphere. The song of the birds melted me to tenderness. I would lie by the side of some rivulet for hours, and form garlands of the flowers on its banks, and muse on ideal beauties, and sigh from the crowd of undefined emotions that swelled in my bosom. In this state of amorous delirium I was strolling one morning along a beautiful wild brook which I had discovered in a glen. There was one place where a small waterfall, leaping from among rocks into a natural basin, made a scene such as a poet might have chosen as the haunt of some shy naiad. It was here I usually retired to banquet on my novels. In visiting the place this morning I traced distinctly on the margin of the basin, which was a fine clear sand, the prints of a female foot, one of the most slender and delicate proportions. This was sufficient for an imagination like mine. Robinson Crusoe himself, when he discovered the print of a savage foot on the beach of his lonely island, could not have been more suddenly assailed with the coming fancies. I endeavored to track the steps, but they only passed for a few paces along the fine sand, and then were lost among the herbage. I remembered gazing in reverie upon this passing trace of loveliness. It evidently was not made by any of my sisters, for they knew nothing of this haunt. Besides, the foot was smaller than theirs. It was remarkable for its beautiful delicacy. My eye accidentally caught 2 or 3 half-withered wildflowers lying on the ground. The unknown nymph had doubtless dropped them from her bosom. Here was a new document of taste and sentiment. I treasured them as invaluable relics. The place, too, where I found them, was remarkably picturesque, in the most beautiful part of the brook. It was overhung with a fine elm, entwined with grapevines. She who could select such a spot, who could delight in wild brooks and wild flowers, in silent solitudes, must have fancy and feelings and tenderness. And with all these qualities, she must be beautiful. But who could be this unknown, that had thus passed by, as in a morning dream, leaving merely flowers and fairy footsteps to tell of her loveliness? There was mystery in it that bewildered me. It was so vague and disembodied, like those airy tongues that syllable men's names in solitude. Every attempt to solve the mystery was vain. I could hear of no being in the neighborhood to whom this trace could be ascribed. I haunted the spot, and became more and more enamored. Never, surely, was passion more pure and spiritual, and never lover in more dubious situation. My case could only be compared to that of the amorous prince in the fairy tale of Cinderella. But he had a glass slipper on which to lavish his tenderness. I, alas, was in love with a footstep. The imagination is alternately a cheat and a dupe. Nay, more, it is the most subtle of cheats, for it cheats itself and becomes the dupe of its own delusions. It conjures up airy nothings, gives to them a local habitation and a name, and then bows to their control as implicitly as if they were realities. Such was now my case. The good Numa could not more thoroughly have persuaded himself that the nymph Egeria hovered about her sacred fountain and communed with him in spirit, that I had deceived myself into a kind of visionary intercourse with the airy phantom fabricated in my brain. I constructed a rustic seat at the foot of the tree where I had discovered the footsteps. I made a kind of bower there, where I used to pass my mornings reading poetry and romances. I carved hearts and darts on the tree, and hung it with garlands. My heart was full to overflowing, and wanted some faithful bosom into which it might relieve itself. What is a lover without a confidant? I thought at once of my sister Sophie, my early playmate, the sister of my affections. She was so reasonable, too, and of such correct feelings, always listening to my words as oracular sayings, and admiring my scraps of poetry as the very inspirations of the muse. From such a devoted, such a rational being, what secrets could I have? I accordingly took her one morning to my favorite retreat. She looked around with delighted surprise upon the rustic seat, the bower, the tree carved with emblems of the tender passion. She turned her eyes upon me to inquire the meaning. "Oh, Sophie," exclaimed I, clasping both her hands in mine and looking earnestly in her face, "I am in love." She started with surprise. "Sit down," said I, "and I will tell you all." She seated herself upon the rustic bench, and I went into the full history of the footstep, with all the associations of idea that had been conjured up by my imagination. Sophie was enchanted. It was like a fairy tale. She had read of such mysterious visitations in books, and the loves thus conceived were always for beings of superior order, and were always happy. She caught the illusion in all its force. Her cheek glowed, her eye brightened. "I dare say she's pretty," said Sophie. "Pretty," echoed I. "She is beautiful." I went through all the reasoning by which I had logically proved the fact to my own satisfaction. I dwelt upon the evidences of her taste, her sensibility to the beauties of nature, her soft meditative habit that delighted in solitude. "Oh," said I, clasping my hands, "to have such a companion to wander through these scenes, to sit with her by this murmuring stream, to wreathe garlands round her brows, to hear the music of her voice mingling with the whisperings of these groves." "Delightful, delightful," cried Sophie. "What a sweet creature she must be. She is just the friend I want. How I shall dote upon her. Oh, my dear brother, you must not keep her all to yourself. You must let me have some share of her." I caught her to my bosom. You shall, cried I. "My dear Sophie, we will all live for each other." The conversation with Sophie heightened the illusions of my mind. In the manner in which she had treated my daydream, identified it with facts and persons, and gave it still more the stamp of reality. I walked about as one in a trance, heedless of the world around, and lapped in an Elysium of the fancy. In this mood, I met one morning with Glencoe. He accosted me with his usual smile, and was proceeding with some general observations, but paused and fixed upon me an inquiring eye. "What is the matter with you?" said he. "You seem agitated. Has anything in particular happened?" "Nothing," said I, hesitating. "At least nothing worth communicating to you." "Nay, my dear young friend," said he, Whatever is of sufficient importance to agitate you is worthy of being communicated to me. Well, but my thoughts are running on what you would think a frivolous subject. No subject is frivolous that has the power to awaken strong feelings. What think you, said I, hesitating, what think you of love? Glencoe almost started at the question. Do you call that a frivolous subject? Replied he. Believe me, there is none fraught with such deep, such vital interest. If you talk indeed of the capricious inclination awakened by the mere charm of perishable beauty, I grant it to be idle in the extreme, but that love which springs from the concordant sympathies of virtuous hearts, that love which is awakened by the perception of moral excellence, and fed by meditation on intellectual as well as personal beauty, that is a passion which refines and ennobles the human heart. Oh, where is there a sight more nearly approaching to the intercourse of angels than that of two young beings, free from the sins and follies of the world, mingling pure thoughts and looks and feelings, and becoming, as it were, soul of one soul and heart of one heart? How exquisite the silent converse that they hold, the soft devotion of the eye, that needs no words to make it eloquent. Yes, my friend, if there be anything in this weary world worthy of heaven, it is the pure bliss of such a mutual affection. The words of my worthy tutor overcame all farther reserve. Mr. Glencoe, cried I, blushing still deeper, I am in love. And is that what you were ashamed to tell me? Oh, never seek to conceal from your friend so important a secret. If your passion be unworthy, it is for the steady hand of friendship to pluck it forth. If honorable, none but an enemy would seek to stifle it. On nothing does the character and happiness so much depend as on the first affection of the heart. Were you caught by some fleeting or superficial charm, a bright eye, a blooming cheek, a soft voice, or a voluptuous form, I would warn you to beware. I would tell you that beauty is but a passing gleam of the morning, a perishable flower, that accident may becloud and blight it, and that at best it must soon pass away. But were you in love with such a one as I could describe, young in years, but still younger in feelings, lovely in person, but as a type of the mind's beauty, soft in voice, in token of gentleness of spirit, blooming in countenance, like the rosy tints of the morning, kindling with the promise of a genial day, an eye beaming with the benignity of a happy heart, a cheerful temper, alive to all kind impulses, and frankly diffusing its own felicity, a self-poised mind that needs not lean on others for support, an elegant taste that can embellish solitude, and furnish out its own enjoyments. My dear sir, cried I, for I could contain myself no longer, you have described the very person. Why then, my dear young friend, said he, affectionately pressing my hand, in God's name love on. For the remainder of the day I was in some such state of dreamy beatitude as a Turk is said to enjoy when under the influence of opium. It must be already manifest how prone I was to bewilder myself with picturings of the fancy, so as to confound them with existing realities. In the present instance, Sophie and Glencoe had contributed to promote the transient delusion. Sophie, dear girl, had as usual joined with me in my castle building, and indulged in the same train of imaginings, while Glencoe, duped by my enthusiasm, firmly believed that I spoke of a being I had seen and known. By their sympathy with my feelings, they in a manner became associated with the unknown in my mind, and thus linked her with the circle of my intimacy. In the evening, our family party was assembled in the hall to enjoy the refreshing breeze. Sophie was playing some favorite Scotch airs on the piano, while Glencoe, seated apart with his forehead resting on his hand, was buried in one of those pensive reveries that made him so interesting to me. What a fortunate being I am! thought I, blessed with such a sister and such a friend. I have only to find this amiable unknown, to wed her and be happy. What a paradise will be my home, graced with a partner of such exquisite refinement. It will be a perfect fairy bower, buried among sweets and roses. Sophie shall live with us, and be the companion of all our enjoyments. Glencoe, too, shall no more be the solitary being that he now appears. He shall have a home with us. He shall have his study, where when he pleases he may shut himself up from the world, and bury himself in his own reflections. His retreat shall be held sacred. No one shall intrude there, no one but myself, who will visit him now and then in his seclusion, where we might devise grand schemes together for the improvement of mankind. How delightful our days will pass, in a round of rational pleasures and elegant employments. Sometimes we will have music, sometimes we will read, sometimes we will wander through the flower garden, when I will smile with complacency on every flower my wife has planted. While in the long winter evenings, the ladies will sit at their work and listen with hushed attention to Glencoe and myself, as we discuss the abstruse doctrines of metaphysics. From this delectable reverie I was startled by my father slapping me on the shoulder. "What possesses the lad?" cried he. "Here have I been speaking to you half a dozen times, without receiving an answer." "Pardon me, sir," replied I. "I was so completely lost in thought that I did not hear you." "Lost in thought? And pray what were you thinking of? Some of your philosophy, I suppose." "Upon my word," said my sister Charlotte, with an arch laugh, "I suspect Harry's in love again." "And if I were in love, Charlotte," said I, somewhat nettled in recollecting Glencoe's enthusiastic eulogy of the passion, "if I were in love, is that a matter of jest and laughter? Is the tenderest and most fervid affection that can animate the human breast to be made a matter of cold-hearted ridicule?" My sister colored. "Certainly not, brother, nor did I mean to make it so, nor to say anything that should wound your feelings. Had I really suspected that you had formed some genuine attachment, it would have been sacred in my eyes, but, said she, smiling as if at some whimsical recollection, "I thought that you might be indulging in another little freak of the imagination." "I'll wager any money," cried my father, "he has fallen in love again with some old lady at a window." "Oh, no," cried my dear sister Sophie, with the most gracious warmth. "She is young and beautiful." "From what I understand," said Glencoe, rousing himself, "she must be lovely in mind as in person." I found my friends were getting me into a fine scrape. I began to perspire at every pore and felt my ears tingle. "Well, but," cried my father, "who is she? What is she? Let us hear something about her." This was no time to explain so delicate a matter. I caught up my hat and vanished out of the house. The moment I was in the open air and alone, my heart upbraided me. Was this respectful treatment to my father, to such a father too, who had always regarded me as the pride of his age, the staff of his hopes? It is true he was apt sometimes to laugh at my enthusiastic flights, and did not treat my philosophy with due respect. But when had he ever thwarted a wish of my heart? Was I then to act with reserve towards him in a matter which might affect the whole current of my future life? I have done wrong, thought I, but it is not too late to remedy it. I will hasten back and open my whole heart to my father. I returned accordingly, and was just on the point of entering the house, with my heart full of filial piety, and a contrite speech upon my lips, when I heard a burst of obstreperous laughter from my father, and a loud titter from my two elder sisters. "A footstep!" shouted he, as soon as he could recover himself. "In love with a footstep! Why, this beats the old lady at the window." And then there was another appalling burst of laughter. Had it been a clap of thunder, it could hardly have astounded me more completely. Sophie, in the simplicity of her heart, had told all, and had set my father's risible propensities in full action. Never was a poor mortal so thoroughly crestfallen as myself. The whole delusion was at an end. I drew off silently from the house, shrinking smaller and smaller at every fresh peal of laughter, and wandering about until the family had retired, stole quietly to my bed. Scarce any sleep, however, visited my eyes that night. I lay overwhelmed with mortification, and meditating how I might meet the family in the morning. The idea of ridicule was always intolerable to me, but to endure it on a subject by which my feelings had been so much excited seemed worse than death. I almost determined at one time to get up, saddle my horse, and ride off. I knew not whither. At length I came to a resolution. Before going down to breakfast, I sent for Sophie, and employed her as an ambassador to treat formally in the matter. I insisted that the subject should be buried in oblivion, otherwise I would not show my face at the table. It was readily agreed to, for not one of the family would have given me pain for the world. They faithfully kept their promise. Not a word was said of the matter, but there were wry faces and suppressed titters that went to my soul, and whenever my father looked me in the face, it was with such a tragic, comical leer, such an attempt to pull down a serious brow upon a whimsical mouth, that I had 1,000 times rather he laughed outright. For a day or two after the mortifying occurrence mentioned, I kept as much as possible out of the way of the family, and wandered about the fields and woods by myself. I was sadly out of tune. My feelings were all jarred and unstrung. The birds sang from every grove, but I took no pleasure in their melody, and the flowers of the field bloomed unheeded around me. To be crossed in love is bad enough, but then one can fly to poetry for relief, and turn one's woes to account in soul-subduing stanzas. But to have one's whole passion, object and all, annihilated, dispelled, proved to be such stuff as dreams are made of. Or, worse than all, to be turned into a proverb and a jest. What consolation is there in such a case? I avoided the fatal brook where I had seen the footstep. My favorite resort was now the banks of the Hudson, where I sat upon the rocks and mused upon the current that dimpled by, or the waves that laved the shore, or watched the bright mutations of the clouds and the shifting lights and shadows of the distant mountain. By degrees, a returning serenity stole over my feelings, and a sigh now and then, gentle and easy, and unattended by pain, showed that my heart was recovering its susceptibility. As I was sitting in this musing mood, my eye became gradually fixed upon an object that was borne along by the tide. It proved to be a little pinnace, beautifully modelled and gaily painted and decorated. It was an unusual sight in this neighborhood, which was rather lonely. Indeed, it was rare to see any pleasure barks in this part of the river. As it drew nearer, I perceived that there was no one on board. It had apparently drifted from its anchorage. There was not a breath of air. The little bark came floating along on the glassy stream, wheeling about with the eddies. At length it ran aground, almost at the foot of the rock on which I was seated. I descended to the margin of the river, and drawing the bark to the shore, admired its light and elegant proportions, and the taste with which it was fitted up. The benches were covered with cushions, and its long streamer was of silk. On one of the cushions lay a lady's glove, of delicate size and shape, with beautifully tapered fingers. I instantly seized it and thrust it in my bosom. It seemed a match for the fairy footsteps that had so fascinated me. In the moment all the romance of my bosom was again in a glow. Here was one of the very incidents of fairy tale, a bark sent by some invisible power, some good genius or benevolent fairy to waft me to some delectable adventure. I recollected something of an enchanted bark drawn by white swans, that conveyed a knight down the current of the Rhine on some enterprise connected with love and beauty. The glove, too, showed that there was a lady fair concerned in the present adventure. It might be a gauntlet of defiance to dare me to the enterprise. In the spirit of romance, in the whim of the moment, I sprang on board, hoisted the light sail, and pushed from the shore. As if breathed by some presiding power, a light breeze at that moment sprang up, swelled out the sail, and dallied with the silken streamer. For a time I glided under the steep umbrageous banks, or across the deep sequestered bays, and then stood out over a wide expansion of the river, toward a high rocky promontory. It was a lovely evening. The sun was setting, and a congregation of clouds that threw the whole heavens in a glow, and were reflected in the river. I delighted myself with all kinds of fantastic fancies as to what enchanted island or mystic bower or necromantic palace I was to be conveyed by the fairy bark. In the revel of my fancy, I had not noticed that the gorgeous congregation of clouds, which had so much delighted me, was in fact a gathering thunder-gust. I perceived the truth too late. The clouds came hurrying on, darkening as they advanced. The whole face of nature was suddenly changed, and assumed that baleful and livid tint, predictive of a storm. I tried to gain the shore, but before I could reach it a blast of wind struck the water, and lashed it at once into foam. The next moment it overtook the boat. Alas, I was nothing of a sailor, and my protecting fairy forsook me in the moment of peril. I endeavored to lower the sail, but in so doing I had quit the helm. The bark was overturned in an instant, and I was thrown into the water. I endeavored to cling to the wreck, but missed my hold. Being a poor swimmer, I soon found myself sinking, but grasped a light oar that was floating by me. It was not sufficient for my support. I again sank beneath the surface. There was a rushing and bubbling sound in my ears, and all sense forsook me. How long I remained insensible I know not. I had a confused notion of being moved and tossed about, and of hearing strange beings and strange voices around me. But all was like a hideous dream. When I at length recovered full consciousness and perception, I found myself in a bed, in a spacious chamber furnished with more taste than I had been accustomed to. The bright rays of a morning sun were intercepted by curtains of a delicate rose color, that gave a soft, voluptuous tinge to every object. Not far from my bed, on a classic tripod, was a basket of beautiful exotic flowers, breathing the sweetest fragrance. Where am I? How came I here? I tasked my mind to catch at some previous event, from which I might trace up the thread of existence to the present moment. By degrees I called to mind the fairy penance, my daring embarkation, my adventurous voyage, and my disastrous shipwreck. Beyond that, all was chaos. How came I here? What unknown region had I landed upon? The people that inhabited it must be gentle and amiable and of elegant tastes, for they loved downy beds, fragrant flowers, and rose-colored curtains. While I lay there musing, the tones of a harp reached my ear. Presently they were accompanied by a female voice. It came from the room below, but in the profound stillness of my chamber, not a modulation was lost. My sisters were all considered good musicians, and sang very tolerably, but I had never heard a voice like this. There was no attempt at difficult execution or striking effect, but there were exquisite inflections and tender turns which art could not reach. Nothing but feeling and sentiment could produce them. It was soul breathed forth in sound. I was always alive to the influence of music. Indeed, I was susceptible of voluptuous influences of every kind, sounds, colors, shapes, and fragrant odors. I was the very slave of sensation. I lay mute and breathless, and drank in every note of the siren strain. It thrilled through my whole frame, and filled my soul with melody and love. I pictured to myself with curious logic the form of the unseen musician. Such melodious sounds and exquisite inflections could only be produced by organs of the most delicate flexibility. Such organs do not belong to coarse, vulgar forms. They are the harmonious results of fair proportions and admirable symmetry. A being so organized must be lovely. Again my busy imagination was at work. I called to mind the Arabian story of a prince borne away during sleep by a good genius to the distant abode of a princess of ravishing beauty. I did not pretend to say that I believed in having experienced a similar transportation, but it was my inveterate habit to cheat myself with fancies of the kind, and to give the tinge of illusion to surrounding realities. The witching sound had ceased, but its vibrations still played round my heart and filled it with a tumult of soft emotions. At this moment, a self-upbraiding pang shot through my bosom. Ah, recreant, the voice seemed to exclaim, is this the stability of thine affections? What, hast thou so soon forgotten the nymph of the fountain? Has one song idly piped in thine ear been sufficient to charm away the cherished tenderness of a whole summer? The wise may smile, but I am in a confiding mood, and must confess my weakness. I felt a degree of compunction at this sudden infidelity, yet I could not resist the power of present fascination. My peace of mind was destroyed by conflicting claims. The nymph of the fountain came over my memory with all the associations of fairy footsteps, shady groves, soft echoes, and wild streamlets. But this new passion was produced by a strain of soul-subduing melody. Still lingering in my ear, aided by a downy bed, fragrant flowers, and rose-colored curtains. Unhappy youth, sighed I to myself, distracted by such rival passions, and the empire of thy heart thus violently contested, by the sound of a voice and the print of a footstep. I had not remained long in this mood when I heard the door of the room gently open. I turned my head to see what inhabitant of this enchanted palace should appear, whether page in green, hideous dwarf, or haggard fairy. It was my own man Scipio. He advanced with cautious step, and was delighted, as he said, to find me so much myself again. My first questions were as to where I was, and how I came there. Scipio told me a long story of his having been fishing in a canoe at the time of my harebrained cruise, of his noticing the gathering squall, and of my impending danger, of his hastening to join me but arriving just in time to snatch me from a watery grave, of the great difficulty in restoring me to animation, and of my being subsequently conveyed in a state of insensibility to this mansion. "But where am I?" was the reiterated demand. "In the house of Mr. Somerville." Somerville, I recollected to have heard that a gentleman of that name had recently taken up his residence at some distance from my father's abode, on the opposite side of the Hudson. He was commonly known by the name of French Somerville, from having passed part of his early life in France, and from his exhibiting traces of French taste in his mode of living and the arrangements of his house. In fact, it was in his pleasure boat, which had got adrift, that I had made my fanciful and disastrous cruise. All this was simple, straightforward matter of fact, and threatened to demolish all the cobweb romance I had been spinning, when fortunately I again heard the tinkling of a harp. I raised myself in bed and listened. "Scipio," said I, with some little hesitation, "I heard someone singing just now. Who was it?" "Oh, that was Miss Julia. Julia delightful. What a name! And Scipio, is she pretty?" Scipio grinned from ear to ear. Except Miss Sophie, she was the most beautiful young lady he had ever seen. I should observe that my sister Sophie was considered by all the servants a paragon of perfection. Scipio now offered to remove the basket of flowers. He was afraid their odor might be too powerful, but Miss Julia had given them that morning to be placed in my room. These flowers, then, had been gathered by the fairy fingers of my unseen beauty. That sweet breath which had filled my ear with melody had passed over them. I made Scipio hand them to me, culled several of the most delicate, and laid them on my bosom. Mr. Somerville paid me a visit not long afterward. He was an interesting study for me, for he was the father of my unseen beauty, and probably resembled her. I scanned him closely. He was a tall and elegant man, with an open, affable manner, and an erect and graceful carriage. His eyes were bluish-gray, and though not dark, yet at times were sparkling and expressive. His hair was dressed and powdered, and being lightly combed up from his forehead, added to the loftiness of his aspect. He was fluent in discourse, but his conversation had the quiet tone of polished society, without any of those bold flights of thought and picturings of fancy which I so much admired. My imagination was a little puzzled at first to make out of this assemblage of personal and mental qualities a picture that should harmonize with my previous idea of the fair unseen. By dint, however, of selecting what I liked and rejecting what I did not like, and giving a touch here and a touch there, it soon finished out a satisfactory portrait. Julia must be tall, thought I, and of exquisite grace and dignity. She is not quite so courtly as her father, for she has been brought up in the retirement of the country. Neither is she of such vivacious deportment, for the tones of her voice are soft and plaintive, and she loves pathetic music. She is rather pensive, yet not too pensive, just what is called interesting. Her eyes are like her father's, except they are of a purer blue and more tender and languishing. She has light hair, not exactly flaxen, for I do not like flaxen hair, but between that and auburn. In a word, she is a tall, elegant, imposing, languishing, blue-eyed, romantic-looking beauty. And having thus finished her picture, I felt 10 times more in love with her than ever. I felt so much recovered that I would at once have left my room, but Mr. Somerville objected to it. He had sent early word to my family of my safety, and my father arrived in the course of the morning. He was shocked at learning the risk I had run, but rejoiced to find me so much restored, and was warm in his thanks to Mr. Somerville for his kindness. The other only required in return that I might remain 2 or 3 days as his guest, to give time for my recovery, and for our forming a closer acquaintance, a request which my father readily granted. Scipio accordingly accompanied my father home, in return for the supply of clothes, and with affectionate letters from my mother and sisters. The next morning, aided by Scipio, I made my toilette with rather more care than usual, and descended the stairs with some trepidation, eager to see the original of the portrait which had been so completely pictured in my imagination. On entering the parlor, I found it deserted. Like the rest of the house, it was furnished in a foreign style. The curtains were of French silk. There were Grecian conches, marble tables, pier glasses, and chandeliers. What chiefly attracted my eye were documents of female taste that I saw all around me. A piano with an ample stock of Italian music, a book of poetry lying on the sofa, a vase of fresh flowers on a table, and a portfolio open with a skilful and half-finished sketch of them. In the window was a canary bird in a gilt cage, and nearby the harp that had been in Julia's arms. Happy harp! But where was the being that reigned in this little empire of delicacies, that breathed poetry and song, and dwelt among birds and flowers and rose-colored curtains? Suddenly I heard the hall door fly open, the quick pattering of light steps, a wild capricious strain of music, and the shrill barking of a dog. A light frolic nymph of 15 came tripping into the room, playing on a flageolet, with a little spaniel ramping after her. Her gypsy hat had fallen back upon her shoulders. A profusion of glossy brown hair was blown in rich ringlets about her face, which beamed through them with the brightness of smiles and dimples. At the sight of me she stopped short, in the most beautiful confusion, stammered out a word or two about looking for her father, glided out of the door, and I heard her bounding up the staircase like a frightened fawn, with the little dog barking after her. When Miss Somerville returned to the parlour, she was quite a different being. She entered stealing along by her mother's side, with noiseless step and sweet timidity. Her hair was prettily adjusted, and a soft blush mantled on her damask cheek. Mr. Somerville accompanied the ladies, and introduced me regularly to them. There were many kind inquiries, and much sympathy expressed on the subject of my nautical accident, and some remarks upon the wild scenery of the neighbourhood, with which the ladies seemed perfectly acquainted. "You must know," said Mr. Somerville, "that we are great navigators and delight in exploring every nook and corner of the river. My daughter, too, is a great hunter of the picturesque, and transfers every rock and glen to her portfolio. By the way, my dear, show Mr. Mountjoy that pretty scene you have lately sketched." Julia complied, blushing, and drew from her portfolio a coloured sketch. I almost started at the sight. It was my favourite brook. A sudden thought darted across my mind. I glanced down my eye and beheld the divinest little foot in the world. O blissful conviction! The struggle of my affections was at an end. The voice and the footstep were no longer at variance. Julia Somerville was the nymph of the fountain. What conversation passed during breakfast I do not recollect, and hardly was conscious of at the time, for my thoughts were in complete confusion. I wished to gaze on Miss Somerville, but did not dare. Once indeed I ventured a glance. She was at that moment darting a similar one from under a covert of ringlets. Her eyes seemed shocked by the rencontre and fell, hers through the natural modesty of her sex, mine through a bashfulness produced by the previous workings of my imagination. That glance, however, went like a sunbeam to my heart. A convenient mirror favoured my diffidence, and gave me the reflection of Miss Somerville's form. It is true it only presented the back of her head, but she had the merit of an ancient statue. Contemplate her from any point of view, she was beautiful. And yet she was totally different from everything I had before conceived of beauty. She was not the serene, meditative maid that I had pictured the nymph of the fountain, nor the tall, soft, languishing, blue-eyed, dignified being that I had fancied of the minstrel of the harp. There was nothing of dignity about her. She was girlish in her appearance, and scarcely of the middle size, but then there was the tenderness of budding youth, the sweetness of the half-blown rose, when not a tint or perfume has been withered or exhaled. There were smiles and dimples and all the soft witcheries of ever-varying expression. I wonder that I could ever have admired any other style of beauty. After breakfast, Mr. Somerville departed to attend to the concerns of his estate, and gave me in charge of the ladies. Mrs. Somerville also was called away by household cares, and I was left alone with Julia. Here, then, was the situation which of all others I had most coveted. I was in the presence of the lovely being that had been so long the desire of my heart. We were alone. Propitious opportunity for a lover. Did I seize upon it? Did I break out in one of my accustomed rhapsodies? No such thing. Never was being more awkwardly embarrassed. What can be the cause of this, thought I? Surely I cannot stand in awe of this young girl. I am, of course, her superior in intellect, and am never embarrassed in company, with my tutor notwithstanding all his wisdom. It was passing strange. I felt that if she were an old woman, I should be quite at my ease. If she were even an ugly woman, I should make out very well. It was her beauty that overpowered me. How little do lovely women know what awful beings they are in the eyes of the inexperienced youth. Young men brought up in the fashionable circles of our cities will smile at all of this, accustomed to mingle incessantly in female society, and to have the romance of the heart deadened by 1,000 frivolous flirtations. Women are nothing but women in their eyes. But to a susceptible youth like myself, brought up in the country, they are perfect divinities. Miss Somerville was at first a little embarrassed herself, but somehow or other, women have a natural adroitness in recovering their self-possession. They are more alert in their minds and graceful in their manners. Besides, I was but an ordinary personage in Miss Somerville's eyes. She was not under the influence of such a singular course of imaginings as had surrounded her in my eyes with the illusions of romance. Perhaps, too, she saw the confusion in the opposite camp, and gained courage from the discovery. At any rate, she was the first to take the field. Her conversation, however, was only on commonplace topics, and in an easy, well-bred style. I endeavored to respond in the same manner, but I was strangely incompetent to the task. My ideas were frozen up, even words seemed to fail me. I was excessively vexed at myself, for I wished to be uncommonly elegant. I tried 2 or 3 times to turn a pretty thought, or to utter a fine sentiment, but it would come forth so trite, so forced, so mawkish, that I was ashamed of it. My very voice sounded discordantly, though. I sought to modulate it into the softest tones. The truth is, thought I to myself, I cannot bring my mind down to the small talk necessary for young girls. It is too masculine and robust for the mincing measure of parlor gossip. I am a philosopher, and that accounts for it. The entrance of Mrs. Somerville at length gave me relief. I had once breathed freely, and felt a vast deal of confidence come over me. This is strange, thought I, that the appearance of another woman should revive my courage, that I should be a better match for 2 women than 1. However, since it is so, I will take advantage of the circumstance, and let this young lady see that I am not so great a simpleton as she probably thinks me. I accordingly took up the book of poetry which lay upon the sofa. It was Milton's Paradise Lost. Nothing could have been more fortunate. It afforded a fine scope for my favorite vein of grandiloquence. I went largely into a discussion of its merits, or rather an enthusiastic eulogy of them. My observations were addressed to Mrs. Somerville, for I found that I could talk to her with more ease than to her daughter. She appeared perfectly alive to the beauties of the poet, and disposed to meet me in the discussion. But it was not my object to hear her talk. It was to talk myself. I anticipated all she had to say, overpowered her with the copiousness of my ideas, and supported and illustrated them by long citations from the author. While thus holding forth, I cast a side glance to see how Miss Somerville was affected. She had some embroidery stretched on a frame before her, but had paused in her labor, and was looking down, as if lost in mute attention. I felt a glow of self-satisfaction, but I recollected at the same time, with a kind of pique, the advantage she had enjoyed over me in our tete-a-tete. I had determined to push my triumph, and accordingly kept on with redoubled ardor, until I had fairly exhausted my subject, or rather my thoughts. I had scarce come to a full stop, when Miss Somerville raised her eyes from the work on which they had been fixed, and turning to her mother observed, "I have been considering, mamma, whether to work these flowers plain or in colors. Had a nice bolt been shot through my heart, it could not have chilled me more effectually. What a fool, thought I, have I been making myself, squandering away fine thoughts and fine language upon a light mind and an ignorant ear. This girl knows nothing of poetry. She has no soul, I fear, for its beauties. Can any one have real sensibility of heart and not be alive to poetry? However, she is young. This part of her education has been neglected. There is time enough to remedy it. I will be her preceptor. I will kindle in her mind the sacred flame, and lead her through the fairy land of song. But after all, it is rather unfortunate that I should have fallen in love with a woman who knows nothing of poetry. End of section 4.
Chapter 5 of Chronicles of Wolfert's Roost and Other Papers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Amanda Leung. Chronicles of Wolfert's Roost and Other Papers by Washington Irving. Mountjoy, Part 2. I passed a day not altogether satisfactory. I was a little disappointed that Miss Somerville did not show more poetical feeling. I am afraid, after all, said I to myself, she is light and girlish and more fitted to pluck wildflowers, play on the flageolet, and romp with little dogs than to converse with a man of my turn. I believe, however, to tell the truth, I was more out of humor with myself. I thought I had made the worst first appearance that ever a hero made, either in novel or fairy tale. I was all out of patience when I called to mind my awkward attempts at ease and elegance in the tête-à-tête, and then my intolerable long lecture about poetry to catch the applause of a heedless auditor. But there I was not to blame. I certainly had been eloquent. It was her fault that the eloquence was wasted. To meditate upon the embroidery of a flower when I was expatiating on the beauties of Milton. She might at least have admired the poetry if she did not relish the manner in which it was delivered, though that was not despicable, for I had recited passages in my best style, which my mother and sisters had always considered equal to a play. Oh, it is evident, thought I, Miss Somerville has very little soul. Such were my fancies and cogitations during the day, the greater part of which was spent in my chamber, for I was still languid. My evening was passed in the drawing-room, where I overlooked Miss Somerville's portfolio of sketches. They were executed with great taste and showed a nice observation of the peculiarities of nature. They were all her own and free from those cunning tints and touches of the drawing-master, by which young ladies' drawings, like their heads, are dressed up for company. There was no garish or vulgar trick of colors either. All was executed with singular truth and simplicity. And yet, thought I, this little being, who has so pure an eye to take in, as in a limpid brook, all the graceful forms and magic tints of nature, has no soul for poetry. Mr. Somerville, toward the latter part of the evening, observing my eye to wander occasionally to the harp, interpreted and met my wishes with his accustomed civility. "Julia, my dear," said he, "Mr. Mountjoy would like to hear a little music from your harp. Let us hear, too, the sound of your voice." Julia immediately complied, without any of that hesitation and difficulty by which young ladies are apt to make the company pay dear for bad music. She sang a sprightly strain in a brilliant style that came trilling playfully over the ear, and the bright eye and dimpling smile showed that her little heart danced with the song. Her pet canary bird, who hung close by, was wakened by the music and burst forth with an emulating strain. Julia smiled with a pretty air of defiance and played louder. After some time the music changed and ran into a plaintive strain in a minor key. Then it was that all the former witchery of her voice came over me. Then it was that she seemed to sing from the heart and to the heart. Her fingers moved about the chords as if they scarcely touched them. Her whole manner and appearance changed. Her eyes beamed with the softest expression. Her countenance, her frame, all seemed subdued into tenderness. She rose from the harp, leaving it still vibrating with sweet sounds, and moved toward her father to bid him good night. His eyes had been fixed on her intently during her performance. As she came before him, he parted her shining ringlets with both his hands and looked down with the fondness of a father on her innocent face. The music seemed still lingering in its lineaments, and the action of her father brought a moist gleam in her eye. He kissed her fair forehead after the French mode of parental caressing. "Good night, and God bless you," said he. "My good little girl." Julia tripped away with a tear in her eye, a dimple in her cheek, and a light heart in her bosom. I thought it the prettiest picture of paternal and filial affection I had ever seen. When I retired to bed, a new train of thoughts crowded into my brain. "After all," said I to myself. It is clear this girl has a soul. Though she was not moved by my eloquence, she has all the outward signs and evidences of poetic feeling. She paints well, has an eye for nature. She's a fine musician, and enters into the very soul of a song. What a pity that she knows nothing of poetry! But we will see what is to be done. I am irretrievably in love with her. What then am I to do? Come down to the level of her mind, or endeavour to raise her to some kind of intellectual equality with myself? That is the most generous course. She will look up to me as a benefactor. I shall become associated in her mind with the lofty thoughts and harmonious graces of poetry. She is apparently docile. Besides, the difference of our ages will give me an ascendancy over her. She cannot be above 16 years of age, and I am full turned of 20. So, having built this most delectable of air castles, I fell asleep. The next morning, I was quite a different being. I no longer felt fearful of stealing a glance at Julia. On the contrary, I contemplated her steadily, with the benignant eye of a benefactor. Shortly after breakfast, I found myself alone with her as I had on the preceding morning, but I felt nothing of the awkwardness of our previous tete-a-tete. I was elevated by the consciousness of my intellectual superiority, and should almost have felt a sentiment of pity for the ignorance of the lovely young being, if I had not felt also the assurance that I should be able to dispel it. But it is time, thought I, to open school. Julia was occupied in arranging some music on her piano. I looked over 2 or 3 songs. They were Moore's Irish melodies. These are pretty things, said I, flirting the leaves over lightly and giving a slight shrug by way of qualifying the opinion. Oh, I love them of all things, said Julia. They're so touching. Then you like them for the poetry, said I, with an encouraging smile. Oh, yes, she thought them charmingly written. Now was my time. Poetry, said I, assuming a didactic attitude and air. Poetry is one of the most pleasing studies that can occupy a youthful mind. It renders us susceptible of the gentle impulses of humanity and cherishes a delicate perception of all that is virtuous and elevated in morals and graceful and beautiful in physics. I was going on in a style that would have graced a professor of rhetoric when I saw a light smile playing about Miss Somerville's mouth, and that she began to turn over the leaves of a music book. I recollected her inattention to my discourse of the preceding morning. There is no fixing her light mind, thought I, by abstract theory. We will proceed practically. As it happened, the identical volume of Milton's Paradise Lost was lying at hand. Let me recommend to you, my young friend, said I, in one of those tones of persuasive admonition which I had so often loved in Glencoe. Let me recommend to you this admirable poem. You will find in it sources of intellectual enjoyment far superior to those songs which have delighted you. Julia looked at the book, and then at me, with a whimsically dubious air. Milton's Paradise Lost? Said she. Oh, I know the greater part of that by heart. I had not expected to find my pupil so far advanced. However, the Paradise Lost is a kind of school book, and its finest passages are given to young ladies as tasks. I find, said I to myself, I must not treat her as so complete a novice. Her inattention yesterday could not have proceeded from absolute ignorance, but merely from a want of poetic feeling. I'll try her again. I now determined to dazzle her with my own erudition, and launched into a harangue that would have done honor to an institute. Pope, Spenser, Chaucer, and the old dramatic writers were all dipped into with the excursive flight of a swallow. I did not confine myself to English poets, but gave a glance at the French and Italian schools. I passed over Ariosto in full wing, but paused on Tasso's Jerusalem Delivered. I dwelt on the character of Clorinda. There's a character, said I, that you will find well worthy a woman's study. It shows to what exalted heights of heroism the sex can rise, how gloriously they may share even in the stern concerns of men. For my part, said Julia, gently taking advantage of a pause, For my part, I prefer the character of Sophronia. I was thunderstruck. She then had read Tasso, this girl that I had been treating as an ignoramus in poetry. She proceeded, with a slight glow of the cheek, summoned up perhaps by a casual glow of feeling. I do not admire those masculine heroines, said she, who aim at the bold qualities of the opposite sex. Now, Sophronia only exhibits the real qualities of a woman, wrought up to their highest excitement. She is modest, gentle, and retiring, as it becomes a woman to be, but she has all the strength of affection proper to a woman. She cannot fight for her people as Clorinda does, but she can offer herself up and die to serve them. You may admire Clorinda, but you surely would be more apt to love Sophronia. At least, added she, suddenly appearing to recollect herself, and blushing at having launched into such a discussion, at least, that is what Papa observed when we read the poem together. Indeed, said I, dryly, for I felt disconcerted and nettled at being unexpectedly lectured by my pupil. Indeed, I do not exactly recollect the passage. Oh, said Julia, I can repeat it to you. And she immediately gave it in Italian. Heavens and earth, here was a situation. I knew no more of Italian than I did of the language of Shalmaneser. What a dilemma for a would-be wise man to be placed in. I saw Julia waited for my opinion. In fact, said I, hesitating, I do not exactly understand Italian. Oh, said Julia, with the utmost naivete. I have no doubt it is very beautiful in the translation. I was glad to break up school and get back to my chamber, full of the mortification which a wise man in love experiences on finding his mistress wiser than himself. Translation, muttered I to myself as I jerked the door shut behind me. I am surprised my father has never had me instructed in the modern languages. They are all important. What is the use of Latin and Greek? No one speaks them. But here, the moment I make my appearance in the world, a little girl slaps Italian in my face. However, thank heaven, a language is easily learned. The moment I return home, I'll set about studying Italian, and, to prevent future surprise, I will study Spanish and German at the same time. And if any young lady attempts to quote Italian upon me again, I'll bury her under a heap of High Dutch poetry. I felt now like some mighty chieftain who has carried the war into a weak country, with full confidence of success, and been repulsed and obliged to draw off his forces from before some inconsiderable fortress. However, thought I have as yet brought only my light artillery into action. We shall see what is to be done with my heavy ordnance. Julia is evidently well versed in poetry, but it is natural she would be so. It is allied to painting and music, and is congenial to the light graces of the female character. We will try her on graver themes. I felt all my pride awakened. It even for a time swelled higher than my love. I was determined completely to establish my mental superiority and subdue the intellect of this little being. It would then be time to sway the scepter of gentle empire and win the affections of her heart. Accordingly, at dinner, I again took the field, en potence. I now addressed myself to Mr. Somerville, for I was about to enter upon topics in which a young girl like her could not be well versed. I led, or rather forced, the conversation into a vein of historical erudition, discussing several of the most prominent facts of ancient history and accompanying them with sound, indisputable apothegms. Mr. Somerville listened to me with the air of a man receiving information. I was encouraged, and went on gloriously from theme to theme of school declamation. I sat with Marius on the ruins of Carthage. I defended the bridge with Horatius Cocles, thrust my hand into the flame with Mardius Scaevola, and plunged with Curtius into the yawning gulf. I fought side by side with Leonidas at the Straits of Thermopylae, and was going full drive into the battle of Plataea when my memory, which is the worst in the world, failed me, just as I wanted the name of the Lacedaemonian commander. Julia, my dear girl, said Mr. Somerville, Perhaps you may recollect the name of which Mr. Mountjoy is in quest? Julia colored slightly. I believe, said she in a low voice, I believe it was Pausanias. This unexpected sally, instead of reinforcing me, threw my whole scheme of battle into confusion, and the Athenians remained unmolested in the field. I am half inclined, since, to think Mr. Somerville meant this as a sly hit at my schoolboy pedantry, but he was too well bred not to seek to relieve me from my mortification. I am half inclined, since, to think Mr. Somerville meant this as a sly hit at my schoolboy pedantry, but he was too well bred not to seek to relieve me from my mortification. Oh, said he, Julia is our family book of reference for names, dates, and distances, and has an excellent memory for history and geography. I now became desperate. As a last resource, I turned to metaphysics. If she is a philosopher in petticoats, thought I, it is all over with me. Here, however, I had the field to myself. I gave chapter and verse of my tutor's lectures, heightened by all his poetical illustrations. I even went farther than he had ever ventured, and plunged into such depths of metaphysics that I was in danger of sticking in the mire at the bottom. Fortunately, I had auditors who apparently could not detect my flounderings. Neither Mr. Somerville nor his daughter offered the least interruption. When the ladies had retired, Mr. Somerville sat some time with me, and as I was no longer anxious to astonish, I permitted myself to listen, and found that he was really agreeable. He was quite communicative, and from his conversation I was enabled to form a juster idea of his daughter's character, and the mode in which she had been brought up. Mr. Somerville had mingled much with the world, and with what is termed fashionable society. He had experienced its cold elegancies and gay insincerities, its dissipation of the spirits and squanderings of the heart. Like many men of the world, though he had wandered too far from nature ever to return to it, yet he had the good taste and good feeling to look back fondly to its simple delights, and to determine that his child, if possible, should never leave them. He had superintended her education with scrupulous care, storing her mind with the graces of polite literature, and with such knowledge as would enable it to furnish its own amusement and occupation, and giving her all the accomplishments that sweeten and enliven the circle of domestic life. He had been particularly sedulous to exclude all fashionable affectations, all false sentiment, false sensibility, and false romance. Whatever advantages she may possess, said he, she is quite unconscious of them. She is a capricious little being in everything but her affections. She is, however, free from art. Simple, ingenuous, innocent, amiable, and, I thank God, happy. Such was the eulogy of a fond father, delivered with a tenderness that touched me. I could not help making a casual inquiry whether, among the graces of polite literature, he had included a slight tincture of metaphysics. He smiled and told me he had not. On the whole, when, as usual, that night, I summed up the day's observations on my pillow, I was not altogether dissatisfied. Miss Somerville, said I, loves poetry, and I like her the better for it. She has the advantage of me in Italian, agreed. What is it to know a variety of languages, but merely to have a variety of sounds to express the same idea? Original thought is the ore of the mind. Language is but the accidental stamp and coinage by which it is put into circulation. If I can furnish an original idea, what care I how many languages she can translate it into? She may be able, also, to quote names and dates and latitudes better than I, but that is a mere effort of the memory. I admit she is more accurate in history and geography than I, but she knows nothing of metaphysics. I had now sufficiently recovered to return home, yet I could not think of leaving Mr. Somerville's without having a little farther conversation with him on the subject of his daughter's education. This Mr. Somerville, thought I, is a very accomplished, elegant man. He has seen a good deal of the world, and upon the whole has profited by what he has seen. He is not without information, and as far as he thinks, appears to think correctly. But, after all, he is rather superficial, and does not think profoundly. He seems to take no delight in those metaphysical abstractions that are the proper ailment of masculine minds. I called to mind various occasions in which I had indulged largely in metaphysical discussions, but could recollect no instance where I had been able to draw him out. He had listened, it is true, with attention, and smiled as if in acquiescence, but had always appeared to avoid reply. Besides, I had made several sad blunders in the glow of eloquent declamation, but he had never interrupted me to notice and correct them, as he would have done if he had been versed in the theme. "Now it is really a great pity," resumed I, "that you should have the entire management of Miss Somerville's education. What a vast advantage it would be if she could be put for a little time under the superintendence of Glencoe. He would throw some deeper shades of thought into her mind, which at present is all sunshine. Not but that Mr. Somerville has done very well, as far as he is gone, but then he has merely prepared the soil for the strong plants of useful knowledge. She is well versed in the leading facts of history and the general course of belles lettres," said I. "A little more philosophy would do wonders." I accordingly took occasion to ask Mr. Somerville for a few moments' conversation in his study the morning I was to depart. When we were alone, I opened the matter fully to him. I commenced with the warmest eulogium of Glencoe's powers of the mind and vast acquirements, and ascribed to him all my proficiency in the higher branches of knowledge. I begged, therefore, to recommend him as a friend calculated to direct the studies of Miss Somerville, to lead her mind by degrees to the contemplation of abstract principles, and to produce habits of philosophical analysis, which, added I, gently smiling, are not often cultivated by young ladies. I ventured to hint, in addition, that he would find Mr. Glencoe a most valuable and interesting acquaintance for himself, one who would stimulate and evolve the powers of his mind, and who might open to him tracts of inquiry and speculation to which perhaps he had hitherto been a stranger. Mr. Somerville listened with grave attention. When I had finished, he thanked me in the politest manner for the interest I took in the welfare of his daughter and himself. He observed that as regarded himself, he was afraid he was too old to benefit by the instructions of Mr. Glencoe, and that as to his daughter, he was afraid her mind was but little fitted for the study of metaphysics. "I do not wish," continued he, "to strain her intellects with subjects they cannot grasp, but to make her familiarly acquainted with those that are within the limits of her capacity. I do not pretend to prescribe the boundaries of female genius, and am far from indulging the vulgar opinion that women are unfitted by nature for the highest intellectual pursuits. I speak only with reference to my daughter's taste and talents. She will never make a learned woman, nor in truth do I desire it, for such is the jealousy of our sex as to mental as well as physical ascendancy that a learned woman is not always the happiest. I do not wish my daughter to excite envy nor to battle with the prejudices of the world, but to glide peaceably through life on the good will and kind opinion of her friends. She has ample employment for her little head in the course I have marked out for her, and is busy at present with some branches of natural history, calculated to awaken her perceptions to the beauties and wonders of nature, and to the inexhaustible volume of wisdom constantly spread open before her eyes. I consider that woman most likely to make an agreeable companion who can draw topics of pleasing remark from every natural object, and most likely to be cheerful and contented, who is continually sensible of the order, the harmony, and the invariable beneficence that reign throughout the beautiful world we inhabit. But," added he, smiling, "I am betraying myself into a lecture instead of merely giving a reply to your kind offer. Permit me to take the liberty, in return, of inquiring a little about your own pursuits. You speak of having finished your education, but of course you have a line of private study and mental occupation marked out, for you must know the importance, both in point, interest, and happiness, of keeping the mind employed. May I ask what system you observe in your intellectual exercises?" "Oh, as to system," I observed, "I could never bring myself into anything of the kind. I thought it best to let my genius take its own course, as it always acted the most vigorously when stimulated by inclination." Mr. Somerville shook his head. "This same genius," said he, "is a wild quality that runs away with our most promising young men. It has become so much the fashion, too, to give it the reins, that it now thought an animal of too noble and generous a nature to be brought to the harness. But it is all a mistake. Nature never designed those high endowments to run riot through society and throw the whole system into confusion. No, my dear sir. Genius, unless it acts upon system, is very apt to be a useless quality to society, sometimes an injurious and certainly a very uncomfortable one to its possessor. I have had many opportunities of seeing the progress through life of young men who were accounted geniuses and have found it too often end in early exhaustion and bitter disappointment, and have as often noticed that these effects might be traced to a total want of system. There were no habits of business, of steady purpose, and regular application superinduced upon the mind. Everything was left to chance and impulse and native luxuriance, and everything, of course, ran to waste and wild entanglement. Excuse me if I am tedious on this point, for I feel solicitous to impress it upon you, being an error extremely prevalent in our country and one into which too many of our youth have fallen. I am happy, however, to observe the zeal which still appears to actuate you for the acquisition of knowledge, and augur every good from the elevated bent of your ambition. May I ask what has been your course of study for the last 6 months? Never was a question more unluckily timed. For the last 6 months, I had been absolutely buried in novels and romances. Mr. Somerville perceived that the question was embarrassing, and with his invariable good breeding, immediately resumed the conversation without waiting for a reply. He took care, however, to turn it in such a way as to draw me from an account of the whole manner in which I had been educated, and the various currents of reading into which my mind had run. He then went on to discuss briefly, but impressively, the different branches of knowledge most important to a young man in my situation. And to my surprise, I found him a complete master of those studies on which I had supposed him ignorant, and on which I had been descanting so confidently. He complimented me, however, very graciously upon the progress I had made, but advised me for the present to turn my attention to the physical rather than the moral sciences. "These studies," said he, "store man's mind with valuable facts, and at the same time repress self-confidence by letting him know how boundless are the realms of knowledge, and how little we can possibly know. Whereas metaphysical studies, though of an ingenious order of intellectual employment, are apt to bewilder some minds with vague speculations. They never know how far they have advanced, or what may be the correctness of their favorite theory. They render many of our young men verbose and declamatory, and prone to mistake the aberrations of their fancy for the inspirations of divine philosophy." I could not but interrupt him to assent to the truth of these remarks, and to say that it had been my lot, in the course of my limited experience, to encounter young men of the kind who had overwhelmed me by their verbosity. Mr. Somerville smiled. "I trust," said he, kindly, "that you will guard against these errors. Avoid the eagerness with which a young man is apt to hurry into conversation, and to utter the crude and ill-digested notions which he has picked up in his recent studies. Be assured that extensive and accurate knowledge is the slow acquisition of a studious lifetime, that a young man, however pregnant his wit and prompt his talent, can have mastered but the rudiments of learning, and, in a manner, attained the implements of study. Whatever may have been your past assiduity, you must be sensible that as yet you have but reached the threshold of true knowledge, but at the same time you have the advantage that you are still very young and have ample time to learn." Here our conference ended. I walked out of the study, a very different being from what I was on entering it. I had gone in with the air of a professor about to deliver a lecture. I came out like a student who had failed his examination and been degraded in his class. Very young, and on the threshold of knowledge. This was extremely flattering to one who had considered himself an accomplished scholar and profound philosopher. "It is singular," thought I. "There seems to have been a spell upon my faculties ever since I've been in this house. I certainly have not been able to do myself justice. Whenever I have undertaken to advise, I've had the tables turned upon me. It must be that I am strange and diffident among people I am not accustomed to. I wish they could hear me talk at home. After all, added I, on farther reflection, after all, there is a great deal of force in what Mr. Somerville has said. Somehow or other these men of the world do now and then hit upon remarks that would do credit to a philosopher. Some of his general observations came so home that I almost thought they were meant for myself. His advice about adopting a system of study is very judicious. I will immediately put it in practice. My mind shall operate henceforward with the regularity of clockwork. How far I succeeded in adopting this plan, how I fared in the farther pursuit of knowledge, and how I succeeded in my suit to Julia Somerville, may afford matter for a farther communication to the public if this simple record of my early life is fortunate enough to excite any curiosity. End of chapter 5.
Section number 6 of Chronicles of Wolfert's Roost and Other Papers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Brianna Childs. Chronicles of Wolfert's Roost and Other Papers by Washington Irving. The Bermudas. A Shakespearean research by the author of the sketchbook. Who did not think, till within these 4 years, but that the islands had been rather a habitation for the divils than fit for men to dwell in? Who did not hate the name when he was on land, and shun the place when he was on the seas? But behold, the misprison and conceit of the world. For true and large experience hath now told us, it is one of the sweetest paradises that be upon the earth. A plain descript of the Bermudas, 1613. In the course of a voyage home from England, our ship had been struggling for 2 or 3 weeks with perverse headwinds and a stormy sea. It was in the month of May, yet the weather had at times a wintry sharpness, and it was apprehended that we were in the neighborhood of floating islands of ice, which, at that season of year, drift out of the Gulf of St. Lawrence, and sometimes occasion the wreck of noble ships. Wearied out by the continued opposition of the elements, our captain at length bore away to the south, in hopes of catching the expiring breath of the trade winds, and making what is called the Southern Passage. A few days wrought, as it were, a magical sea change in everything around us. We seemed to emerge into a different world. The late dark and angry sea, lashed up into roaring and swashing surges, became calm and sunny. The rude winds died away, and gradually a light breeze sprang up directly aft, filling out every sail and wafting us smoothly along on an even keel. The air softened into a bland and delightful temperature. Dolphins began to play about us. The Nautilus came floating by like a fairy ship with its mimic sail and rainbow tints, and flying fish from time to time made their short, excursive flights, and occasionally fell upon the deck. The cloaks and overcoats in which we had hitherto wrapped ourselves and moped about the vessel were thrown aside, for a summer warmth had succeeded to the late wintry chills. Sails were stretched as awnings over the quarter-deck to protect us from the midday sun. Under these we lounged away the day, in luxurious indolence, musing, with half-shut eyes, upon the quiet ocean. The night was scarcely less beautiful than the day. The rising moon sent a quivering column of silver along the undulating surface of the deep, and, gradually climbing to heaven, lit up our towering topsails and swelling mainsails, and spread a pale, mysterious light around. As our ship made her whispering way through this dreamy world of waters, every boisterous sound on board was charmed to silence, and a low whistle, or drowsy song of a sailor from the forecastle, or the tinkling of a guitar, and the soft warbling of a female voice from the quarter-deck seemed to derive a witching melody from the scene and hour. I was reminded of Oberon's exquisite description of music and moonlight on the ocean. Thou rememberest, since once I sat upon a promontory, and heard a mermaid on the dolphin's back, uttering such dulcet and harmonious breath, that the rude sea grew civil at her song, and certain stars shot madly from their spheres to hear the sea-maid's music. Indeed, I was in the very mood to conjure up all the imaginary beings with which poetry has peopled old ocean, and almost ready to fancy I heard the distant song of the mermaid, or the mellow shell of the Triton, and to picture myself Neptune and Amphitrite with all their pageant sweeping along the dim horizon. A day or two of such fanciful voyaging brought us in sight of the Bermudas, which first looked like mere summer clouds peering above the quiet ocean. All day we glided along in sight of them, with just wind enough to fill our sails, and never did land appear more lovely. They were clad in emerald verdure beneath the serenest of skies. Not an angry wave broke upon their quiet shores, and small fishing craft, riding on the crystal waves, seemed as if hung in air. It was such a scene that Fletcher pictured to himself when he extolled the halcyon lot of the fishermen. Ah, would thou knowest how much it better were to abide among the simple fisher swains. No shrieking owl, no night crow lodgeth here, nor is our simple pleasure mixed with pains. Our sport begins with the beginning year, in calms to pull the leaping fish to land, in roughs to sing and dance along the yellow sand. In contemplating these beautiful islands and the peaceful sea around them, I could hardly realize that these were the still vexed Bermudas of Shakespeare, once the dread of mariners and infamous in the narratives of the early discoverers for dangers and disasters which beset them. Such, however, was the case, and the islands derived additional interest in my eyes from fancying that I could trace in their early history, and in the superstitious notions connected with them, some of the elements of Shakespeare's wild and beautiful drama of The Tempest. I shall take the liberty of citing a few historical facts in support of this idea, which may claim some additional attention from the American reader, as being connected with the first settlement of Virginia. At the time when Shakespeare was in the fullness of his talent, and seizing upon everything that could furnish alignment to his imagination, the colonization of Virginia was a favorite object of enterprise among people of condition in England, and several of the courtiers of the court of Queen Elizabeth were personally engaged in it. In the year 1609, a noble armament of 9 ships and 500 men sailed for the relief of the colony. It was commanded by Sir George Somers as admiral, a gallant and generous gentleman, above 60 years of age and possessed of an ample fortune, yet still bent upon hardy enterprise and ambitious of signalizing himself in the service of his country. On board his flagship, the Sea Vulture, sailed also Sir Thomas Gates, Lieutenant General of the colony. The voyage was long and boisterous. On the 25th of July, the admiral's ship was separated from the rest in a hurricane. For several days she was driven about at the mercy of the elements, and so strained and racked that her seams yawned open, and her hold was half filled with water. The storm subsided, but left her a mere foundering wreck. The crew stood in the hold to their waists in water. vainly endeavoring to bail her with kettles, buckets, and other vessels. The leaks rapidly gained on them, while their strength was as rapidly declining. They lost all hope of keeping the ship afloat until they should reach the American coast, and, wearied with fruitless toil, determined in their despair to give up all further attempt, shut down the hatches, and abandon themselves to Providence. Some, who had spirituous liquors, or comfortable waters, as the old record quaintly terms them, brought them forth, and shared them with their comrades, and they all drank a sad farewell to one another, as men who were soon to part company in this world. In this moment of extremity, the worthy admiral, who kept sleepless watch from the high stern of the vessel, gave a thrilling cry of "Land!" All rushed on deck in a frenzy of joy, and now nothing was to be seen or heard on board but the transports of men who felt as if rescued from the grave. It is true, the land in sight would not, in ordinary circumstances, have inspired much self-gratulation. It could be nothing else but the group of islands called after their discoverer, one Juan Bermudas, a Spaniard, but stigmatized among the mariners of those days as the Islands of Devils. For the islands of the Bermudas, says the old narrative of this voyage, as every man knoweth that hath heard or read of them, were never inhabited by any Christian or heathen people, but were ever esteemed and reputed a most prodigious and enchanted place, affording nothing but gusts, storms, and foul weather, which made every navigator and mariner to avoid them, as Scylla and Charybdis, or as they would shun the devil himself. Footnote, plain description of the Bermudas. Sir George Somers and his tempest-tossed comrades, however, hailed them with rapture, as if they had been a terrestrial paradise. Every sail was spread, and every exertion made to urge the foundering ship to land. Before long she struck upon a rock. Fortunately, the late stormy winds had subsided, and there was no surf. A swelling wave lifted her off the rock and bore her to another. And thus she was borne on from rock to rock until she remained wedged between two as firmly as if set upon the stocks. The boats were immediately lowered, and though the shore was above a mile distant, the whole crew were landed in safety. Everyone now had his task assigned to him. Some made all haste to unload the ship before she should go to pieces. Some constructed wigwams of palmetto leaves, and others ranged the island in quest of wood and water. To their surprise and joy, they found it far different from the desolate and frightful place they had been taught by seamen's stories to expect. It was well wooded and fertile. There were birds of various kinds, and herds of swine roaming about, the progeny of a number that had swam ashore in former years from a Spanish wreck. The islands abounded with turtle, and great quantities of their eggs were to be found among the rocks. The bays and inlets were full of fish, so tame that if anyone stepped into the water, they would throng around him. Sir George Somers, in a little while, caught enough with hook and line to furnish a meal to his whole ship's company. Some of them were so large that two were as much as a man could carry. Crawfish also were taken in abundance. The air was soft and salubrious, and the sky beautifully serene. Waller, in his Summer Islands, has given us a faithful picture of the climate. For the kind spring, which but salutes us here, inhabits these, and courts them all the year. Ripe fruits and blossoms on the same trees live. At once they promise, and at once they give. So sweet the air, and moderate the clime. None sickly lives, or dies before his time. Heaven sure has kept this spot of earth uncursed, to show how all things were created first. We may imagine the feelings of the shipwrecked marines on finding themselves cast by stormy seas upon so happy a coast, where abundance was to be had without labor, where what in other climes constituted the costly luxuries of the rich were within every man's reach, and where life promised to be a mere holiday. Many of the common sailors, especially, declared they desired no better lot than to pass the rest of their lives on this favored island. The commanders, however, were not so ready to console themselves with mere physical comforts, for the severance of the enjoyment of cultivated life and all the objects of honorable ambition. Despairing the arrival of any chance ship on these shunned and dreaded islands, they fitted out the longboat, making a deck of the ship's hatches, and having manned her with 8 picked men, dispatched her, under the command of an able and hardy mariner named Raven, to proceed to Virginia, and procure shipping to be sent to their relief. While waiting in anxious idleness for the arrival of the looked-for aid, dissensions arose between Sir George Somers and Sir Thomas Gates, originating, very probably, in jealousy of the lead which the nautical experience and professional station of the admiral gave him in the present emergency. Each commander, of course, had his adherents. These dissensions ripened into a complete schism, and this handful of shipwrecked men, thus thrown together on an uninhabited island, separated into 2 parties, and lived asunder in bitter feud, as men rendered fickle by prosperity, instead of being brought into brotherhood by a common calamity. Weeks and months elapsed without bringing the looked-for aid from Virginia, though the colony was within but a few days' sail. Fears were now entertained that the longboat had been either swallowed up in the sea or wrecked on some savage coast, one or other of which most probably was the case, as nothing was ever heard of Raven and his comrades. Each party now set to work to build a vessel for itself out of the cedar with which the island abounded. The wreck of the Sea Vulture furnished rigging and various other articles, but they had no iron for bolts and other fastenings, and for want of pitch and tar they paid the seams of their vessels with lime and turtle's oil, which soon dried and became as hard as stone. On the 10th of May, 1610, they set sail, having been about 9 months on the island. They reached Virginia without further accident, but found the colony in great distress for provisions. The account they gave of the abundance that reigned in the Bermudas, and especially of the herds of swine that roamed the island, determined Lord Delaware, the governor of Virginia, to send thither for supplies. Sir George Somers, with his wonted promptness and generosity, offered to undertake what was still considered a dangerous voyage. Accordingly, on the 19th of June, he set sail in his own cedar vessel of 30 tons, accompanied by another small vessel commanded by Captain Argall. The gallant Somers was doomed again to be tempest-tossed. His companion vessel was soon driven back to port, but he kept the sea, and, as usual, remained at his post on deck in all weathers. His voyage was long and boisterous, and the fatigues and exposure which he underwent were too much for a frame impaired by age and by previous hardships. He arrived at Bermudas completely exhausted and broken down. His nephew, Captain Matthew Somers, attended him in his illness with affectionate assiduity. Finding his end approaching, the veteran called his men together and exhorted them to be true to the interests of Virginia, to procure provisions with all possible dispatch, and hasten back to the relief of the colony. With this dying charge he gave up the ghost, leaving us nephew and crew overwhelmed with grief and consternation. Their first thought was to pay honor to his remains. Opening the body, they took out the heart and entrails and buried them, erecting a cross over the grave. They then embalmed the body and set sail with it for England. Thus, while paying empty honors to their deceased commander, neglecting his earnest wish and dying injunction that they should return with relief to Virginia. The little bark arrived safely at Whitechurch in Dorsetshire with its melancholy freight. The body of the worthy Somers was interred with the military honors due to a brave soldier, and many volleys were fired over his grave. The Bermudas have since received the name of the Summer Islands as a tribute to his memory. The accounts given by Captain Matthew Somers and his crew of the delightful climate and the great beauty, fertility, and abundance of these islands excited the zeal of enthusiasts and the cupidity of speculators, and a plan was set on foot to colonize them. The Virginia Company sold their right to the islands to 120 of their own members, who erected themselves into a distinct corporation under the name of the Summer Island Society, and Mr. Richard Moore was sent out in 1612 as governor with 60 men to found a colony. And this leads me to the second branch of this research. End of section number 6.
Section 7 of Chronicles of Wolfert's Roost and Other Papers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chronicles of Wolfert's Roost and Other Papers by Washington Irving. The Widow's Ordeal, or A Judicial Trial by Combat. The world is daily growing older and wiser. Its institutions vary with its years and mark its growing wisdom, and none more so than its modes of investigating truth and ascertaining guilt or innocence. In its nonage, when man was yet a fallible being and doubted the accuracy of his own intellect, appeals were made to heaven in dark and doubtful cases of atrocious accusation. The accused was required to plunge his hand in boiling oil, or to walk across red-hot plowshares, or to maintain his innocence in armed fight and listed field, in person or by champion. If he passed these ordeals unscathed, he stood acquitted, and the result was regarded as a verdict from on high. It is somewhat remarkable that, in the gallant age of chivalry, the gentler sex should have been most frequently the subjects of these rude trials and perilous ordeals, and that, too, when assailed in their most delicate and vulnerable part, their honor. In the present very old and enlightened age of the world, when the human intellect is perfectly competent to the management of its own concerns, and needs no special interposition of heaven in its affairs, the trial by jury has superseded these superhuman ordeals, and the unanimity of 12 discordant minds is necessary to constitute a verdict. Such a unanimity would, at first sight, appear also to require a miracle from heaven, but it is produced by a simple device of human ingenuity. The 12 jurors are locked up in their box, there to fast until abstinence shall have so clarified their intellects that the whole jarring panel can discern the truth, and concur in a unanimous decision. One point is certain: the truth is one and is immutable. Until the jurors all agree, they cannot all be right. It is not our intention, however, to discuss this great judicial point, or to question the avowed superiority of the mode of investigating truth adopted in this antiquated and very sagacious era. It is our object merely to exhibit to the curious reader one of the most memorable cases of judicial combat we find in the annals of Spain. It occurred at the bright commencement of the reign, and in the youthful and as yet glorious days of Roderick the Goth, who subsequently tarnished his fame at home by his misdeeds, and finally lost his kingdom and his life on the banks of the Guadalete in that disastrous battle which gave up Spain a conquest to the Moors. The following is the story. There was once upon a time a certain Duke of Lorraine, who was acknowledged throughout his domains to be one of the wisest princes that ever lived. In fact, there was no one measure adopted by him that did not astonish his privy councillors and gentlemen in attendance. And he said such witty things and made such sensible speeches that the jaws of his high chamberlain were well nigh dislocated from laughing with delight at one and gaping with wonder at the other. This very witty and exceedingly wise potentate lived for half a century in single blessedness. At length his courtiers began to think it a great pity so wise and wealthy a prince should not have a child after his own likeness, to inherit his talents and domains. So they urged him most respectfully to marry, for the good of his estate and the welfare of his subjects. He turned their advice over in his mind some 4 or 5 years, and then sent forth emissaries to summon to his court all the beautiful maidens in the land who were ambitious of sharing a ducal crown. The court was soon crowded with beauties of all styles and complexions, from among whom he chose one in the earliest budding of her charms, and acknowledged by all the gentlemen to be unparalleled for grace and loveliness. The courtiers extolled the Duke to the skies for making such a choice, and considered it another proof of his great wisdom. "The Duke," said they, "is waxing a little too old. The damsel, on the other hand, is a little too young. If one is lacking in years, the other has a superabundance. Thus a want on one side is balanced by an excess on the other, and the result is a well-assorted marriage." The Duke, as is often the case with wise men who marry rather late and take damsels rather youthful to their bosoms, became dotingly fond of his wife, and very properly indulged her in all things. He was consequently cried up by his subjects in general, and by the ladies in particular, as a pattern for husbands, and in the end, from the wonderful docility with which he submitted to be reined and checked, acquired the amiable and enviable appellation of Duke Philibert the wife-ridden. There was only one thing that disturbed the conjugal felicity of this paragon of husbands. Though a considerable time elapsed after his marriage, there was still no prospect of an heir. The good Duke left no means untried to propitiate heaven. He made vows and pilgrimages, he fasted and he prayed, but all to no purpose. The courtiers were all astonished at the circumstance. They could not account for it. While the meanest peasant in the country had sturdy brats by dozens without putting up a prayer, the Duke wore himself to skin and bone with penances and fastings, yet seemed farther off from his object than ever. At length the worthy prince fell dangerously ill, and felt his end approaching. He looked sorrowfully and dubiously upon his young and tender spouse, who hung over him with tears and sobbings. "Alas," said he, "tears are soon dried from youthful eyes, and sorrow lies lightly on a youthful heart. In a little while thou wilt forget in the arms of another husband him who has loved thee so tenderly." "Never, never," cried the Duchess. "Never will I cleave to another. Alas, that my lord should think me capable of such inconstancy." The worthy and wife-ridden Duke was soothed by her assurances, for he could not brook the thought of giving her up even after he should be dead. Still he wished to have some pledge of her enduring constancy. "Far be it from me, my dearest wife," said he, "to control thee through a long life. A year and a day of strict fidelity will appease my troubled spirit. Promise to remain faithful to my memory for a year and a day, and I will die in peace." The Duchess made a solemn vow to that effect, but the uxorious feelings of the Duke were not yet satisfied. "Safe bind, safe find," thought he, so he made a will, bequeathing to her all his domains, on condition of her remaining true to him for a year and a day after his decease. But should it appear that, within that time, she had in any wise lapsed from her fidelity, the inheritance should go to his nephew, the lord of a neighboring territory. Having made his will, the good Duke died and was buried. Scarcely was he in his tomb when his nephew came to take possession, thinking, as his uncle had died without issue, the domains would be devised to him of course. He was in a furious passion when the will was produced, and the young widow declared inheritor of the dukedom. As he was a violent, high-handed man and one of the sturdiest knights in the land, fears were entertained that he might attempt to seize on the territories by force. He had, however, 2 bachelor uncles for bosom counselors, swaggering, rake-helly old cavaliers, who, having led loose and riotous lives, prided themselves upon knowing the world and being deeply experienced in human nature. "Prithee, man, be of good cheer," said they. "The Duchess is a young and buxom widow. She has just buried our brother who, God rest his soul, was somewhat too much given to praying and fasting, and kept his pretty wife always tied to his girdle. She is now like a bird from a cage. Think you she will keep her vow? Pooh, pooh, impossible! Take our words for it. We know mankind, and above all womankind. She cannot hold out for such a length of time. It is not in womanhood. It is not in widowhood. We know it, and that's enough. Keep a sharp lookout upon the widow, therefore, and within the 12th month you will catch her tripping, and then the dukedom is your own." The nephew was pleased with this counsel, and immediately placed spies round the Duchess, and bribed several of her servants to keep watch upon her, so that she could not take a single step, even from one apartment of her palace to another, without being observed. Never was young and beautiful widow exposed to so terrible an ordeal. The Duchess was aware of the watch thus kept upon her. Though confident of her own rectitude, she knew that it is not enough for a woman to be virtuous, she must be above the reach of slander. For the whole term of her probation, therefore, she proclaimed a strict non-intercourse with the other sex. She had females for cabinet ministers and chamberlains, through whom she transacted all her public and private concerns, and it is said that never were the affairs of the dukedom so adroitly administered. All males were rigorously excluded from the palace. She never went out of its precincts, and whenever she moved about its courts and gardens, she surrounded herself with a bodyguard of young maids of honor, commanded by dames renowned for discretion. She slept in a bed without curtains, placed in the center of a room illuminated by innumerable wax tapers. 4 ancient spinsters, virtuous as Virginia, perfect dragons of watchfulness, who only slept during the daytime, kept vigils throughout the night, seated in the 4 corners of the room on stools without backs or arms, and with seats cut in checkers of the hardest wood to keep them from dozing. Thus wisely and wearily did the young Duchess conduct herself for 12 long months, and slander almost bit her tongue off in despair at finding no room even for a surmise. Never was ordeal more burdensome or more enduringly sustained. The year passed away. The last odd day arrived, and a long, long day it was. It was the 21st of June, the longest day in the year. It seemed as if it would never come to an end. 1,000 times did the Duchess and her ladies watch the sun from the windows of the palace as he slowly climbed the vault of heaven and seemed still more slowly to roll down. They could not help expressing their wonder, now and then, why the Duke should have tagged this supernumerary day to the end of the year, as if 365 days were not sufficient to try and task the fidelity of any woman. It is the last grain that turns the scale, the last drop that overflows the goblet, and the last moment of delay that exhausts the patience. By the time the sun sank below the horizon, the Duchess was in a fidget that passed all bounds, and though several hours were yet to pass before the day regularly expired, she could not have remained those hours in durance to gain a royal crown, much less a ducal coronet. So she gave orders, and her palfrey, magnificently caparisoned, was brought into the courtyard of the castle, with palfreys for all her ladies in attendance. In this way she sallied forth, just as the sun had gone down. It was a mission of piety, a pilgrim cavalcade to a convent at the foot of a neighboring mountain, to return thanks to the Blessed Virgin for having sustained her through this fearful ordeal. The orisons performed, the Duchess and her ladies returned, ambling gently along the border of a forest. It was about that mellow hour of twilight when night and day are mingled and all objects are indistinct. Suddenly, some monstrous animal sprang from out a thicket, with fearful howlings. The female bodyguard was thrown into confusion and fled different ways. It was some time before they recovered from their panic and gathered once more together. But the Duchess was not to be found. The greatest anxiety was felt for her safety. The hazy mist of twilight had prevented their distinguishing perfectly the animal which had affrighted them. Some thought it a wolf, others a bear, others a wild man of the woods. For upwards of an hour did they beleaguer the forest, without daring to venture in, and were on the point of giving up the Duchess as torn to pieces and devoured, when, to their great joy, they beheld her advancing in the gloom, supported by a stately cavalier. He was a stranger knight whom nobody knew. It was impossible to distinguish his countenance in the dark, but all the ladies agreed that he was of noble presence and captivating address. He had rescued the Duchess from the very fangs of the monster, which, he assured the ladies, was neither a wolf, nor a bear, nor yet a wild man of the woods, but a veritable fiery dragon, a species of monster peculiarly hostile to beautiful females in the days of chivalry, and which all the efforts of knight-errantry had not been able to extirpate. The ladies crossed themselves when they heard of the danger from which they had escaped, and could not enough admire the gallantry of the cavalier. The Duchess would fain have prevailed on her deliverer to accompany her to her court, but he had no time to spare, being a knight-errant who had many adventures on hand, and many distressed damsels and afflicted widows to rescue and relieve in various parts of the country. Taking a respectful leave, therefore, he pursued his wayfaring, and the Duchess and her train returned to the palace. Throughout the whole way the ladies were unwearied in chanting the praises of the stranger knight. Nay, many of them would willingly have incurred the danger of the dragon to have enjoyed the happy deliverance of the Duchess. As to the latter, she rode pensively along, but said nothing. No sooner was the adventure of the wood made public than a whirlwind was raised about the ears of the beautiful Duchess. The blustering nephew of the deceased Duke went about, armed to the teeth, with a swaggering uncle at each shoulder, ready to back him, and swore the Duchess had forfeited her domain. It was in vain that she called all the saints and angels and her ladies in attendance into the bargain, to witness that she had passed a year and a day of immaculate fidelity. One fatal hour remained to be accounted for, and into the space of one little hour sins enough may be conjured up by evil tongues to blast the fame of a whole life of virtue. The two graceless uncles, who had seen the world, were ever ready to bolster the matter through, and as they were brawny, broad-shouldered warriors, and veterans in brawl as well as debauch, they had great sway with the multitude. If anyone pretended to assert the innocence of the Duchess, they interrupted him with a loud "ha, ha" of derision. "A pretty story, truly," would they cry, "about a wolf and a dragon, and a young widow rescued in the dark by a sturdy varlet, who dares not show his face in the daylight. You may tell that to those who do not know human nature. For our parts, we know the sex, and that's enough." If, however, the other repeated his assertion, they would suddenly knit their brows, swell, look big, and put their hands upon their swords. As few people like to fight in a cause that does not touch their own interests, the nephew and the uncles were suffered to have their way, and swagger uncontradicted. The matter was at length referred to a tribunal composed of all the dignitaries of the dukedom, and many and repeated consultations were held. The character of the Duchess throughout the year was as bright and spotless as the moon in a cloudless night. One fatal hour of darkness alone intervened to eclipse its brightness. Finding human sagacity incapable of dispelling the mystery, it was determined to leave the question to heaven, or, in other words, to decide it by the ordeal of the sword, a sage tribunal in the age of chivalry. The nephew and two bully uncles were to maintain their accusation in listed combat, and 6 months were allowed to the Duchess to provide herself with 3 champions to meet them in the field. Should she fail in this, or should her champions be vanquished, her honor would be considered as attainted, her fidelity as forfeit, and her dukedom would go to the nephew as a matter of right. With this determination the Duchess was fain to comply, Proclamations were accordingly made, and heralds sent to various parts. But day after day, week after week, and month after month elapsed, without any champion appearing to assert her loyalty throughout that darksome hour. The fair widow was reduced to despair when tidings reached her of grand tournaments to be held at Toledo, in celebration of the nuptials of Don Roderick, the last of the Gothic kings, with the Morisco princess Excelona. As a last resort, the Duchess repaired to the Spanish court to implore the gallantry of its assembled chivalry. The ancient city of Toledo was a scene of gorgeous revelry on the event of the royal nuptials. The youthful king, brave, ardent, and magnificent, and his lovely bride, beaming with all the radiant beauty of the East, were hailed with shouts and acclamations whenever they appeared. Their nobles vied with each other in the luxury of their attire, their prancing steeds, and splendid retinues, and the haughty dames of the court appeared in a blaze of jewels. In the midst of all this pageantry, the beautiful but afflicted Duchess of Lorraine made her approach to the throne. She was dressed in black and closely veiled, 4 duennas of the most staid and severe aspect, and 6 beautiful demoiselles formed her female attendants. She was guarded by several very ancient, withered, and gray-headed cavaliers, and her train was borne by one of the most deformed and diminutive dwarfs in existence. Advancing to the foot of the throne, she knelt down, and throwing up her veil, revealed a countenance so beautiful that half the courtiers present were ready to renounce wives and mistresses and devote themselves to her service. But when she made known that she came in quest of champions to defend her fame, every cavalier pressed forward to offer his arm and sword, without inquiring into the merits of the case, for it seemed clear that so beauteous a lady could have done nothing but what was right, and that, at any rate, she ought to be championed in following the bent of her humors, whether right or wrong. Encouraged by such gallant zeal, the Duchess suffered herself to be raised from the ground and related the whole story of her distress. When she concluded, the king remained for some time silent, charmed by the music of her voice. At length, "As I hope for salvation, most beautiful Duchess," said he, "were I not a sovereign king and bound in duty to my kingdom, I myself would put lance in rest to vindicate your cause. As it is, I here give full permission to my knights, and promise lists and a fair field, and that the contest shall take place before the walls of Toledo, in presence of my assembled court." As soon as the pleasure of the king was known, there was a strife among the cavaliers present for the honor of the contest. It was decided by lot, and the successful candidates were objects of great envy, for everyone was ambitious of finding favor in the eyes of the beautiful widow. Missives were sent summoning the nephew and his 2 uncles to Toledo to maintain their accusation, and a day was appointed for the combat. When the day arrived, all Toledo was in commotion at an early hour. The lists had been prepared in the usual place, just without the walls, at the foot of the rugged rocks on which the city is built, and on that beautiful meadow along the Tagus, known by the name of the King's Garden. The populace had already assembled, each one eager to secure a favorable place. The balconies were filled with the ladies of the court, clad in their richest attire, and bands of youthful knights, splendidly armed and decorated with their ladies' devices, were managing their superbly caparisoned steeds about the field. The king at length came forth in state, accompanied by the Queen Excelona. They took their seats in a raised balcony, under a canopy of rich damask, and at sight of them the people rent the air with acclamations. The nephew and his uncles now rode into the field, armed cap à pie, and followed by a train of cavaliers of their own roistering caste, great swearers and carousers, errant swashbucklers, with clanking armor and jingling spurs. When the people of Toledo beheld the vaunting and discourteous appearance of these knights, they were more anxious than ever for the success of the gentle Duchess. But at the same time, the sturdy and stalwart frames of these warriors showed that whoever won the victory from them must do it at the cost of many a bitter blow. As the nephew and his riotous crew rode in at one side of the field, the fair widow appeared at the other, with her suite of grave, grey-headed courtiers, her ancient duennas and dainty demoiselles, and the little dwarf toiling along under the weight of her train. Everyone made way for her as she passed, and blessed her beautiful face, and prayed for success to her cause. She took her seat in a lower balcony not far from the sovereigns, and her pale face, set off by her mourning weeds, was as the moon shining forth from among the clouds of night. The trumpet sounded for the combat. The warriors were just entering the lists when a stranger knight, armed in panoply, and followed by 2 pages and an esquire, came galloping into the field, and riding up to the royal balcony, claimed the combat as a matter of right. "In me," cried he, "behold the cavalier who had the happiness to rescue the beautiful Duchess from the peril of the forest, and the misfortune to bring on her this grievous calumny. It was but recently, in the course of my errantry, the tidings of her wrongs have reached my ears, and I have urged hither at all speed to stand forth in her vindication." No sooner did the Duchess hear the accents of the knight than she recognized his voice, and joined her prayers with his that he might enter the lists. The difficulty was to determine which of the 3 champions already appointed should yield his place, each insisting on the honor of the combat. The stranger knight would have settled the point by taking the whole contest upon himself, but this the other knights would not permit. It was at length determined, as before, by lot, and the cavalier who lost the chance retired murmuring and disconsolate. The trumpets again sounded. The lists were opened. The arrogant nephew and his 2 draw-cancer uncles appeared so completely cased in steel that they and their steeds were like moving masses of iron. When they understood the stranger knight to be the same that had rescued the Duchess from her peril, they greeted him with the most boisterous derision. "Oh ho, Sir Knight of the Dragon," said they, "you who pretend to champion fair widows in the dark, come on, and vindicate your deeds of darkness in the open day." The only reply of the cavalier was to put lance in rest and brace himself for the encounter. Needless is it to relate the particulars of a battle, which was like so many hundred combats that have been said and sung in prose and verse. Who is there but must have foreseen the event of a contest where heaven had to decide on the guilt or innocence of the most beautiful and immaculate of widows? The sagacious reader, deeply read in this kind of judicial combats, can imagine the encounter of the graceless nephew and the stranger knight. He sees their concussion man to man and horse to horse in mid-career, and Sir Graceless hurled to the ground and slain. He will not wonder that the assailants of the brawny uncles were less successful in their rude encounter, but he will picture to himself the stout stranger spurring to their rescue in the very critical moment. He will see him transfixing one with his lance and cleaving the other to the chine with a backstroke of his sword, thus leaving the trio of accusers dead upon the field, and establishing the immaculate fidelity of the Duchess and her title to the dukedom beyond the shadow of a doubt. The air rang with acclamations. Nothing was heard but praises of the beauty and virtue of the Duchess and of the prowess of the stranger knight. But the public joy was still more increased when the champion raised his visor and revealed the countenance of one of the bravest cavaliers of Spain, renowned for his gallantry in the service of the sex, and who had been round the world in quest of similar adventures. That worthy knight, however, was severely wounded, and remained for a long time ill of his wounds. The lovely Duchess, grateful for having twice owed her protection to his arm, attended him daily during his illness, and finally rewarded his gallantry with her hand. The king would fain have had the knight establish his title to such high advancement by farther deeds of arms, but his courtiers declared that he already merited the lady by thus vindicating her fame and fortune in a deadly combat to outrance, and the lady herself hinted that she was perfectly satisfied of his prowess in arms from the proofs she had received of his achievement in the forest. Their nuptials were celebrated with great magnificence. The present husband of the Duchess did not pray and fast like his predecessor Philibert the wife-ridden, yet he found greater favor in the eyes of heaven, for their union was blessed with numerous progeny, the daughters chaste and beauteous as their mother, the sons stout and valiant as their sire, and renowned, like him, for relieving disconsolate damsels and Desolated Widows. End of Section 7, read by Martha Weller, Champaign, Illinois, May 8, 2023.
Section 8 of the Chronicles of Wolfert's Roost and Other Papers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ben Tucker. Chronicles of Wolfert's Roost and Other Papers by Washington Irving. The Knight of Malta. In the course of a tour in Sicily, in the days of my juvenility, I passed some little time at the ancient city of Catania, at the foot of Mount Etna. Here I became acquainted with the Chevalier L., an old knight of Malta. It was not many years after the time that Napoleon had dislodged the knights from their island, and he still wore the insignia of his order. He was not, however, one of those relics of that once chivalrous body who have been described as a few worn-out old men creeping about certain parts of Europe with the Maltese cross on their breasts. On the contrary, though advanced in life, his form was still lithe and vigorous. He had a pale, thin, intellectual visage, with a high forehead and a bright, visionary eye. He seemed to take a fancy to me, as I certainly did to him, and we soon became intimate. I visited him occasionally at his apartments, in the wing of an old palace looking toward Mount Etna. He was an antiquary, a virtuoso, and a connoisseur. His rooms were decorated with mutilated statues, dug up from Grecian and Roman ruins, old vases, lacrimals, and sepulchral lamps. He had astronomical and chemical instruments, and black letter books in various languages. I found that he had dipped a little in chimerical studies, and had a hankering after astrology and alchemy. He affected to believe in dreams and visions, and delighted in the fanciful Rosicrucian doctrines. I cannot persuade myself, however, that he really believed in all these. I rather think he loved to let his imagination carry him away into the boundless fairyland which they unfolded. In company with the Chevalier, I made several excursions on horseback about the environs of Catania and the picturesque skirts of Mount Etna. One of these led through a village which had sprung up on the very track of an ancient eruption, the houses being built of lava. At one time we passed for some distance along a narrow lane between two high dead convent walls. It was a cutthroat-looking place, in a country where assassinations are frequent, and just about midway through it we observed blood upon the pavement and the walls, as if a murder had actually been committed there. The Chevalier spurred on his horse until he had extricated himself completely from this suspicious neighborhood. He then observed that it reminded him of a similar blind alley in Malta, infamous on account of the many assassinations that had taken place there, concerning one of which he related a long and tragical story that lasted until we reached Catania. It involved various circumstances of a wild and supernatural character, but which he assured me were handed down in tradition, and generally credited by the old inhabitants of Malta. As I like to pick up strange stories, and as I was particularly struck with several parts of this, I made a minute of it on my return to my lodgings. The memorandum was lost with several of my traveling papers, and the story had faded from my mind, when recently, on perusing a French memoir, I came suddenly upon it, dressed up, it is true, in a very different manner, but agreeing in the leading facts, and given upon the word of that famous adventurer, the Count Cagliostro. I have amused myself during a snowy day in the country by rendering it roughly into English for the entertainment of a youthful circle round the Christmas fire. It was well received by my auditors, who, however, are rather easily pleased. One proof of its merits is that it sent some of the youngest of them quaking to their beds and gave them very fearful dreams. Hoping that it may have the same effect upon the ghost-hunting reader, I subjoin it. I would observe that wherever I have modified the French version of the story, it has been in conformity to some recollection of the narrative of my friend, the Knight of Malta. The Grand Prior of Minorca. A veritable ghost story. Keep my wits, heaven, they say spirits appear to melancholy minds, and the graves open. Fletcher. About the middle of the last century, while the Knights of St. John of Jerusalem still maintained something of their ancient state and sway in the island of Malta, a tragical event took place there, which is the groundwork of the following narrative. It may be as well to premise that at the time we are treating of, the Order of St. John of Jerusalem, grown excessively wealthy, had degenerated from its originally devout and warlike character. Instead of being a hardy body of monk knights, sworn soldiers of the cross, fighting the Paynim in the Holy Land, or scouring the Mediterranean and scourging the Barbary coasts with their galleys, or feeding the poor and attending upon the sick at their hospitals, they led a life of luxury and libertinism, and were to be found in the most voluptuous courts of Europe. The order, in fact, had become a mode of providing for the needy branches of the Catholic aristocracy of Europe. A commandery, we are told, was a splendid provision for a younger brother, and men of rank, however dissolute, provided they belonged to the highest aristocracy, became Knights of Malta, just as they did bishops or colonels of regiments, or court chamberlains. After a brief residence at Malta, the knights passed the rest of their time in their own countries, or only made a visit now and then to the island. While there, having but little military duty to perform, they beguiled their idleness by paying attentions to the fair. There was one circle of society, however, into which they could not obtain currency. This was composed of a few families of the old Maltese nobility, natives of the island. These families, not being permitted to enroll any of their members in the order, affected to hold no intercourse with its chevaliers, admitting none into their exclusive coteries but the Grand Master, whom they acknowledged as their sovereign, and the members of the chapter which composed his council. To indemnify themselves for this exclusion, the chevaliers carried their gallantries into the next class of society, composed of those who held civil, administrative, and judicial situations. The ladies of this class were called honorate, or honorables, to distinguish them from the inferior orders, and among them were many of superior grace, beauty, and fascination. Even in this more hospitable class, the chevaliers were not all equally favored. Those of Germany had the decided preference, owing to their fair and fresh complexions, and the kindliness of their manners. Next to these came the Spanish cavaliers, on account of their profound and courteous devotion, and most discreet secrecy. Singular as it may seem, the chevaliers of France fared the worst. The Maltese ladies dreaded their volatility, and their proneness to boast of their amours, and shunned all entanglement with them. They were forced, therefore, to content themselves with conquests among females of the lower orders. They revenged themselves, after the gay French manner, by making the honorate the objects of all kinds of jests and mystifications, by prying into their tender affairs with the more favored chevaliers, and making them the theme of song and epigram. About this time a French vessel arrived at Malta, bringing out a distinguished personage of the Order of St. John of Jerusalem, the Commander de Foulquier, who came to solicit the post of Commander-in-Chief of the galleys. He was descended from an old and warrior line of French nobility, his ancestors having long been seneschals of Poitou, and claiming descent from the first counts of Angoulême. The arrival of the commander caused a little uneasiness among the peaceably inclined, for he bore the character in the island of being fiery, arrogant, and quarrelsome. He had already been 3 times at Malta, and on each visit had signalized himself by some rash and deadly affray. As he was now 35 years of age, however, it was hoped that time might have taken off the fiery edge of his spirit, and that he might prove more quiet and sedate than formerly. The commander set up an establishment befitting his rank and pretensions, for he arrogated to himself an importance greater even than that of the Grand Master. His house immediately became the rallying place of all the young French chevaliers. They informed him of all the slights they had experienced or imagined, and indulged their petulant and satirical vein at the expense of the honorate and their admirers. The chevaliers of other nations soon found the topics and tone of conversation at the commander's irksome and offensive, and gradually ceased to visit there. The commander remained at the head of a national clique, who looked up to him as their model. If he was not as boisterous and quarrelsome as formerly, he had become haughty and overbearing. He was fond of talking over his past affairs of punctilio and blood-duel. When walking the streets he was generally attended by a ruffling train of young French chevaliers, who caught his own air of assumption and bravado. These he would conduct to the scenes of his deadly encounters, point out the very spot where each fatal lunge had been given, and dwell vaingloriously on every particular. Under his tuition, the young French chevaliers began to add bluster and arrogance to their former petulance and levity. They fired up on the most trivial occasions, particularly with those who had been most successful with the fair, and would put on the most intolerable dragonseer airs. The other chevaliers conducted themselves with all possible forbearance and reserve, but they saw it would be impossible to keep on long in this manner without coming to an open rupture. Among the Spanish cavaliers was one named Don Luis de Lima Vasconcelos. He was distantly related to the Grand Master, and had been enrolled at an early age among his pages, but had been rapidly promoted by him until, at the age of 26, he had been given the richest Spanish commandery in the order. He had, moreover, been fortunate with the fair, with one of whom, the most beautiful Honorata of Malta, he had long maintained the most tender correspondence. The character, rank, and connections of Don Louis put him on a par with the imperious commander de Fulcher, and pointed him out as a leader and champion to his countrymen. The Spanish cavaliers repaired to him, therefore, in a body, represented all the grievances they had sustained and the evils they apprehended, and urged him to use his influence with the commander and his adherents to put a stop to the growing abuses. Don Louis was gratified by this mark of confidence and esteem on the part of his countrymen, and promised to have an interview with the commander de Fulcher on the subject. He resolved to conduct himself with the utmost caution and delicacy on the occasion, to represent to the commander the evil consequences which might result from the inconsiderate conduct of the young French chevaliers, and to entreat him to exert the great influence he so deservedly possessed over them, to restrain their excesses. Don Louis was aware, however, of the peril that attended any interview of the kind with this imperious and fractious man, and apprehended, however, it might commence that it would terminate in a duel. Still, it was an affair of honor in which Castilian dignity was concerned. Beside, he had a lurking disgust at the overbearing manners of de Fulcher, and perhaps had been somewhat offended by certain intrusive attentions which he had presumed to pay to the beautiful Honorata. It was now Holy Week, a time too sacred for worldly feuds and passions, especially in a community under the dominion of a religious order. It was agreed, therefore, that the dangerous interview in question should not take place until after the Easter holidays. It is probable, from subsequent circumstances, that the commander de Fulcher had some information of this arrangement among the Spanish cavaliers, and was determined to be beforehand and to mortify the pride of their champion, who was thus preparing to read him a lecture. He chose Good Friday for his purpose. On this sacred day it is customary, in Catholic countries, to make a tour of all the churches, offering up prayers in each. In every Catholic church, as is well known, there is a vessel of holy water near the door. In this, every one, on entering, dips his fingers, and makes therewith the sign of the cross on his forehead and breast. An office of gallantry, among the young Spaniards, is to stand near the door, dip their hands in the holy vessel, and extend them courteously and respectfully to any lady of their acquaintance who may enter, who thus receives the sacred water at second hand on the tips of her fingers, and proceeds to cross herself with all due decorum. The Spaniards, who are the most jealous of lovers, are impatient when this piece of devotional gallantry is proffered to the object of their affections by any other hand. On Good Friday, therefore, when a lady makes a tour of the churches, it is the usage among them for the inamorato to follow her from church to church, so as to present her the holy water at the door of each, thus testifying his own devotion, and at the same time preventing the officious services of a rival. On the day in question, Don Louis followed the beautiful Honorata, to whom, as had already been observed, he had long been devoted. At the very first church he visited, the commander de Fulcher was stationed at the portal with several of the young French chevaliers about him. Before Don Louis could offer her the holy water, he was anticipated by the commander, who thrust himself between them, and, while he performed the gallant office to the lady, rudely turned his back upon her admirer, and trod upon his feet. The insult was enjoyed by the young Frenchmen who were present. It was too deep and grave to be forgiven by Spanish pride, and at once put an end to all Don Louis's plans of caution and forbearance. He repressed his passion for the moment, however, and waited until all the parties left the church. Then, accosting the commander with an air of coolness and unconcern, he inquired after his health, and asked to what church he proposed making his second visit. "To the Magisterial Church of St. John." Don Louis offered to conduct him thither by the shortest route. His offer was accepted, apparently without suspicion, and they proceeded together. After walking some distance, they entered a long, narrow lane, without door or window opening upon it, called the Strada Stretta, or Narrow Street. It was a street in which duels were tacitly permitted, or connived at, in Malta, and were suffered to pass as accidental encounters. Everywhere else they were prohibited. This restriction had been instituted to diminish the number of duels formerly so frequent in Malta. As a farther precaution to render these encounters less fatal, it was an offense punishable with death for anyone to enter this street armed with either poniard or pistol. It was a lonely, dismal street, just wide enough for two men to stand upon their guard and cross their swords. Few persons ever traversed it, unless with some sinister design, and on any preconcerted duello, the seconds posted themselves at each end to stop all passengers and prevent interruption. In the present instance, the parties had scarce entered the street when Don Louis drew his sword and called upon the commander to defend himself. De Fulcher was evidently taken by surprise. He drew back and attempted to expostulate, but Don Louis persisted in defying him to the combat. After a second or two, he likewise drew his sword, but immediately lowered the point. "Good Friday!" ejaculated he, shaking his head. "One word with you. It is full 6 years since I have been in a confessional. I am shocked at the state of my conscience, but within 3 days, that is to say, on Monday next." Don Louis would listen to nothing. Though naturally of a peaceable disposition, he had been stung to fury, and people of that character, when once incensed, are deaf to reason. He compelled the commander to put himself on his guard. The latter, though a man accustomed to brawl and battle, was singularly dismayed. Terror was visible in all his features. He placed himself with his back to the wall, and the weapons were crossed. The contest was brief and fatal. At the very first thrust, the sword of Don Louis passed through the body of his antagonist. The commander staggered to the wall and leaned against it. "On Good Friday," ejaculated he again, with a failing voice and despairing accents. "Heaven pardon you," added he. "Take my sword to Tetefulk, and have 100 masses performed in the chapel of the castle for the repose of my soul." With these words he expired. The fury of Don Louis was at an end. He stood aghast, gazing at the bleeding body of the commander. He called to mind the prayer of the deceased for 3 days' respite to make his peace with heaven. He had refused it, had sent him to the grave with all his sins upon his head. His conscience smote him to the core. He gathered up the sword of the commander, which he had been enjoined to take to Tetefulk, hurried from the fatal Strada Stretta. The duel, of course, made a great noise in Malta, but had no injurious effect on the worldly fortunes of Don Louis. He made a full declaration of the whole matter before the proper authorities. The chapter of the order considered it one of those casual encounters of the Strada Stretta, which were mourned over but tolerated. The public, by whom the late commander had been generally detested, declared that he deserved his fate. It was but 3 days after the event that Don Louis was advanced to one of the highest dignities of the order, being invested by the Grand Master with the priorship of the kingdom of Minorca. From that time forward, however, the whole character and conduct of Don Louis underwent a change. He became a prey to a dark melancholy, which nothing could assuage. The most austere piety, the severest penances, had no effect in allaying the horror which preyed upon his mind. He was absent for a long time from Malta, having gone, it was said, on remote pilgrimages. When he returned, he was more haggard than ever. There seemed something mysterious and inexplicable in this disorder of his mind. The following is the revelation made by himself of the horrible visions or chimeras by which he was haunted. "When I had made my declaration before the chapter," said he, "my provocations were publicly known. I had made my peace with man, but it was not so with God, nor with my confessor, nor with my own conscience. My act was doubly criminal, from the day on which it was committed, and from my refusal to a delay of 3 days for the victim of my resentment to receive the sacraments. His despairing ejaculation, "Good Friday, Good Friday," continually rang in my ears. Why did I not grant the respite, cried I to myself. Was it not enough to kill the body, but must I seek to kill the soul? On the night following Friday, I started suddenly from my sleep. An unaccountable horror was upon me. I looked wildly around. It seemed as if I were not in my apartment nor in my bed, but in the fatal strata, lying on the pavement. I again saw the commander leaning against the wall. I again heard his dying words, "Take my sword to Tetefulke, and have 100 masses performed in the chapel of the castle, for the repose of my soul." On the following night I caused one of my servants to sleep in the same room with me. I saw and heard nothing, either on that night or any of the nights following, until the next Friday, when I had again the same vision, with this difference, that my valet seemed to be lying some distance from me on the pavement of Strata. The vision continued to be repeated on every Friday night, the commander always appearing in the same manner, and uttering the same words. "Take my sword to Tetefulke, and have 100 masses performed in the chapel of the castle for the repose of my soul." On questioning my servant on the subject, he stated that on these occasions he dreamed that he was lying in a very narrow street, but he neither saw nor heard anything of the commander. I knew nothing of this Tetefulke, whither the defunct was so urgent I should carry his sword. I made inquiries, therefore, concerning it among the French chevaliers. They informed me that it was an old castle, situated about 4 leagues from Poitiers, in the midst of a forest. It had been built in old times, several centuries since, by Fulke Taillefer, or Fulke Hack-Iron, a redoubtable, hard-fighting count of Angoulême, who gave it to an illegitimate son, afterwards created Grand Seneschal of Poitou, which son became the progenitor of the Fulke heir of Tetefulke, hereditary Seneschals of Poitou. They farther informed me that strange stories were told of this old castle in the surrounding country, and that it contained many curious relics. Among these were the arms of Fulke Taillefer, together with those of the warriors he had slain, and that it was an immemorial usage with the Fulkers to have the weapons deposited there which they had yielded either in war or single combat. This, then, was the reason of the dying injunction of the commander respecting his sword. I carried this weapon with me wherever I went, but still I neglected to comply with his request. The vision still continued to harass me with undiminished horror. I repaired to Rome, where I confessed myself to the Grand Cardinal Penitentiary, and informed him of the terrors with which I was haunted. He promised me absolution after I should perform certain acts of penance, the principal of which was to execute the dying request of the commander by carrying his sword to Tetefulke and having the 100 masses performed in the chapel of the castle for the repose of his soul. I set out for France as speedily as possible, and made no delay in my journey. On arriving at Poitiers, I found that the tidings of death of the commander had reached there, but had caused no more affliction than among the people of Malta. Leaving my equipage in the town, I put on the garb of a pilgrim, and taking a guide, set out on foot for Tetefulke. Indeed, the roads in this part of the country were impracticable for carriages. I found the castle of Tetefulke a grand but gloomy and dilapidated pile. All the gates were closed, and there reigned over the whole place an air of almost savage loneliness and desertion. I had understood that its only inhabitants were the concierge, or warder, and a kind of hermit who had charge of the chapel. After ringing for some time at the gate, I at length succeeded in bringing forth the warder, who bowed with reverence to my pilgrim's garb. I begged him to conduct me to the chapel, that being the end of my pilgrimage. We found the hermit there, chanting the funeral service, a dismal sound to one who came to perform a penance for the death of a member of the family. When he had ceased to chant, I informed him that I came to accomplish an obligation of conscience, and that I wished him to perform 100 masses for the repose of the soul of the commander. He replied that, not being in orders, he was not authorized to perform mass, but that he would willingly undertake to see that my debt of conscience was discharged. I laid my offering on the altar, and would have placed the sword of the commander there likewise. "Hold," said the hermit, with a melancholy shake of the head. "This is no place for so deadly a weapon. that has so often been bathed in Christian blood. Take it to the armory. You will find the trophies enough of like character. It is a place into which I never enter." The warder here took up the theme abandoned by the peaceful man of God. He assured me that I would see in the armory the swords of all the warrior race of Fouquier, together with those of the enemies over whom they had triumphed. This, he observed, had been a usage kept up since the time of Melusine, and of her husband, Geoffrey à la Grandante, or Geoffrey with the great tooth. I followed the gossiping warder of the armory. It was a great dusty hall, hung round with Gothic-looking portraits of a stark line of warriors, each with his weapon, and the weapons of those he had slain in battle, hung beside his picture. The most conspicuous portrait was that of Fulke Taillefer, Fulke Hackiron, Count of Angoulême, and founder of the castle. He was represented at full length, armed, cap à pie, and grasping a huge buckler on which were emblazoned 3 lions passant. The figure was so striking that it seemed ready to start from the canvas, and I observed beneath this picture a trophy composed of many weapons, proofs of the numerous triumphs of this hard-fighting old cavalier. Beside the weapons connected with the portraits, there were swords of all shapes, sizes, and centuries, hung round the whole, with piles of armour placed, as it were, in effigy. On each side of an immense chimney were suspended the portraits of the first seneschal of Poitou, the illegitimate son of Fulke Taillefer, and his wife, Isabella de Lusignan, the progenitors of the grim race of Fouquier that frowned around. They had the look of being perfect likenesses, and as I gazed on them, I fancied I could trace in their antiquated features some family resemblance to the unfortunate descendant whom I had slain. This was a dismal neighbourhood, yet the armory was the only part of the castle that had a habitual air, so I asked the warder whether he could not make a fire, and give me something for supper there, and prepare me a bed in one corner. "A fire and supper you shall have, and that cheerfully, most worthy pilgrim," said he. "But as to a bed, I advise you to come and sleep in my chamber." "Why so?" inquired I. "Why shall I not sleep in this hall?" "I have my reasons. I will make a bed for you close to mine." I made no objections, for I recollected that it was Friday, and I dreaded the return of my vision. He brought in billets of wood, kindled a fire in the great overhanging chimney, and then went forth to prepare my supper. I drew a heavy chair before the fire, and seating myself in it, gazed musingly round upon the portraits of the Fouquiers, and the antiquated armour and weapons, the mementos of many bloody deed. As the day declined, the smoky draperies of the hall gradually became confounded with the dark ground of the paintings, and the lurid gleams from the chimney only enabled me to see visages staring at me from the gathering darkness. All this was dismal in the extreme, and somewhat appalling. Perhaps it was the state of my conscience that rendered me peculiarly sensitive and prone to fearful imaginings. At length the warder brought in my supper. It consisted of a dish of trout and some crawfish taken in the fosse of the castle. He procured also a bottle of wine, which he informed me was wine of Poitou. I requested him to invite the hermit to join me in my repast, but the holy man sent back word that he allowed himself nothing but roots and herbs, cooked with water. I took my meal, therefore, alone, but prolonged it as much as possible, and sought to cheer my drooping spirits by the wine of Poitou, which I found very tolerable. When supper was over, I prepared for my evening devotions. I have always been very punctual in reciting my breviary. It is the prescribed and bounden duty of all cavaliers of the religious orders, and I can answer for it. It is faithfully performed by those of Spain. I accordingly drew forth from my pocket a small missal and a rosary, and told the warder he need only designate to me the way to this chamber, where I could come and rejoin him when I had finished my prayers. He accordingly pointed out a winding staircase opening from the hall. "You will descend the staircase," said he, "until you come to the first landing place, where you enter a vaulted passage terminated by an arcade with a statue of the blessed Jean of France. You cannot help finding my room, the door of which I will leave open. It is the 6th door from the landing place. I advise you not to remain in this hall after midnight. Before that hour you will hear the hermit ring the bell. In going the rounds of the corridors, do not linger here after that signal." The warder retired, and I commenced my devotions. I continued at them earnestly, pausing from time to time to put wood upon the fire. I did not dare to look much around me, for I felt myself becoming a prey to fearful fancies. The pictures appeared to become animated. If I regarded one attentively, for any length of time, it seemed to move the eyes and lips. Above all, the portraits of the Grand Seneschal and his lady, which hung on each side of the great chimney, the progenitors of the Fouquet of Tetefulke, regarded me, I thought, with angry and baleful eyes. I even fancied they exchanged significant glances with each other. Just then a terrible blast of wind shook all the casements, and rushing through the hall made a fearful rattling and clashing among the armour. To my startled fancy it seemed something supernatural. At length I heard the bell of the hermit, and hastened to quit the hall. Taking a solitary light which stood on the supper table, I descended the winding staircase, but before I had reached the vaulted passage leading to the statue of the blessed Jean of France, a blast of wind extinguished my taper. I hastily remounted the stairs, delighted again at the chimney, but judge of my feelings when, on arriving at the entrance to the armory, I beheld the seneschal and his lady, who had descended from their frames and seated themselves on each side of the fireplace. "Madame, my love," said the seneschal with great formality and an antiquated phrase, "what think you of the presumption of this Castilian, who comes to harbour himself and make wassail in this our castle, after having slain our descendant, the commander, and that without him granting him time for confession?" "Truly, my lord," answered the female spectre, with no less stateliness of manner, and with great asperity of tone. "Truly, my lord, I opine that this Castilian did a grievous wrong in this encounter, and he should never be suffered to depart hence without your throwing him the gauntlet." I paused to hear no more, but rushed again downstairs to seek the chamber of the warder. It was impossible to find it in the darkness and in the perturbation of my mind. After an hour and a half of fruitless search and mortal horror and anxieties, I endeavoured to persuade myself that the day was about to break, and listened impatiently for the crowing of the cock, for I thought if I could hear his cheerful tone I should be reassured. Catching, in the disordered state of my nerves, at the popular notion that ghosts never appear after the first crowing of the cock, at length I rallied myself and endeavoured to shake off the vague terrors which haunted me. I tried to persuade myself that the two figures, which I had seemed to see and hear, had existed only in my troubled imagination. I still had the end of a candle in my hand, and determined to make another effort to relight it, and find my way to bed, for I was ready to sink with fatigue. I accordingly sprang up the staircase, 3 steps at a time, stopped at the door of the armory, and peeped cautiously in. The 2 Gothic figures were no longer in the chimney corners, but I neglected to notice whether they had reascended to their frames. I entered and made desperately for the fireplace, but scarce had I advanced 3 strides when Monsieur Folke Taillefer stood before me in the centre of the hall, armed cap à pie, and standing on guard, with the point of his sword silently presented to me. I would have retreated to the staircase, but the door of it was occupied by the phantom figure of an esquire who rudely flung a gauntlet in my face. Driven to fury, I snatched down a sword from the wall by chance. It was that of the commander which I had placed there. I rushed upon my fantastic adversary, and seemed to pierce him through and through, but at the same time I felt as if something pierced my heart, burning like a red-hot iron. My blood inundated the hall, and I fell senseless. When I recovered consciousness, it was broad day, and I found myself in a small chamber, attended by the warder and the hermit. The former told me that on the previous night he had awakened long after the midnight hour, and perceived that I had not come to his chamber. He had furnished himself with a vase of holy water, and set out to seek me. He found me, stretched senseless on the pavement of the armory, and bore me to his room. I spoke of my wound and of the quantity of blood that I had lost. He shook his head and knew nothing about it, and to my surprise on examination I found myself perfectly sound and unharmed. The wound and blood, therefore, had been all delusion. Neither the warder nor the hermit put any questions to me, but advised me to leave the castle as soon as possible. I lost no time in complying with their counsel, and felt my heart relieved from an oppressive weight as I left the gloomy and fate-bound battlements of Tetefouque behind me. I arrived at Bayonne on my way to Spain on the following Friday. At midnight I was startled from my sleep, as I had formerly been, but it was no longer by the vision of the dying commander. It was old Fouque Taillefer, who stood before me, armed, cap a pie, and presenting the point of his sword. I made the sign of the cross, and the spectre vanished, but I received the same red-hot thrust in the heart which I had felt in the armory. I seemed to be bathed in blood. I would have called out or have risen from my bed and gone in quest of succour, but I could neither speak nor stir. This agony endured until the crowing of the cock, when I fell asleep again. But the next day I was ill and in a most pitiable state. I have continued to be harassed by the same vision every Friday night. No acts of penitence and devotion have been able to relieve me from it, and it is only a lingering hope in divine mercy that sustains me and enables me to support so lamentable a visitation. The Grand Prior of Minorca wasted gradually away under this constant remorse of conscience and this horrible incubus. He died some time after, having revealed the preceding particulars of his case, evidently the victim of a diseased imagination. The above relation has been rendered in many parts literally from the French memoir, in which it is given as a true story. If so, it is one of those instances in which truth is more romantic than fiction. End of Section 8, The Knight of Malta.
Section 9 of Chronicles of Wolfert's Roost and Other Papers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Devin Bradley. Chronicles of Wolfert's Roost and Other Papers by Washington Irving. A Time of Unexampled Prosperity, Part 1. A Time of Unexampled Prosperity. In the course of a voyage from England, I once fell in with a convoy of merchant ships, bound for the West Indies. The weather was uncommonly bland, and the ships vied with each other in spreading sail to catch a light, favoring breeze, until their hulls were almost hidden beneath a cloud of canvas. The breeze went down with the sun, and his last yellow rays shone upon 1,000 sails, idly flapping against the masts. I exulted in the beauty of the scene, and augured a prosperous voyage. But the veteran master of the ship shook his head, and pronounced this halcyon calm a weather breeder. And so it proved. A storm burst forth in the night, the sea roared and raged, and when the day broke, I beheld the late gallant convoy scattered in every direction, some dismasted, others scudding under bare poles, and many firing signals of distress. I have since been occasionally reminded of this scene by those calm, sunny seasons in the commercial world, which are known by the name of times of unexampled prosperity. They are the sure weather breeders of traffic. Every now and then the world is visited by one of these delusive seasons, when the credit system, as it is called, expands to full luxuriance. Everybody trusts everybody. A bad debt is a thing unheard of. The broad way to certain and sudden wealth lies plain and open, and men are tempted to dash forward boldly from the facility of borrowing. Promissory notes, interchanged between scheming individuals, are liberally discounted at the banks, which become so many mints to coin words into cash. And, as the supply of words is inexhaustible, it may readily be supposed what a vast amount of promissory capital is soon in circulation. Every one now talks in thousands. Nothing is heard but gigantic operations in trade, great purchases and sales of real property, and immense sums made at every transfer. All, to be sure, as yet exists in promise. But the believer in promises calculates the aggregate as solid capital, and falls back in amazement at the amount of public wealth, the unexampled state of public prosperity. Now is the time for speculative and dreaming or designing men. They relate their dreams and projects to the ignorant and credulous, dazzle them with golden visions, and set them maddening after shadows. The example of one stimulates another. Speculation rises on speculation. Bubble rises on bubble. Everyone helps with his breath to swell the windy superstructure, and admires and wonders at the magnitude of the inflation he has contributed to produce. Speculation is the romance of trade, and casts contempt upon all its sober realities. It renders the stock jobber a magician, and the exchange a region of enchantment. It elevates the merchant into a kind of knight-errant, or rather a commercial Quixote. The slow but sure gains of snug percentage become despicable in his eyes. No operation is thought worthy of attention that does not double or treble the investment. No business is worth following that does not promise an immediate fortune. As he sits musing over his ledger, with pen behind his ear, he is like La Mancha's hero in his study, dreaming over his books of chivalry. His dusty counting-house fades before his eyes, or changes into a Spanish mine. He gropes after diamonds, or dives after pearls. The subterranean garden of Aladdin is nothing to the realms of wealth that break upon his imagination. Could this delusion always last, the life of a merchant would indeed be a golden dream. But it is as short as it is brilliant. Let but a doubt enter, and the season of unexampled prosperity is at end. The coinage of words is suddenly curtailed. The promissory capital begins to vanish into smoke. A panic succeeds, and the whole superstructure, built upon credit and reared by speculation, crumbles to the ground, leaving scarce a wreck behind. It is such stuff as dreams are made of. When a man of business, therefore, hears on every side rumors of fortune suddenly acquired, when he finds banks liberal and brokers busy, when he sees adventurers flush of paper capital and full of scheme and enterprise, when he perceives a greater disposition to buy than to sell, when trade overflows its accustomed channels and deluges the country, when he hears of new regions of commercial adventure, of distant marts and distant mines swallowing merchandise and disgorging gold, when he finds joint stock companies of all kinds forming, railroads, canals, and locomotive engines springing up on every side, when idlers suddenly become men of business and dash into the game of commerce as they would into the hazards of the faro table, when he beholds the streets glittering with new equipages, palaces conjured up by the magic of speculation, tradesmen flushed with sudden success and vying with each other in ostentatious expense. In a word, when he hears the whole community joining in the theme of unexampled prosperity, let him look upon the whole as a weather breeder and prepare for the impending storm. The foregoing remarks are intended merely as a prelude to a narrative I am about to lay before the public, of one of the most memorable instances of infatuation of gain to be found in the whole history of commerce. I allude to the famous Mississippi bubble. It is a matter that has passed into proverb and become a phrase in everyone's mouth, yet of which not one merchant in 10 has probably a distinct idea. I have therefore thought that an authentic account of it would be interesting and salutary at the present moment, when we are suffering under the effects of a severe access of the credit system and just recovering from one of its ruinous delusions. The Great Mississippi Bubble. Before entering into the story of this famous chimera, it is proper to give a few particulars concerning the individual who engendered it. John Law was born in Edinburgh in 1671. His father, William Law, was a rich goldsmith and left his son an estate of considerable value called Lauriston, situated about 4 miles from Edinburgh. Goldsmiths in those days acted occasionally as bankers, and his father's operations under this character may have originally turned the thoughts of the youth to the science of calculation, in which he became an adept. So that at an early age, he excelled in playing at all games of combination. In 1694, he appeared in London, where a handsome person and an easy and insinuating address gained him currency in the first circles, and the nickname of Beau Law. The same personal advantages gave him success in the world of gallantry, until he became involved in a quarrel with Beau Wilson, his rival in fashion, whom he killed in a duel, and then fled to France to avoid prosecution. He returned to Edinburgh in 1700, and remained there several years, during which time he first broached his great credit system, offering to supply the deficiency of coin by the establishment of a bank, which, according to his views, might emit a paper currency equivalent to the whole landed estate of the kingdom. His scheme excited great astonishment in Edinburgh, but, though the government was not sufficiently advanced in financial knowledge to detect the fallacies upon which it was founded, Scottish caution and suspicion served in place of wisdom, and the project was rejected. Law met with no better success in the English Parliament, and the fatal affair of the death of Wilson still hanging over him, for which he had never been able to procure a pardon, he again went to France. The financial affairs of France were at this time in a deplorable condition. The wars, the pomp, and the profusion of Louis XIV and his religious persecutions of whole classes of the most industrious of his subjects had exhausted his treasury and overwhelmed the nation with debt. The old monarch clung to his selfish magnificence, and could not be induced to diminish his enormous expenditure, and his Minister of Finance was driven to his wits' end to devise all kinds of disastrous expedients to keep up the royal state, and to extricate the nation from its embarrassments. In this state of things, Law ventured to bring forward his financial project. It was founded on the plan of the Bank of England, which had already been in successful operation several years. He met with immediate patronage and a congenial spirit in the Duke of Orleans, who had married a natural daughter of the king. The Duke had been astonished at the facility with which England had supported the burden of a public debt created by the wars of Anne and William, and which exceeded the amount under which France was groaning. The whole matter was soon explained by Law to his satisfaction. The latter maintained that England had stopped at the mere threshold of an art capable of creating unlimited sources of national wealth. The Duke was dazzled with his splendid views and specious reasonings, and thought he clearly comprehended his system. Desmarais, the Comptroller General of Finance, was not so easily deceived. He pronounced the plan of Law more pernicious than any of the disastrous expedients that the government had yet been driven to. The old king also, Louis XIV, detested all innovations, especially those which came from a rival nation. The project of a bank, therefore, was utterly rejected. Law remained for a while in Paris, leading a gay and affluent existence, owing to his handsome person, easy manners, flexible temper, and a faro bank which he had set up. His agreeable career was interrupted by a message from D'Argenson, Lieutenant General of Police, ordering him to quit Paris, alleging that he was rather too skillful at a game which he had introduced. For several succeeding years, he shifted his residence from state to state of Italy and Germany, offering his scheme of finance to every court that he visited, but without success. The Duke of Savoy, Victor Amadeus, afterward King of Sardinia, was much struck with his project, but, after considering it for a time, replied, "I am not sufficiently powerful to ruin myself." The shifting, adventurous life of Law, and the equivocal means by which he appeared to live, playing high and always with great success, threw a cloud of suspicion over him wherever he went, and caused him to be expelled by the magistracy from the semi-commercial, semi-aristocratical cities of Venice and Genoa. The events of 1715 brought Law back again to Paris. Louis XIV was dead. Louis XV was a mere child, and during his minority, the Duke of Orleans held the reins of government as regent. Law had at length found his man. The Duke of Orleans had been differently represented by different contemporaries. He appears to have had excellent natural qualities, perverted by a bad education. He was of the middle size, easy and graceful, with an agreeable countenance and open, affable demeanor. His mind was quick and sagacious, rather than profound, and his quickness of intellect and excellence of memory supplied the lack of studious application. His wit was prompt and pungent. He expressed himself with vivacity and precision. His imagination was vivid, his temperament sanguine and joyous, his courage daring. His mother, the Duchess of Orleans, expressed his character in a jeu d'esprit. "The fairies," said she, "were invited to be present at his birth, and each one conferring a talent on my son. He possesses them all. Unfortunately, we had forgotten to invite an old fairy, who, arriving after all the others, exclaimed, 'He shall have all the talents excepting that to make good use of them.'" Under proper tuition, the Duke might have risen to real greatness, but in his early years he was put under the tutelage of the Abbé Dubois, one of the subtlest and basest spirits that ever intrigued its way into eminent place and power. The Abbé was of low origin and despicable exterior, totally destitute of morals, and perfidious in the extreme, but with a supple, insinuating address and an accommodating spirit, tolerant of all kinds of profligacy in others. Conscious of his own inherent baseness, he sought to secure an influence over his pupil by corrupting his principles and fostering his vices. He debased him to keep himself from being despised. Unfortunately, he succeeded. To the early precepts of this infamous pander have been attributed those excesses that disgraced the manhood of the regent and gave a licentious character to his whole course of government. His love of pleasure, quickened and indulged by those who should have restrained it, led him into all kinds of sensual indulgence. He had been taught to think lightly of the most serious duties and sacred ties, to turn virtue into a jest, and consider religion mere hypocrisy. He was a gay misanthrope that had a sovereign but sportive contempt for mankind, believed that his most devoted servant would be his enemy if interest prompted, and maintained that an honest man was he who had the art to conceal that he was the contrary. He surrounded himself with a set of dissolute men like himself, who, let loose from the restraint under which they had been held during the latter hypocritical days of Louis XIV, now gave way to every kind of debauchery. With these men, the regent used to shut himself up after the hours of business, and excluding all graver persons and graver concerns, celebrate the most drunken and disgusting orgies, where obscenity and blasphemy formed the seasoning of conversation. For the profligate companions of these revels, he invented the appellation of his rouis, the literal meaning of which is men broken on the wheel, intended, no doubt, to express their broken-down characters and dislocated fortunes, although a contemporary asserts that it designated the punishment that most of them merited. Madame de Lebrun, who was present at one of the regent's suppers, was disgusted by the conduct and conversation of the host and his guests, and observed at the table that God, after he had created man, took the refuse clay that was left and made of it the souls of lackeys and princes. End of section 9. Section 10 of Chronicles of Wolfert's Roost and Other Papers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Devin Bradley. Chronicles of Wolfert's Roost and Other Papers by Washington Irving. A Time of Unexampled Prosperity, Part 2. Such was the man that now ruled the destinies of France. Law found him full of perplexities from the disastrous state of the finances. He had already tampered with the coinage, calling it the coin of the nation, restamping it, and issuing it at a nominal increase of 1/5, thus defrauding the nation out of 20% of its capital. He was not likely, therefore, to be scrupulous about any means likely to relieve him from financial difficulties. He had even been led to listen to the cruel alternative of a national bankruptcy. Under these circumstances, Law confidently brought forward his scheme of a bank that was to pay off the national debt, increase the revenue, and at the same time diminish the taxes. The following is stated as the theory by which he recommended his system to the regent. The credit enjoyed by a banker or a merchant, he observed, increases his capital tenfold. That is to say, he who has a capital of 100,000 livres may, if he possess sufficient credit, extend his operations to 1,000,000 and reap profits to that amount. In like manner, a state that can collect into a bank all the current coin of the kingdom would be as powerful as if its capital were increased tenfold. The specie must be drawn into the bank, not by way of loan or by taxations, but in the way of deposit. This might be effected in different modes, either by inspiring confidence or by exerting authority. One mode, he observed, had already been in use. Each time that a state makes a recoinage, it becomes, momentarily, the depository of all the money called into belonging to the subjects of that state. His bank was to effect the same purpose. That is to say, to receive in deposit all the coin of the kingdom, but to give in exchange its bills, which, being of an invariable value, bearing an interest, and being payable on demand, would not only supply the place of coin, but prove a better and more profitable currency. The regent caught with avidity at the scheme. It suited his bold, reckless spirit and his grasping extravagance. Not that he was altogether the dupe of Law's specious projects. He was still apt, like many other men unskilled in the arcana of finance, to mistake the multiplication of money for the multiplication of wealth, not understanding that it was a mere agent or instrument in the interchange of traffic, to represent the value of the various productions of industry and that an increased circulation of coin or bank bills, in the shape of currency, only adds a proportionally increased and fictitious value to such productions. Law enlisted the vanity of the regent in his cause. He persuaded him that he saw more clearly than others into sublime theories of finance, which were quite above the ordinary apprehension. He used to declare that, excepting the regent and the Duke of Savoy, no one had thoroughly comprehended his system. It is certain that it met with strong opposition from the regent's ministers, the Duke de Noailles and the Chancellor d'Aguesseau, and it was no less strenuously opposed by the Parliament of Paris. Law, however, had a potent, though secret, coadjutor in the Abbé de Bois, now rising, during the Regency, into great political power, and who retained a baneful influence over the mind of the regent. This wily priest, as avaricious as he was ambitious, drew large sums from Law as subsidies, and aided him greatly in many of his most pernicious operations. He aided him, in the present instance, to fortify the mind of the regent against all the remonstrances of his ministers and the Parliament. Accordingly, on the 2nd of May, 1716, letters patent were granted to Law to establish a bank of deposit, discount, and circulation under the firm of Law and Company, to continue for 20 years. The capital was fixed at 6 millions of livres, divided into shares of 500 livres each, which were to be sold for 25% of the regent's debased coin and 75% of the public securities, which were then at a great reduction from their nominal value, and which then amounted to 1,900 millions. The ostensible object of the bank, as set forth in the patent, was to encourage the commerce and manufactures of France. The louis d'or and crowns of the bank were always to retain the same standard of value, and its bills to be payable in them on demand. At the outset, while the bank was limited in its operations, and while its paper really represented the specie in its vaults, it seemed to realize all that had been promised from it. It rapidly acquired public confidence, an extended circulation, and produced an activity in commerce unknown under the baneful government of Louis XIV. As the bills of the bank bore an interest, and as it was stipulated they would be of invariable value, and as hints had been artfully circulated that the coin would experience successive diminution, everybody hastened to the bank to exchange gold and silver for paper. So great became the throng of depositors, and so intense their eagerness, that there was quite a press and struggle at the back door, and a ludicrous panic was awakened, as if there was danger of their not being admitted. An anecdote of the time relates that one of the clerks, with an ominous smile, called out to the struggling multitude, "Have a little patience, my friends. We mean to take all your money," an assertion disastrously verified in the sequel. Thus, by the simple establishment of a bank, Law and the regent obtained pledges of confidence for the consummation of farther and more complicated schemes, as yet hidden from the public. In a little while, the bank shares rose enormously, and the amount of its notes in circulation exceeded 110 millions of livres. A subtle stroke of policy had rendered it popular with the aristocracy. Louis XIV had, several years previously, imposed an income tax of 1/10, giving his royal word that it should cease in 1717. This tax had been exceedingly irksome to the privileged orders, and, in the present disastrous times, they had dreaded an augmentation of it. In consequence of the successful operation of Law's scheme, however, the tax was abolished, and now nothing was to be heard among the nobility and clergy but praises of the regent and the bank. Hitherto all had gone well, and all might have continued to go well, had not the paper system been farther expanded. But Law had yet the grandest part of his scheme to develop. He had to open his ideal world of speculation, his El Dorado of unbounded wealth. The English had brought the vast imaginary commerce of the South Seas in aid of their banking operations. Law sought to bring, as an immense auxiliary of his bank, the whole trade of the Mississippi. Under this name was included not merely the river so called, but the vast region known as Louisiana, extending from north latitude 29 degrees up to Canada in north latitude 40 degrees. This country had been granted by Louis XIV to Sieur Crozat, but he had been induced to resign his patent. In conformity to the plea of Mr. Law, letters patent were granted in August in 1717 for the creation of a commercial company, which was to have the colonizing of this country and the monopoly of its trade and resources, and of the beaver or fur trade with Canada. It was called the Western, but became better known as the Mississippi Company. The capital was fixed at 100 millions of livres, divided into shares, bearing an interest of 4%, which were subscribed for in the public securities. As the bank was to cooperate with the company, the regent ordered that its bills should be received the same as coin in all payments of the public revenue. Law was appointed chief director of this company, which was an exact copy of the Earl of Oxford's South Sea Company set foot in 1711, and which distracted all England with the frenzy of speculation. In like manner, with the delusive picturings given in that memorable scheme of the source of rich trade to be open in the South Sea countries, Law held forth magnificent prospects of the fortunes to be made in colonizing Louisiana, which was represented as a veritable land of promise, capable of yielding every variety of the most precious produce. Reports, too, were artfully circulated with great mystery, as if to the chosen few, of mines of gold and silver recently discovered in Louisiana, and which would ensure instant wealth to the early purchasers. These confidential whispers, of course, soon became public, and were confirmed by travelers fresh from the Mississippi, and doubtless bribed, who had seen the mines in question and declared them superior in richness to those of Mexico and Peru. Nay, more, ocular proof was furnished to public credulity in ingots of gold, conveyed to the mint as if just brought from the mines of Louisiana. Extraordinary measures were adopted to force colonization. An edict was issued to collect and transport settlers to the Mississippi. The police lent its aid. The streets and prisons of Paris and the provincial cities were swept of mendicants and vagabonds of all kinds, who were conveyed to Havre de Grace. About 6,000 were crowded into ships where no precautions had been taken for their health or accommodation. Instruments of all kinds proper for the working of mines were ostentatiously paraded in public and put on board the vessels, and the whole set sail for this fabled El Dorado, which was to prove the grave of the greater part of its wretched colonists. D'Aguesseau, the chancellor, a man of probity and integrity, still lifted his voice against the paper system of law and his project of colonization, and was eloquent and prophetic in picturing the evils they were calculated to produce: the private distress and public degradation, the corruption of morals and manners, the triumph of knaves and schemers, the ruin of fortunes, and the downfall of families. He was incited more and more to this opposition by the Duc de Noailles, the Minister of Finance, who was jealous of the growing ascendancy of law over the mind of the regent, but was less honest than the Chancellor in his opposition. The regent was excessively annoyed by the difficulties they conjured up in the way of his darling schemes of finance, and the countenance they gave to the opposition of Parliament, which body, disgusted more and more with the abuses of the Regency and the system of law, had gone so far as to carry its remonstrances to the very foot of the throne. He determined to relieve himself from these two ministers who, either through honesty or policy, interfered with all his plans. Accordingly, on the 28th of January, 1718, he dismissed the Chancellor from office and exiled him to his estate in the country, and shortly afterward removed the Duc de Noailles from the administration of finance. The opposition of Parliament to the regent and his measures was carried on with increasing violence. That body aspired to an equal authority with the regent in the administration of affairs, and pretended, by its decree, to suspend an edict of the Regency ordering a new coinage and altering the value of the currency. But its chief hostility was leveled against Law, a foreigner and a heretic, and one who was considered, by a majority of the members, in the light of a malefactor. In fact, so far was this hostility carried that secret measures were taken to investigate his malversations and to collect evidence against him, and it was resolved in Parliament that, should the testimony collected justify their suspicions, they would have him seized and brought before them, would give him a brief trial, and, if convicted, would hang him in the courtyard of the palace and throw open the gates after the execution, that the public might behold his corpse. Law received intimation of the danger hanging over him, and was in terrible trepidation. He took refuge in the Palais Royal, the residence of the regent, and implored his protection. The regent himself was embarrassed by the sturdy opposition of Parliament, which contemplated nothing less than a decree reversing most of his public measures, especially those of finance. His indecision kept Law for a time in an agony of terror and suspense. Finally, by assembling a board of justice and bringing to his aid the absolute authority of the king, he triumphed over Parliament and relieved Law from his dread of being hanged. The system now went on with flowing sail. The Western, or Mississippi Company, being identified with the bank, rapidly increased in power and privileges. One monopoly after another was granted to it. The trade of the Indian seas, the slave trade with Senegal and Guinea, the farming of tobacco, the national coinage, etc. Each new privilege was made a pretext for issuing more bills and caused an immense advance in the price of stock. At length, on the 4th of December, 1718, the regent gave the establishment the imposing title of the Royal Bank, and proclaimed that he had effected the purchase of all the shares, the proceeds of which he had added to its capital. This measure seemed to shock the public feeling more than any other connected with the system, and roused the indignation of Parliament. The French nation had been so accustomed to attach an idea of everything noble, lofty, and magnificent to the royal name and person, especially during the stately and sumptuous reign of Louis XIV, that they could not at first tolerate the idea of royalty being in any degree mingled with matters of traffic and finance, and the king being, in a manner, a banker. It was one of the downward steps, however, by which royalty lost its elusive splendor in France and became gradually cheapened in the public mind. Arbitrary measures now began to be taken to force the bills of the bank into artificial currency. On the 27th of December appeared an order in council, forbidding, under severe penalties, the payment of any sum above 600 livres in gold or silver. This decree rendered bank bills necessary in all transactions of purchase and sale, and called for a new emission. The prohibition was occasionally evaded or opposed. Confiscations were the consequence. Informers were rewarded, and spies and traitors began to spring up in all the domestic walks of life. The worst effect of this elusive system was the mania for gain, or rather for gambling in stocks, that now seized upon the whole nation. Under the exciting effects of lying reports and the forcing effects of government decrees, the shares of the company went on rising in value until they reached 1,300%. Nothing was now spoken of but the price of shares, and the immense fortunes suddenly made by lucky speculators. Those whom law had deluded used every means to delude others. The most extravagant dreams were indulged concerning the wealth to flow in upon the company from its colonies, its trade, and its various monopolies. It is true, nothing as yet had been realized, nor could in some time be realized, from these distant sources, even if productive. But the imaginations of speculators are ever in the advance, and their conjectures are immediately converted into facts. Lying reports now flew from mouth to mouth, of sure avenues of fortune suddenly thrown open. The more extravagant the fable, the more readily was it believed. To doubt was to awaken anger or incur ridicule. In a time of public infatuation, it requires no small exercise of courage to doubt a popular fallacy. Paris now became the center of attraction for the adventurous and the avaricious, who flocked to it not merely from the provinces, but from neighboring countries. A stock exchange was established in a house in the Rue Quincampoix, and became immediately the gathering place of stock jobbers. The exchange opened at 7 o'clock with the beat of drum and sound of bell, and closed at night with the same signals. Guards were stationed at each end of the street to maintain order and exclude carriages and horses. The whole street swarmed throughout the day like a beehive. Bargains of all kinds were seized upon with avidity. Shares of stock passed from hand to hand, mounting in value, one knew not why. Fortunes were made in a moment, as if by magic, and every lucky bargain prompted those around to a more desperate throw of the dice. The fever went on, increasing in intensity as the day declined. When the drum beat and the bell rang at night to close the exchange, there were exclamations of impatience and despair, as if the wheel of fortune had suddenly been stopped, when about to make its luckiest evolution. To engulf all classes in this ruinous vortex, law now split the shares of 50 millions of stock each into 100 shares, thus, as in the splitting of lottery tickets, accommodating the venture to the humblest purse. Society was thus stirred up to its very dregs, and adventurers of the lowest order hurried to the stock market. All honest, industrious pursuits and modest gains were now despised. Wealth was to be obtained instantly, without labor and without stint. The upper classes were as base in their venality as the lower. The highest and most powerful nobles, abandoning all generous pursuits and lofty aims, engaged in the vile scuffle for gain. They were even baser than the lower classes, for some of them, who were members of the Council of the Regency, abused their station and their influence, and promoted measures by which shares rose while in their hands, and they made immense profits. The Duc de Bourbon, the Prince of Conti, the Dukes de la Force d'Antin, were among the foremost of these illustrious stock-jobbers. They were nicknamed the Mississippi Lords, and they smiled at the sneering title. In fact, the usual distinctions of society had lost their consequence under the reign of this new passion. Rank, talent, military fame no longer inspired deference. All respect for others, all self-respect, were forgotten in the mercenary struggle of the stock market. Even prelates and ecclesiastical corporations, forgetting their true objects of devotion, mingled with the votaries of Mammon. They were not behind those who wielded the civil power in fabricating ordinances suited to their avaricious purposes. Theological decisions forthwith appeared, in which the anathema launched by the Church against usury was conveniently construed as not extending to the traffic in bank shares. The Abbé Dubois entered into the mysteries of stock-jobbing with all the zeal of an apostle, and enriched himself by the spoils of the credulous, and he continually drew large sums from law as considerations for his political influence. Faithless to his country, in the course of his gambling speculations, he transferred to England a great amount of specie, which had been paid into the royal treasury, thus contributing to the subsequent dearth of the precious metals. The female sex participated in this sordid frenzy. Princesses of the blood and ladies of highest nobility were among the most rapacious of stock-jobbers. The regent seemed to have the riches of Croesus at his command, and lavished money by hundreds of thousands upon his female relatives and favorites, as well upon his boy, the dissolute companions of his debauches. "My son," writes the regent's mother in her correspondence, "gave me shares to the amount of 2 millions, which I distributed among my household. The king also took several millions for his own household. All the royal family have had them, all the children and grandchildren of France, and the princes of the blood." Luxury and extravagance kept pace with this sudden inflation of fancied wealth. The hereditary palaces of nobles were pulled down and rebuilt on a scale of augmented splendor. Entertainments were given of incredible cost and magnificence. Never before had been such display in houses, furniture, equipages, and amusements. This was particularly the case among persons of the lower ranks, who had suddenly become possessed of millions. Ludicrous anecdotes are related of some of these upstarts. One, who had just launched a splendid carriage, when about to use it for the first time, instead of getting in at the door, mounted, through habitude, to his accustomed place behind. Some ladies of quality, seeing a well-dressed woman, covered with diamonds, but whom nobody knew, alight from a very handsome carriage, inquired who she was of the footman. He replied with a sneer, "It is a lady who has recently tumbled from a garret into this carriage." Mr. Law's domestics were said to become in like manner suddenly enriched by the crumbs that fell from his table. His coachman, having made a fortune, retired from his service. Mr. Law requested him to procure a coachman in his place. He appeared the next day with 2, whom he pronounced equally good, and told Mr. Law, "Take which of them you choose, and I will take the other." Nor were these novi homini treated with the distance and disdain they would formerly have experienced from the haughty aristocracy of France. The pride of the old noblesse oblige had been stifled by the stronger instinct of avarice. They rather sought the intimacy and confidence of these lucky upstarts, and it had been observed that a nobleman would gladly take his seat at the table of the fortunate lackey of yesterday, in hopes of learning from him the secret of growing rich. Law now went about with a countenance of radiant success, and apparently dispensing wealth on every side. He is admirably skilled in all that relates to finance, writes the Duchess of Orleans, the regent's mother, and has put the affairs of the state in such good order that all the king's debts have been paid. He is so much run after that he has no repose night or day. A duchess even kissed his hand publicly. If a duchess can do this, what will other ladies do? Wherever he went his path, we are told, was beset by a sordid throng, who waited to see him pass and sought to obtain the favor of a word, a nod, or a smile, as if a mere glance from him would bestow fortune. When at home, his house was absolutely besieged by furious candidates for fortune. They forced the doors, says the Duc de Saint-Simon. They scaled his windows from the garden. They made their way into his cabinet down the chimney. The same venal court was paid by all classes to his family. The highest ladies of the court vied with each other in their meannesses to produce the lucrative friendship of Mrs. Law and her daughter. They waited upon them with as much assiduity and adulation as if they had been princesses of the blood. The regent one day expressed a desire that some duchess should accompany his daughter to Genoa. "My lord," said someone present, "if you would have a choice from among the duchesses, you need but send to Mrs. Law's. You will find them all assembled there." The wealth of Law rapidly increased with the expansion of the bubble. In the course of a few months, he purchased 14 titled estates, paying for them in paper, and the public hailed these sudden and vast acquisitions of landed property as so many proofs of the soundness of his system. In one instance he met with a shrewd bargainer, who had not the general faith in his paper money. The President de Novion insisted on being paid for an estate in hard coin. Law accordingly bought the amount, 400,000 livres in specie, saying with a sarcastic smile that he preferred paying in money, as its weight rendered it a mere encumbrance. As it happened, the President could give no clear title to the land, and the money had to be refunded. He paid it back, in paper, which Law dared not refuse lest he should deprecate it in the market. End of section 10. Section 11 of Chronicles of Wolfert's Roost and Other Papers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Devin Bradley. Chronicles of Wolfert's Roost and Other Papers by Washington Irving. A Time of Unexampled Prosperity, Part 3. The course of illusory credit went on triumphantly for 18 months. Law had nearly fulfilled one of his promises, for the greater part of the public debt had been paid off. But how paid? In bank shares, which had been trumped up several 100% above their value, and which were to vanish like smoke in the hands of the holders. One of the most striking attributes of Law was the imperturbable assurance and self-possession with which he replied to every objection, and found a solution for every problem. He had the dexterity of a juggler in evading difficulties, and what was peculiar, made figures themselves, which are the very elements of exact demonstration, the means to dazzle and bewilder. Toward the latter end of 1719, the Mississippi scheme had reached its highest point of glory. 500,000 of strangers had crowded into Paris in quest of fortune. The hotels and lodging houses were overflowing. Lodgings were procured with excessive difficulty. Granaries were turned into bedrooms. Provisions had risen enormously in price. Splendid houses were multiplying on every side. The streets were crowded with carriages. Above 1,000 new equipages had been launched. On the 11th of December, Law obtained another prohibitory decree for the purpose of sweeping all the remaining specie in circulation into the bank. By this, it was forbidden to make any payments in silver above 10 livres, or in gold above 300. The repeated decrees of this nature, the object of which was to deprecate the value of gold and increase the elusive credit of paper, began to awaken doubts of a system which required such bolstering. Capitalists gradually awoke from their bewilderment. Sound and able financiers consulted together and agreed to make common cause against this continual expansion of a paper system. The shares of the bank and the company began to decline in value. Wary men took the alarm and began to realize, a word now first brought into use to express the conversion of ideal property into something real. The Prince of Conti, one of the most prominent and grasping of the Mississippi lords, was the first to give a blow to the credit of the bank. There was a mixture of ingratitude in his conduct that characterized the venal baseness of the times. He had received, from time to time, enormous sums from Law as the price of his influence and patronage. His avarice had increased with every acquisition, until Law was compelled to refuse one of his exactions. In revenge, the prince immediately sent such an amount of paper to the bank to be cashed that it was required 4 wagons to bring away the silver, and he had the meanness to loll out the window of his hotel and jest and exult, as it was trundled into his porte-cochere. This was the signal for other drains of like nature. The English and Dutch merchants, who had purchased a great amount of bank paper at low prices, cashed them at the bank and carried the money out of the country. Other strangers did the like, thus draining the kingdom of its specie and leaving paper in its place. The regent, perceiving these symptoms of decay in the system, sought to restore it to public confidence by conferring marks of confidence upon its author. He accordingly resolved to make Law Comptroller General of the finances of France. There was a material obstacle in the way. Law was a Protestant, and the regent, unscrupulous as he was himself, did not dare publicly to outrage the severe edicts which Louis XIV, in his bigot days, had fulminated against all heretics. Law soon let him know that there would be no difficulty on that head. He was ready at any moment to abjure his religion in the way of business. For decency's sake, however, it was judged proper he should previously be convinced and converted. A ghostly instructor was soon found ready to accomplish this conversion in the shortest possible time. This was Abbé Tension, a profligate creature of the profligate Dubois, and like him working his way to the ecclesiastical promotion and temporal wealth by the basest means. Under the instructions of the Abbé Tension, Law soon mastered the mysteries and dogmas of the Catholic doctrine, and, after a brief course of ghostly training, declared himself thoroughly convinced and converted. To avoid the sneers and jest of the Parisian public, the ceremony of abjuration took place at Melun. Law made a pious present of 100,000 livres to the Church of St. Roch, and the Abbé Tension was rewarded for his edifying labors by sundry shares and bank bills, which he shrewdly took care to convert into cash, having as little faith in the system as in the piety of his new convert. A more grave and moral community might have been outraged by this scandalous farce, but the Parisians laughed at it with their usual levity, and contented themselves with making it the subject of a number of songs and epigrams. Law, being now orthodox in his faith, took out letters of naturalization, and having thus surmounted the intervening obstacles, was elevated by the regent to the post of Comptroller General. So accustomed had the community become to all the jiggles and transmutations in this hero of finance that no one seemed shocked or astonished at his sudden elevation. On the contrary, being now considered perfectly established in place and power, he became more than ever the object of venal adoration. Men of rank and dignity thronged his antechamber, waiting patiently their turn for an audience. The titled dames demeaned themselves to take the front seats of the carriages of his wife and daughter, as if they had been riding with the princesses of blood royal. Law's head grew giddy with his elevation, and he began to aspire after aristocratical distinction. There was to be a court ball, at which several of the young noblemen were to dance in a ballet with the youthful king. Law requested that his son might be admitted into the ballet, and the regent consented. The young scions of nobility, however, were indignant, and scouted the intruding upstart. Their more worldly parents, fearful of displeasing the modern Midas, reprimanded them in vain. The striplings had not yet imbibed the passion for gain, and still held to their high blood. The son of the banker received slights and annoyances on all sides, and the public applauded them for their spirit. A fit of illness came opportunely to relieve the youth from an honor which would have cost him a world of vexations and affronts. In February 1720, shortly after Law's installment in office, a decree came out uniting the bank to the India Company, by which last name the whole establishment was now known. The decree stated that, as the bank was royal, the king was bound to make good the value of its bills, that he committed to the company the government of the bank for 50 years, and sold it 50 millions of stock belonging to him for 900 millions, a sample advance of 1,800%. The decree farther declared, in the king's name, that he would never draw on the bank until the value of its drafts had first been lodged in it by his receivers general. The bank, it was said, had by this time issued notes to the amount of 100,000 millions, being more paper than all the banks of Europe were able to circulate. To aid its credit, the receivers of the revenue were directed to take banknotes of the sub-receivers. All payments also, of 100 livres and upward, were ordered to be made in banknotes. These compulsory measures for a short time gave a false credit to the bank, which proceeded to discount merchants' notes to lend money on jewels, plate, and other valuables, as well as on mortgages. Still farther to force on the system, an edict next appeared, forbidding any individual, or any corporate body, civil or religious, to hold in possession more than 500 livres in current coin. That is to say, about 7 louis d'or. The value of the louis d'or in paper being, at the time, 72 livres. All the gold and silver they might have, above this pittance, was to be brought to the royal bank and exchanged either for shares or bills. As confiscation was the penalty of disobedience to this decree, and informers were assured a share of the forfeitures, a bounty was in a manner held out to domestic spies and traitors, and the most odious scrutiny was awakened into the pecuniary affairs of families and individuals. The very confidence between friends and relatives was impaired, and all the domestic ties and virtues of society were threatened, until a general sentiment of indignation broke forth, that compelled the regent to rescind the odious decree. Lord Stairs, the British ambassador, speaking of the system of espionage encouraged by this edict, observed that it was impossible to doubt that Law was a thorough Catholic, since he had established the Inquisition, after having already proved transubstantiation by changing specie into paper. Equal abuses had taken place under the colonizing project. In his 1,000 expedients to amass capital, Law had sold parcels of land in Mississippi at the rate of 3,000 livres for a league square. Many capitalists had purchased estates large enough to constitute almost a principality. The only evil was Law had sold a property which he could not deliver. The agents of police, who aided in recruiting the ranks of the colonists, had been guilty of scandalous impositions. Under the pretense of taking up mendicants and vagabonds, they had scoured the streets at night, seizing upon honest mechanics and their sons, and hurrying them to their crimping houses for the sole purpose of extorting money from them as a ransom. The populace was roused to indignation by these abuses. The officers of police were mobbed in the exercise of their odious functions, and several of them were killed, which put an end to this flagrant abuse of power. In March, a most extraordinary decree of the council fixed the price of shares of the India Company at 9,000 livres each. All ecclesiastical communities and hospitals were now prohibited from investing money at interest in anything but India stock. With all these props and stays, the system continued to totter. How could it be otherwise, under a despotic government that could alter the value of property at every moment? The very compulsory measures that were adopted to establish the credit of the bank hastened its fall, plainly showing that there was a want of solid security. Law caused pamphlets to be published, setting forth, in eloquent language, the vast profits that must accrue to holders of the stock, and the impossibility of the king's ever doing it any harm. On the very back of these assertions came forth an edict of the king, dated the 22nd of May, wherein, under pretense of having reduced the value of his coin, it was declared necessary to reduce the value of his banknotes 1/2, and of the India shares from 9,000 to 5,000 livres. This decree came like a clap of thunder upon shareholders. They found 1/2 of the pretended value of the paper in their hands annihilated in an instant. And what certainty had they with respect to the other half? The rich considered themselves ruined. Those in humbler circumstances looked forward to abject beggary. The Parliament seized the occasion to stand forth as the protector of the public and refused to register the decree. It gained the credit of compelling the regent to retrace his step, though it is more probable he yielded to the universal burst of public astonishment and reprobation. On the 27th of May, the edict was revoked, and the bank bills were restored to their previous value. But the fatal blow had been struck. The delusion was at an end. Government itself lost all public confidence equally with the bank it had engendered, and which its own arbitrary acts had brought to discredit. "All Paris," says the regent's mother in her letters, "has been mourning at the cursed decree which law has persuaded my son to make. I have received anonymous letters stating that I have nothing to fear on my own account, but that my son shall be pursued with fire and sword." The regent now endeavored to invert the odium of his ruinous schemes from himself. He affected to have suddenly lost confidence in law, and on the 29th of May discharged him from his employ as Comptroller General, and stationed a Swiss guard of 16 men in his house. He even refused to see him when, on the following day, he applied at the portal of the Palais Royal for admission. But having played off this farce before the public, he admitted him secretly the same night, by a private door, and continued, as before, to cooperate with him in his financial schemes. On the 1st of June, the regent issued a decree permitting persons to have as much money as they pleased in their possession. Few, however, were in a state to benefit by this permission. There was a run upon the bank, but a royal ordinance immediately suspended payment until farther orders. To relieve the public mind, a city stock was created of 25 millions, bearing an interest of 2.5%, for which the banknotes were taken in exchange. The banknotes, thus withdrawn from circulation, were publicly burnt before the Hôtel de Ville. The public, however, had lost confidence in everything and everybody, and suspected fraud and collusion in those who pretended to burn the bills. A general confusion now took place in the financial world. Families who had lived in opulence found themselves suddenly reduced to indigence. Schemers who had been reveling in the delusion of princely fortunes found their estates vanishing into thin air. Those who had any property remaining sought to secure it against reverses. Cautious persons found there was no safety for property in a country where the coin was continually shifting in value, and where a despotism was exercised over public securities, and even over the private purses of individuals. They began to send their effects into other countries, when lo, on the 20th of June, a royal edict commanded them to bring back their effects, under penalty of forfeiting twice their value, and forbade them, under like penalty, from investing their money in foreign stocks. This was soon followed by another decree, forbidding anyone to retain precious stones in his possession, or to sell them to foreigners. All must be deposited in the bank in exchange for depreciating paper. Execrations were now poured out on all sides against law, and menaces of vengeance. What a contrast, in a short time, to the venal incense once offered up to him! "This person," writes the regent's mother, "who was formerly worshipped as a god, is now not sure of his life. It is astonishing how greatly terrified he is. He is as a dead man. He is pale as a sheet, and it is said he can never get over it. My son is not dismayed, though he is threatened on all sides, and is very much amused with law's terrors." About the middle of July, the last grand attempt was made by law and the regent to keep up the system and provide for the immense emission of paper. A decree was fabricated, giving the India Company the entire monopoly of commerce, on condition that it would, in the course of a year, reimburse 600 millions of livres of its bills, at the rate of 50 millions per month. On the 17th, this decree was sent to Parliament to be registered. It at once raised a storm of opposition in that assembly, and a vehement discussion took place. While that was going on, a disastrous scene was passing out of doors. The calamitous effects of the system had reached the humblest concerns of human life. Provisions had risen to an enormous price. Paper money was refused at all the shops. The people had not wherewithal to buy bread. It had been found absolutely indispensable to relax a little from the suspension of specie payments and to allow small sums to be scantily exchanged for paper. The doors of the bank and the neighboring street were immediately thronged with a famishing multitude seeking cash for banknotes of 10 livres. So great was the press and struggle that several persons were stifled and crushed to death. The mob carried 3 of the bodies to the courtyard of the Palais Royal. Some cried for the regent to come forth, and behold the effect of his system. Others demanded the death of Law, the impostor, who had brought this misery and ruin upon the nation. The moment was critical. The popular fury was rising to a tempest, when Leblanc, the Secretary of State, stepped forth. He had previously sent for the military, and now only sought to gain time. Singling out 6 or 7 stout fellows, who seemed to be the ringleaders of the mob. "My good fellows," said he, calmly, "carry away these bodies, and place them in some church, and then come back quickly to me for your pay." They immediately obeyed. A kind of funeral procession was formed, and the arrival of troops dispersed those who lingered behind, and Paris was probably saved from an insurrection. About 10 o'clock in the morning, all being quiet, Law ventured to go to his carriage to the Palais Royal. He was saluted with cries and curses as he passed along the streets, and he reached the Palais Royal in a terrible fright. The regent amused himself with his fears, but retained him with him, and sent off his carriage, which was assailed by the mob, pelted with stones, and the glasses shivered. The news of this outrage was communicated to the Parliament in the midst of a furious discussion of the decree for the commercial monopoly. The first president, who had been absent for a short time, re-entered, and communicated the tidings in a whimsical couplet. "Messieurs, messieurs, bonne nouvelle. Le caron de l'eau est rouillé en querelle." Gentlemen, gentlemen, good news. The carriage of law is shivered to atoms. The members sprang up with joy. "And Law," exclaimed they, "he has been torn to pieces?" The president was ignorant of the result of the tumult, whereupon the debate was cut short, the decree rejected, and the House adjourned, the members hurrying to learn the particulars. Such was the levity with which public affairs were treated at that dissolute and disastrous period. On the following day there was an ordinance from the king, prohibiting all popular assemblages, and troops were stationed at various points and in all public places. The regiment of guards was ordered to hold itself in readiness, and the musketeers to be at their hotels, with their horses ready saddled. A number of small offices were opened, where people might cash small notes, though with great delay and difficulty. An edict was also issued, declaring that whoever should refuse to take banknotes in the course of trade should forfeit double the amount. The continued and vehement opposition of Parliament to the whole delusive system of finance had been a constant source of annoyance to the regent, but this obstinate rejection of his last grand expedient of a commercial monopoly was not to be tolerated. He determined to punish that intractable body. The Abbé Dubois and Law suggested a simple mode. It was to suppress the Parliament altogether, being, as they observed, so far from useful that it was a constant impediment to the march of public affairs. The regent was half inclined to listen to their advice, but upon calmer consideration and the advice of friends, he adopted a more moderate course. On the 20th of July, early in the morning, all the doors of the Parliament House were taken possession of by the troops. Others were sent to surround the house of the first president, and others to the houses of the various members, who were all at first in great alarm, until an order from the king was put into their hands, to render themselves at Pontoise in the course of 2 days, to which place the Parliament was thus suddenly and arbitrarily transferred. This despotic act, says Voltaire, would at any other time have caused an insurrection. But one half of the Parisians were occupied by their ruin, and the other half by their fancied riches, which were soon to vanish. The President and members of Parliament acquiesced to the mandate without a murmur. They even went as if on a party of pleasure, and made every preparation to lead a joyous life in their exile. The musketeers who held possession of the vacated Parliament House, a gay corps of fashionable young fellows, amused themselves with making songs and pasquinades at the expense of the exiled legislators, and at length, to pass away time, formed themselves into a mock parliament, elected their presidents, kings, ministers, and advocates, took their seats in due form, arraigned a cat at their bar in place of the sieur law, and, after giving it a fair trial, condemned it to be hanged. In this manner, public affairs and public institutions were lightly turned to jest. As to the exiled Parliament, it lived gaily and luxuriously at Pontoise, at the public expense, for the regent had furnished funds, as usual, with a lavish hand. The first president had the mansion of the Duc de Bouillon put at his disposal, all ready furnished, with a vast and delightful garden on the borders of a river. There he kept open house to all the members of Parliament. Several tables were spread every day, all furnished luxuriously and splendidly, the most exquisite wines and liquors, the choicest fruits and refreshments of all kinds abounded. A number of small chariots for 1 and 2 horses were always at hand, for such ladies and old gentlemen as wished to take an airing after dinner, and card and billiard tables for such as chose to amuse themselves in that way until supper. The sister and daughter of the first president did the honors of his house, and he himself presided there with an air of great ease, hospitality, and magnificence. It became a party of pleasure to drive from Paris to Pontoise, which was 6 leagues distant, and partake in the amusements and festivities of the place. Business was openly slighted. Nothing was thought of but amusement. The regent and his government were laughed at, and made the subjects of continual pleasantries, while the enormous expenses incurred by this idle and lavish course of life more than doubled the liberal sums provided. This was the way in which the Parliament resented their exile. During all this time, the system was getting more and more involved. The Stock Exchange had some time previously been removed to the Place Vendôme, but the tumult and noise becoming intolerable to the residents of that polite quarter, and especially to the Chancellor, whose hotel was there, the Prince and Princess Carignan, both deep gamblers in Mississippi stock, offered their extensive garden of their Hôtel des Soissons as a rallying place for the worshippers of Mammon. The offer was accepted. A number of barracks were immediately erected in the garden as offices for the stockbrokers, and an order was obtained from the regent, under pretext of police regulations, that no bargain would be valid unless concluded in these barracks. The rent of them immediately mounted to 100 livres a month for each. and the whole yielded these noble proprietors an ignoble revenue of 500,000 of livres. The mania for gain, however, was now at an end. A universal panic succeeded. Sauve qui peut was the watchword. Everyone was anxious to exchange falling paper for something of intrinsic and permanent value. Since money was not to be had, jewels, precious stones, plate, porcelain, trinkets of gold and silver all commanded any price in paper. Land was bought at 50 years' purchase, and he esteemed himself happy who could get it even at this price. Monopolies now became the rage among the noble holders of paper. The Duc de la Force bought up nearly all the tallow, grease, and soap, others the coffee and spices, others hay and oats. Foreign exchanges were almost impracticable. The debts of Dutch and English merchants were paid in this fictitious money, all the coin of the realm having disappeared. All the relations of debtor and creditor confounded. With 1,000 crowns, one might pay a debt of 18,000 livres. The regent's mother, who once exulted in the affluence of bank paper, now wrote in a very different tone. "I have often wished," said she, in her letters, "that these banknotes were in the depths of the infernal regions. They have given my son more trouble than relief. Nobody in France has a penny. My son was once popular, but since the arrival of this cursed law he is hated more and more. Not a week passes without my receiving letters filled with frightful threats, and speaking of him as a tyrant. I had just received one threatening him with poison. When I showed it to him, he did nothing but laugh." In the meantime, Law was dismayed by the increasing troubles, and terrified at the tempest he had raised. He was not a man of real courage, and, fearing for his personal safety, from popular tumult, or the despair of ruined individuals, he again took refuge in the palace of the regent. The latter, as usual, amused himself with his terrors, and turned every new disaster into a jest. But he, too, began to think of his own security. In pursuing the schemes of Law, he had no doubt calculated to carry through his term of government with ease and splendor, and to enrich himself, his connections, and his favorites, and had hoped that the catastrophe of the system would not take place until after the expiration of his regency. He now saw his mistake, that it was impossible much longer to prevent an explosion, and he determined at once to get Law out of the way, and then to charge him with the whole tissue of delusions of this paper alchemy. He accordingly took occasion of the recall of Parliament in December 1720 to suggest to Law the policy of his avoiding an encounter with that hostile and exasperated body. Law needed no urging to the measure. His only desire was to escape from Paris and its tempestuous populace. 2 days before the return of Parliament, he took his sudden and secret departure. He travelled in a chaise bearing the arms of the regent, and was escorted by a kind of safeguard of servants in the Duke's livery. His first place of refuge was an estate of the regent's, about 6 leagues from Paris, from whence he pushed forward to Bruxelles. As soon as Law was fairly out of the way, the Duke of Orleans summoned a council of the Regency, and informed them that they were assembled to deliberate on the state of the finances and the affairs of the India Company. Accordingly, Lausset, Comptroller General, rendered a perfectly clear statement, by which it appeared that there were bank bills in circulation to the amount of 2 milliards, 700 millions of livres, without any evidence that this enormous sum had been emitted in virtue of any ordinance from the General Assembly of the India Company, which alone had the right to authorize such emissions. The council was astonished at this disclosure, and looked to the regent for explanation. Pushed to the extreme, the regent avowed that law had emitted bills to the amount of 1,200 millions, beyond what had been fixed by ordinances, and in contradiction to express prohibitions, that, the thing being done, he, the regent, had legalized, or rather covered the transaction, by decrees ordering such emissions, which decrees he had antedated. A stormy scene ensued between the regent and the Duc de Bourbon, little to the credit of either, both having been deeply implicated in the cabalistic operations of the system. In fact, the several members of the council had been among the most venal beneficiaries of the scheme, and had interests at stake which they were anxious to secure. From all the circumstances of the case, I am inclined to think that others were more to blame than law for the disastrous effects of his financial projects. His bank, had it been confined to its original limits and left to the control of its own internal regulations, might have gone on prosperously and been of great benefit to the nation. It was an institution fitted for a free country, but unfortunately it was subject to the control of a despotic government that could, at its pleasure, alter the value of the specie within its vaults, and compel the most extravagant expansions of its paper circulation. The vital principle of a bank is security in the regularity of its operations, and the immediate convertibility of its paper into coin. And what confidence could be reposed in an institution, or its paper promises, when the sovereign could at any moment centuple those promises in the market, and seize upon all the money in the bank? The compulsory measures used, likewise, to force banknotes into currency against the judgment of the public was fatal to the system, for credit must be free and uncontrolled as the common air. The regent was the evil spirit of the system that forced law onto an expansion of his paper currency far beyond what he had ever dreamed of. He it was that in a manner compelled the unlucky projector to devise all kinds of collateral companies and monopolies, by which to raise funds to meet the constantly and enormously increasing emissions of shares and notes. Law was but like a poor conjurer in the hands of a potent spirit that he has evoked, and that obliges him to go on, desperately and ruinously, with his conjurations. He only thought at the outset to raise the wind, but the regent compelled him to raise the whirlwind. The investigation of the affairs of the company by the council resulted in nothing beneficial to the public. The princes and nobles who had enriched themselves by all kinds of juggles and extortions escaped unpunished, and retained the greater part of their spoils. Many of the suddenly rich, who had risen from obscurity to a giddy height of imaginary prosperity, and had indulged in all kinds of vulgar and ridiculous excesses, awoke as out of a dream in their original poverty, now made more galling and humiliating by their transient elevation. The weight of the evil, however, fell on more valuable classes of society. Honest tradesmen and artisans, who had been seduced away from the slow accumulations of industry to the specious chances of speculation. Thousands of meritorious families, also, once opulent, had been reduced to indigence by a too great confidence in government. There was a derangement of the finances that long exerted a baneful influence over the national prosperity. But the most disastrous effects of the system were upon the morals and manners of the nation. The faith of engagements, the sanctity of promises in affairs of business were at an end. Every expedient to grasp present profit, or to evade present difficulty, was tolerated. While such deplorable laxity of principle was generated in the busy classes, the chivalry of France had soiled her pennants. And honor and glory, so long the idols of Gallic nobility, had been tumbled to the earth and trampled in the dirt of the stock market. As to Law, the originator of the system, he appears eventually to have profited but little by his schemes. He was a quack, says Voltaire, to whom the state was given to be cured, but who poisoned it with his drugs, and who poisoned himself. The effects which he left behind in France were sold at a low price, and the proceeds dissipated. His landed estates were confiscated. He carried away with him barely enough to maintain himself, his wife and daughter, with decency. The chief relic of his immense fortune was a great diamond, which he was often obliged to pawn. He was in England in 1721, and was presented to George I. He returned, shortly afterward, to the continent, shifting about from place to place, and died in Venice in 1729. His wife and daughter, accustomed to live with the prodigality of princesses, could not conform to their altered fortunes, but dissipated the scanty means left to them, and sank into abject poverty. I saw his wife, says Voltaire, at Bruxelles, as much humiliated as she had been haughty and triumphant at Paris. An elder brother of Law remained in France, and he was protected by the Duchess of Bourbon. His descendants acquitted themselves honorably in various public employments, and one of them was the Marquis Lauriston, sometime Lieutenant General and Peer of France. End of section 11.
Section 12 of Chronicles of Wolfert's Roost and Other Papers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Allison K. Hart. Chronicles of Wolfert's Roost and Other Papers by Washington Irving. Sketches in Paris in 1825. The Parisian Hotel. My French Neighbor. The Englishman at Paris. English and French Character. Sketches in Paris in 1825. From the Traveling Notebook of Geoffrey Cran, Gent. The Parisian Hotel. A great hotel in Paris is a street set on end. The grand staircase is the highway, and every floor or apartment a separate habitation. The one in which I am lodged may serve as a specimen. It is a large quadrangular pile built round a spacious paved court. The ground floor is occupied by shops, magazines, and domestic offices. Then comes the entresol, with low ceilings, short windows, and dwarf chambers. Then succeed a succession of floors or stories, rising one above the other to the number of Mahomet's heavens. Each floor is a mansion, complete within itself, with antechamber, saloons, dining and sleeping rooms, kitchen, and other conveniences. Some floors are divided into 2 or more suites of apartments. Each apartment has its main door of entrance, opening upon the staircase or landing places, and locked like a street door. Thus, several families and numerous single persons live under the same roof, totally independent of each other, and may live so for years, without holding more intercourse than is kept up in other cities by residents in the same street. Like the great world, this little microcosm has its gradations of rank and style and importance. The premier, or first floor, with its grand saloons, lofty ceilings, and splendid furniture, is decidedly the aristocratical part of the establishment. The second floor is scarcely less aristocratical and magnificent. The other floors go on lessening in splendor as they gain in altitude, and end with the attics, the region of petty tailors, clerks, and sewing girls. To make the filling up of the mansion complete, every odd nook and corner is fitted up as a joli petit appartement au garçon, a pretty little bachelor's apartment. That is to say, some little dark, inconvenient nestling place for a poor devil of a bachelor. The whole domain is shut up from the street by a great porte cochere, or portal, calculated for the admission of carriages. This consists of two massy folding doors that swing heavily open upon a spacious entrance, passing under the front of the edifice into the courtyard. On one side is a grand staircase leading to the upper apartments. Immediately without the portal is the porter's lodge, a small room with 1 or 2 bedrooms adjacent, for the accommodation of the concierge, or porter, and his family. This is one of the most important functionaries of the hotel. He is, in fact, the Cerberus of the establishment, and no one can pass in or out without his knowledge and consent. The porte cochere in general is fastened by a sliding bolt, from which a cord or wire passes into the porter's lodge. Whoever wishes to go out must speak to the porter, who draws the bolt. A visitor from without gives a single rap with the massive knocker. The bolt is immediately drawn, as if by an invisible hand. The door stands ajar. The visitor pushes it open and enters. A face presents itself at the glass door of the porter's little chamber. The stranger pronounces the name of the person he comes to seek. If the person or family is of importance, occupying the first or second floor, the porter sounds a bell once or twice to give notice that a visitor is at hand. The stranger, in the meantime, ascends the great staircase, the highway common to all, and arrives at the outer door, equivalent to a street door, of the suite of rooms inhabited by his friends. Beside this hangs a bell cord, with which he rings for admittance. When the family or person inquired for is of less importance, or lives in some remote part of the mansion less easy to be apprised, no signal is given. The applicant pronounces the name at the porter's door and is told, "Montez au troisième, au quatrième, sonnez à la porte, à droite ou à gauche." Ascend to the 3rd or 4th story, ring the bell on the right or left-hand door, as the case may be. The porter and his wife act as domestics to such of the inmates of the mansion as do not keep servants, making their beds, arranging their rooms, lighting their fires, and doing other menial offices for which they receive a monthly stipend. They are also in confidential intercourse with the servants of the other inmates, and, having an eye on all the incomers and outgoers, are thus enabled, by hook and by crook, to learn the secrets and the domestic history of every member of the little territory within the porte cochere. The porter's lodge is accordingly a great scene of gossip, where all the private affairs of this interior neighborhood are discussed. The courtyard also is an assembling place in the evening for the servants of the different families, and a sisterhood of sewing girls from the entresols and the attics, to play at various games, and dance to the music of their own songs and the echoes of their feet, at which assemblages the porter's daughter takes the lead. Fresh, pretty, buxom girl, generally called la petite, although almost as tall as a grenadier. These little evening gatherings, so characteristic of this gay country, are countenanced by the various families of the mansion, who often look down from their windows and balconies on moonlight evenings, and enjoy the simple revels of their domestics. I must observe, however, that the hotel I am describing is rather a quiet, retired one, where most of the inmates are permanent residents from year to year, so that there is more of the spirit of neighborhood than in the bustling, fashionable hotels in the gay parts of Paris, which are continually changing their inhabitants. My French neighbor. I often amuse myself by watching from my window, which, by the by, is tolerably elevated, the movements of the teeming little world below me. And as I am on sociable terms with the porter and his wife, I gather from them, as they light my fire or serve my breakfast, anecdotes of all my fellow lodgers. I have been somewhat curious in studying a little antique Frenchman who occupies one of the jolies chambres à garçons already mentioned. He is one of those superannuated veterans who flourished before the Revolution, and have weathered all the storms of Paris, in consequence, very probably, of being fortunately too insignificant to attract attention. He has a small income, which he manages with the skill of a French economist, appropriating so much for his lodgings, so much for his meals, so much for his visits to St. Cloud and Versailles, and so much for his seat at the theatre. He has resided at the hotel for years, and always in the same chamber, which he furnishes at his own expense. The decorations of the room mark his various ages. There are some gallant pictures, which he hung up in his younger days, with a portrait of a lady of rank, whom he speaks tenderly of, dressed in the old French taste, and a pretty opera dancer, pirouetting in a hoop petticoat, who lately died at a good old age. In a corner of this picture is stuck a prescription for rheumatism, and below it stands an easy-chair. He has a small parrot at the window, to amuse him when within doors, and a pug dog to accompany him in his daily peregrinations. While I am writing, he is crossing the court to go out. He is attired in his best coat of sky blue, and is doubtless bound for the Tuileries. His hair is dressed in the old style, with powdered earlocks and a pigtail. His little dog trips after him, sometimes on 4 legs, sometimes on 3, and looking as if his leather small-clothes were too tight for him. Now the old gentleman stops to have a word with an old crony who lives in the entresol and is just returning from his promenade. Now they take a pinch of snuff together. Now they pull out huge red cotton handkerchiefs, those flags of abomination, as they have well been called, and blow their noses most sonorously. Now they turn to make remarks upon their 2 little dogs, who are exchanging the morning salutation. Now they part, and my old gentleman stops to have a passing word with the porter's wife. And now he sallies forth, and is fairly launched upon the town for the day. No man is so methodical as a complete idler, and none so scrupulous in measuring and portioning out his time than he whose time is worth nothing. The old gentleman in question has his exact hour for rising, and for shaving himself by a small mirror hung against his casement. He sallies forth at a certain hour every morning to take his cup of coffee and his roll at a certain café where he reads the papers. He has been a regular admirer of the lady who presides at the bar, and always stops to have a little badinage with her en passant. He has his regular walks on the boulevards, and in the Palais Royal, where he sets his watch by the petard fired off by the sun at midday. He has his daily resort in the garden of the Tuileries, to meet with a knot of veteran idlers like himself, who talk on pretty much the same subjects whenever they meet. He has been present at all the sights and shows and rejoicings of Paris for the last 50 years. He has witnessed the great events of the Revolution, the guillotining of the King and Queen, the coronation of Bonaparte, the capture of Paris, and the restoration of the Bourbons. All these he speaks of with the coolness of a theatrical critic, and I question whether he has not been gratified by each in its turn. Not from any inherent love of tumult, but from that insatiable appetite for spectacle which prevails among the inhabitants of this metropolis. I have been amused with a farce, in which one of these systematic old triflers is represented. He sings a song detailing his whole day's round of insignificant occupations, and goes to bed delighted with the idea that his next day will be an exact repetition of the same routine. Je me couche le soir, enchanté du pouvoir, recommencer mon temps, le lendemain matin. The Englishman at Paris. In another part of the hotel, a handsome suite of rooms is occupied by an old English gentleman of great probity, some understanding, and very considerable crustiness, who has come to France to live economically. He has a very fair property, but his wife, being of that blessed kind compared in Scripture to the fruitful vine, has overwhelmed him with a family of buxom daughters, who hang clustering about him, ready to be gathered by any hand. He is seldom to be seen in public without one hanging on each arm, and smiling on all the world, while his own mouth is drawn down at each corner like a mastiff's, with internal growling at everything about him. He adheres rigidly to English fashion in dress, and trudges about in long gaiters and broad-brimmed hat, while his daughters almost overshadow him with feathers, flowers, and French bonnets. He contrives to keep up an atmosphere of English habits, opinions, and prejudices, and to carry a semblance of London into the very heart of Paris. His mornings are spent at Galignani's newsroom, where he forms one of a knot of inveterate quidnuncs who read the same articles over a dozen times in a dozen different papers. He generally dines in company with some of his own countrymen, and they have what is called a comfortable sitting after dinner, in the English fashion, drinking wine, discussing the news of the London papers, and canvassing the French character, the French metropolis, and the French Revolution, ending with a unanimous admission of English courage, English morality, English cookery, English wealth, the magnitude of London, and the ingratitude of the French. His evenings are chiefly spent at a club of his countrymen, where the London papers are taken. Sometimes his daughters entice him to the theatre, but not often. He abuses French tragedy as all fustian and bombast, Talma as a ranter, and Duchesneau as a mere termagant. It is true, his ear is not sufficiently familiar with the language to understand French verse, and he generally goes to sleep during the performance. The wit of the French comedy is flat and pointless to him. He would not give one of Mundin's wry faces or Liston's inexpressible looks for the whole of it. He will not admit that Paris has any advantage over London. The Seine is a muddy rivulet in comparison with the Thames. The West End of London surpasses the finest parts of the French capital, and on someone's observing that there was a very thick fog out of doors, "Pish!" said he crustily, "it's nothing compared to the fogs we have in London." He has infinite trouble in bringing his table into anything like conformity to English rule. With his liquors, it is true, he is tolerably successful. He procures London porter and a stock of port and sherry at considerable expense, for he observes that he cannot stand those cursed thin French wines. They dilute his blood so much as to give him the rheumatism. As to their white wines, he stigmatizes them as mere substitutes for cider. And as to claret, why, it would be port if it could. He has continual quarrels with his French cook, whom he renders wretched by insisting on his conforming to Mrs. Glass, for it is easier to convert a Frenchman from his religion than his cookery. The poor fellow, by dint of repeated efforts, once brought himself to serve up roast beef sufficiently raw to suit what he considered the cannibal taste of his master, but then he could not refrain at the last moment, adding some exquisite sauce that put the old gentleman in a fury. He detests wood fires, and has procured a quantity of coal, but not having a grate, he is obliged to burn it on the hearth. Here he sits, poking and stirring the fire with one end of a tongs, while the room is as murky as a smithy, railing at French chimneys, French masons, and French architects, giving a poke at the end of every sentence, as though he were stirring up the very bowels of the delinquents he is anathematizing. He lives in a state militant with inanimate objects around him. He gets into high dudgeon with doors and casements because they will not come under English law, and has implacable feuds with sundry refractory pieces of furniture. Among these is one in particular, with which he is sure to have a high quarrel every time he goes to dress. It is a commode, one of those smooth, polished, plausible pieces of French furniture that have the perversity of 500 devils. Each drawer has a will of its own, will open or not, just as the whim takes it, and sets lock and key at defiance. Sometimes a drawer will refuse to yield to either persuasion or force, and will part with both handles rather than yield. Another will come out in the most coy and coquettish manner imaginable, elbowing along, zigzag, one corner retreating as the other advances, making 1,000 difficulties and objections at every move, until the old gentleman, out of all patience, gives a sudden jerk and brings drawer and contents into the middle of the floor. His hostility to this unlucky piece of furniture increases every day, as if incensed that it does not grow better. He is like the fretful invalid, who cursed his bed that the longer he lay, the harder it grew. The only benefit he has derived from this quarrel is that it has furnished him with a crusty joke which he utters on all occasions. He swears that a French commode is the most incommodio thing in existence, and that, although the nation cannot make a joint stool that will stand steady, yet they are always talking of everything's being perfectionné. His servants understand his humor and avail themselves of it. He was one day disturbed by a pertinacious rattling and shaking of one of the doors, and bawled out in an angry tone to know the cause of the disturbance. "Sir," said the footman testily, "it's this confounded French lock." "Ah," said the old gentleman, pacified by this hit at the nation, "I thought there was something French at the bottom of it." English and French character. As I am a mere looker-on in Europe, and hold myself as much as possible aloof from its quarrels and prejudices, I feel something like one overlooking a game, who, without any great skill of his own, can occasionally perceive the blunders of much abler players. This neutrality of feeling enables me to enjoy the contrasts of character presented in this time of general peace, when the various people of Europe, who have so long been sundered by wars, are brought together and placed side by side in this great gathering place of nations. No greater contrast, however, is exhibited than that of the French and English. The peace has deluged this gay capital with English visitors of all ranks and conditions. They throng every place of curiosity and amusement, fill the public gardens, the galleries, the cafes, saloons, theaters, always herding together, never associating with the French. The two nations are like two threads of different colors, tangled together, but never blended. In fact, they present a continual antithesis, and seem to value themselves upon being unlike each other. Yet each have their peculiar merits, which should entitle them to each other's esteem. The French intellect is quick and active. It flashes its way into a subject with the rapidity of lightning, seizes upon remote conclusions with a sudden bound, and its deductions are almost intuitive. The English intellect is less rapid, but more persevering, less sudden, but more sure in its deductions. The quickness and mobility of the French enable them to find enjoyment in the multiplicity of sensations. They speak and act more from immediate impressions than from reflection and meditation. They are, therefore, more social and communicative, more fond of society and of places of public resort and amusement. An Englishman is more reflective in his habits. He lives in the world of his own thoughts, and seems more self-existent and self-dependent. He loves the quiet of his own apartment. Even when abroad, he, in a manner, makes a little solitude around him by his silence and reserve. He moves about shy and solitary and, as it were, buttoned up, body and soul. The French are great optimists. They seize upon every good as it flies, and revel in the passing pleasure. The Englishman is too apt to neglect the present good in preparing against the possible evil. However adversities may lower, let the sun shine but for a moment, and forth sallies the mercurial Frenchman, in holiday dress and holiday spirits, gay as a butterfly, as though his sunshine were perpetual. But let the sun beam never so brightly, so there be but a cloud in the horizon, the wary Englishman ventures forth distrustfully, with his umbrella in his hand. The Frenchman has a wonderful facility at turning small things to advantage. No one can be gay and luxurious on smaller means. No one requires less expense to be happy. He practices a kind of gilding in his style of living, and hammers out every guinea into gold leaf. The Englishman, on the contrary, is expensive in his habits and expensive in his enjoyments. He values everything, whether useful or ornamental, by what it costs. He has no satisfaction in show, unless it be solid and complete. Everything goes with him by the square foot. Whatever display he makes, the depth is sure to equal the surface. The Frenchman's habitation, like himself, is open, cheerful, bustling, and noisy. He lives in a part of a great hotel, with wide portal, paved court, a spacious, dirty stone staircase, and a family on every floor. All is clatter and chatter. He is good-humored and talkative with his servants, sociable with his neighbors, and complacent to all the world. Anybody has access to himself and his apartments. His very bedroom is open to visitors, whatever may be its state of confusion. And all this not from any peculiarly hospitable feeling, but from that communicative habit which predominates over his character. The Englishman, on the contrary, ensconces himself in a snug brick mansion which he has all to himself, locks the front door, puts broken bottles along his walls, and spring guns and man-traps in his gardens, shrouds himself with trees and window curtains, exults in his quiet and privacy, and seems disposed to keep out noise, daylight, and company. His house, like himself, has a reserved, inhospitable exterior. Yet whoever gains admittance is apt to find a warm heart and a warm fireside within. The French excel in wit, the English in humour. The French have gayer fancy, the English richer imaginations. The former are full of sensibility, easily moved, and prone to sudden and great excitement, but their excitement is not durable. The English are more phlegmatic, not so readily affected, but capable of being aroused to great enthusiasm. The faults of these opposite temperaments are, that the vivacity of the French is apt to sparkle up and be frothy, the gravity of the English to settle down and grow muddy. When the two characters can be fixed in a medium, the French kept from effervescence, and the English from stagnation, both will be found excellent. This contrast of character may also be noticed in the great concerns of the two nations. The ardent Frenchman is all for military renown. He fights for glory, that is to say, for success in arms. For, provided the national flag be victorious, he cares little about the expense, the injustice, or the inutility of the war. It is wonderful how the poorest Frenchman will revel on a triumphant bulletin. A great victory is meat and drink to him, and at the sight of a military sovereign, bringing home captured cannon and captured standards, he throws up his greasy cap in the air, and is ready to jump out of his wooden shoes for joy. John Bull, on the contrary, is a reasoning, considerate person. If he does wrong, it is in the most rational way imaginable. He fights because the good of the world requires it. He is a moral person, and makes war upon his neighbor for the maintenance of peace and good order and sound principles. He is a money-making personage, and fights for the prosperity of commerce and manufactures. Thus the two nations have been fighting, time out of mind, for glory and good. The French, in pursuit of glory, have had their capital twice taken. And John, in pursuit of good, has run himself over head and ears in debt. End of section 12.
Section 13 of Chronicles of Wolfert's Roost and Other Papers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. Chronicles of Wolfert's Roost and Other Papers by Washington Irving. Sketches in Paris in 1825, Part 2. The Tuileries and Windsor Castle. I have sometimes fancied I could discover national characteristics in national edifices. In the chateau of the Tuileries, for instance, I perceive the same jumble of contrarieties that marks the French character, the same whimsical mixture of the great and the little, the splendid and the paltry, the sublime and the grotesque. On visiting this famous pile, the first thing that strikes both eye and ear is military display. The courts glitter with steel-clad soldiery, and resound with tramp of horse, the roll of drum, and the bray of trumpet. Dismounted guardsmen patrol its arcades with loaded carbines, jingling spurs, and clanking sabers. Gigantic grenadiers are posted about its staircases. Young officers of the guards loll from the balconies, or lounge in groups upon the terraces, and the gleam of bayonet from window to window shows that sentinels are pacing up and down the corridors and antechambers. The first floor is brilliant with the splendors of a court. French taste has tasked itself in adorning the sumptuous suites of apartments. Nor are the gilded chapel and splendid theatre forgotten, where piety and pleasure are next-door neighbors, and harmonize together with perfect French bienséance. Mingled up with all this regal and military magnificence is a world of whimsical and makeshift detail. A great part of the huge edifice is cut up into little chambers and nestling places for retainers of the court, dependents on retainers, and hangers-on of dependents. Some are squeezed into narrow entresols, those low, dark, intermediate slices of apartments between floors, the inhabitants of which seem shoved in edgewise, like books between narrow shelves. Others are perched, like swallows, under the eaves. The high roofs, too, which are as tall and steep as a French cocked hat, have rows of little dormer windows, tier above tier, just large enough to admit light and air for some dormitory, and to enable its occupant to peep out at the sky. Even to the very ridge of the roof may be seen, here and there, one of these air holes, with a stovepipe beside it, to carry off the smoke from the handful of fuel with which its weazen-faced tenant simmers his demi-tasse of coffee. On approaching the palace from the Pont Royal, you take in at a glance all the various strata of inhabitants, the garretier in the roof, the retainer in the entresol, the courtiers at the casements of the royal apartments, while on the ground floor a steam of savory odors, and a score or two of cooks in white caps, bobbing their heads about the windows, betray that scientific and all-important laboratory, the royal kitchen. Go into the grand antechamber of the royal apartments on Sunday, and see the mixture of old and new France, the old émigré returned with the Bourbons. Little, withered, spindle-shanked old noblemen, clad in court dresses, that figured in these saloons before the Revolution, and have been carefully treasured up during their exile, with the solitaires and ailes de pigeon of former days, and the court swords strutting out behind, like pins stuck through dry beetles. See them haunting the scenes of their former splendor, in hopes of a restitution of estates, like ghosts haunting the vicinity of buried treasure. While around them you see young France, grown up in the fighting school of Napoleon, equipped en militaire, tall, hardy, frank, vigorous, sunburnt, fierce-whiskered, with tramping boots, towering crests, and glittering breastplates. It is incredible the number of ancient and hereditary feeders on royalty said to be housed in this establishment. Indeed, all the royal palaces abound with noble families returned from exile, and who have nestling places allotted them while they await the restoration of their estates, or the much-talked-of law indemnity. Some of them have fine quarters, but poor living. Some families have but 500 or 600 francs a year, and all their retinue consists of a servant woman. With all this, they maintain their old aristocratic hauteur, look down with vast contempt upon the opulent families which have risen since the Revolution, stigmatize them all as parvenus or upstarts, and refuse to visit them. In regarding the exterior of the Tuileries, with all its outward signs of internal populousness, I have often thought what a rare sight it would be to see it suddenly unroofed, and all its nooks and corners laid open to the day. It would be like turning up the stump of an old tree and dislodging the world of grubs and ants and beetles lodged beneath. Indeed, there is a scandalous anecdote current that in the time of one of the petty plots, when petards were exploded under the windows of the Tuileries, the police made a sudden investigation of the palace at 4 o'clock in the morning, when a scene of the most whimsical confusion ensued. Hosts of supernumerary inhabitants were found foisted into the huge edifice. Every rat hole had its occupant, and places which had been considered as tenanted only by spiders were found crowded with a surreptitious population. It is added that many ludicrous accidents occurred, great scampering and slamming of doors, and whisking away in nightgowns and slippers, and several persons who were found by accident in their neighbors' chambers evinced indubitable astonishment at the circumstance. As I have fancied I could read the French character in the national palace of the Tuileries, so I have pictured to myself some of the traits of John Bull in his royal abode of Windsor Castle. The Tuileries, outwardly a peaceful palace, is in effect a swaggering military hold, while the old castle, on the contrary, in spite of its bullying look, is completely under petticoat government. Every corner and nook is built up into some snug, cozy nestling place, some procreant cradle, not tenanted by meager expectants or whiskered warriors, but by sleek placemen, knowing realizers of present pay and present pudding, who seem placed there not to kill and destroy, but to breed and multiply. Nursery maids and children shine with rosy faces at the windows, and swarm about the courts and terraces. The very soldiery have a pacific look, and when off duty may be seen loitering about the place with the nursery maids, not making love to them in the gay gallant style of the French soldiery, but with infinite bonhomie aiding them to take care of the broods of children. Though the old castle is in decay, everything about it thrives. The very crevices of the walls are tenanted by swallows, rooks, and pigeons, all sure of quiet lodgment. The ivy strikes its roots deep in the fissures, and flourishes about the mouldering tower. Thus it is with honest John. According to his own account, he is ever going to ruin. Yet everything that lives on him thrives and waxes fat. He would fain be a soldier, and swagger like his neighbors, but his domestic, quiet-loving, uxorious nature continually gets the upper hand, and though he may mount his helmet and gird on his sword, yet he is apt to sink into the plodding, painstaking father of a family, with a troop of children at his heels, and his womenkind hanging on each arm. The Field of Waterloo. I have spoken heretofore with some levity of the contrast that exists between the English and French character, but it deserves more serious consideration. They are the two great nations of modern times, most diametrically opposed, and most worthy of each other's rivalry. Essentially distinct in their characters, excelling in opposite qualities, and reflecting luster on each other by their very opposition. In nothing is this contrast more strikingly evinced than in their military conduct. For ages have they been contending, and for ages have they crowded each other's history with acts of splendid heroism. Take the Battle of Waterloo, for instance, the last and most memorable trial of their rival prowess. Nothing could surpass the brilliant daring on the one side, and the steadfast enduring on the other. The French cavalry broke like waves on the compact squares of English infantry. They were seen galloping round those serried walls of men, seeking in vain for an entrance, tossing their arms in the air in the heat of their enthusiasm, and braving the whole front of battle. The British troops, on the other hand, forbidden to move or fire, stood firm and enduring. Their columns were ripped up by cannonry. Whole rows were swept down at a shot. The survivors closed their ranks and stood firm. In this way many columns stood through the pelting of the iron tempest without firing a shot, without any action to stir their blood or excite their spirits. Death thinned their ranks, but could not shake their souls. A beautiful instance of the quick and generous impulses to which the French are prone is given in the case of a French cavalier, in the hottest of the action, charging furiously upon a British officer, but perceiving in the moment of assault that his adversary had lost his sword arm, dropping the point of his sabre, and courteously riding on. Peace be with that generous warrior, whatever were his fate. If he went down in the storm of battle with the foundering fortunes of his chieftain, may the turf of Waterloo grow green above his grave, and happier far would be the fate of such a spirit to sink amidst the tempest, unconscious of defeat, than to survive and mourn over the blighted laurels of his country. In this way the two armies fought through a long and bloody day, the French with enthusiastic valor, the English with cool, inflexible courage, until fate, as if to leave the question of superiority still undecided between two such adversaries, brought up the Prussians to decide the fortunes of the field. It was several years afterward that I visited the field of Waterloo. The plowshare had been busy with its oblivious labors, and the frequent harvest had nearly obliterated the vestiges of war. Still the blackened ruins of Haguemont stood, a monumental pile to mark the violence of this vehement struggle. Its broken walls, pierced by bullets and shattered by explosions, showed the deadly strife that had taken place within, when Gaul and Britain, hemmed in between narrow walls, hand to hand and foot to foot, fought from garden to courtyard, from courtyard to chamber, with intense and concentrated rivalship. Columns of smoke towered from this vortex of battle as from a volcano. It was, said my guide, like a little hell upon earth. Not far off, 2 or 3 broad spots of rank, unwholesome green still marked the places where these rival warriors, after their fierce and fitful struggle, slept quietly together in the lap of their common Mother Earth. Over all the rest of the field peace had resumed its sway. The thoughtless whistle of the peasant floated on the air instead of the trumpet's clangor. The team slowly labored up the hillside, once shaken by the hoofs of rushing squadrons, and wide fields of corn waved peacefully over the soldier's grave, as summer seas dimple over the place where the tall ship lies buried. To the foregoing desultory notes on the French military character, let me append a few traits which I picked up verbally in one of the French provinces. They may have already appeared in print, but I have never met with them. At the breaking out of the Revolution, when so many of the old families emigrated, a descendant of the great Turenne, by the name of de la Tour d'Auvergne, refused to accompany his relations and entered into the Republican army. He served in all the campaigns of the Revolution, distinguished himself by his valor, his accomplishments, and his generous spirit, and might have risen to fortune and to the highest honors. He refused, however, all rank in the army above that of captain, and would receive no recompense for his achievements but a sword of honor. Napoleon, in testimony of his merits, gave him the title of Premier Grenadier de France, First Grenadier of France, which was the only title he would ever bear. He was killed in Germany at the Battle of Neuburg. To honor his memory, his place was always retained in his regiment as if he still occupied it, and whenever the regiment was mustered, and the name of de la Tour d'Auvergne was called out, the reply was, "Dead on the field of honor." Paris at the Restoration. Paris presented a singular aspect just after the downfall of Napoleon and the restoration of the Bourbons. It was filled with a restless, roaming population, a dark, sallow race, with fierce mustaches, black cravats, and feverish, menacing looks. Men suddenly thrown out of employ by the return of peace. Officers cut short in their career, and cast loose with scanty means, many of them in utter indigence upon the world, the broken elements of armies. They haunted the places of public resort like restless, unhappy spirits, taking no pleasure, hanging about like lowering clouds that linger after a storm, and giving a singular air of gloom to this otherwise gay metropolis. The vaunted courtesy of the old school, the smooth urbanity that prevailed in former days of settled government and long-established aristocracy, had disappeared amidst the savage republicanism of the Revolution and the military furor of the Empire. Recent reverses had stung the national vanity to the quick, and English travelers who crowded to Paris on the return of peace, expecting to meet with a gay, good-humored, complacent populace, such as existed in the time of the sentimental journey, were surprised at finding them irritable and fractious, quick at fancying affronts, and not unapt to offer insults. They accordingly inveighed with hate and bitterness at the rudeness they experienced in the French metropolis. Yet what better had they to expect? Had Charles II been reinstated in his kingdom by the valor of French troops? Had he been wheeled triumphantly to London over the trampled bodies and trampled standards of England's bravest sons? Had a French general dictated to the English capital, and a French army been quartered in Hyde Park? Had Paris poured forth its motley population, and the wealthy bourgeoisie of every French trading town swarmed to London, crowding its squares, filling its streets with their equipages, thronging its fashionable hotels and places of amusements, elbowing its impoverished nobility out of their palaces and opera boxes, and looking down on the humiliated inhabitants as a conquered people? In such a reverse of the case, what degree of courtesy would the populace of London have been apt to exercise toward their visitors? On the contrary, I have always admired the degree of magnanimity exhibited by the French on the occupation of their capital by the English. When we consider the military ambition of this nation, its love of glory, the splendid height to which its renown in arms had recently been carried, and with these the tremendous reverses it had just undergone, its armies shattered, annihilated, its capital captured, garrisoned, and overrun, and that too by its ancient rival, the English, toward whom it had cherished for centuries a jealous and almost religious hostility, could we have wondered if the tiger spirit of this fiery people had broken out in bloody feuds and deadly quarrels, and that they had sought to rid themselves in any way of their invaders? But it is cowardly nations only, those who dare not wield the sword that revenge themselves with the lurking dagger. There were no assassinations in Paris. The French had fought valiantly, desperately in the field. But when valor was no longer of avail, they submitted, like gallant men, to a fate they could not withstand. Some instances of insult from the populace were experienced by their English visitors. Some personal rencontres which led to duels did take place, but these smacked of open and honorable hostility. No instances of lurking and perfidious revenge occurred, and the British soldier patrolled the streets of Paris safe from treacherous assault. If the English met with harshness and repulse in social intercourse, it was in some degree a proof that the people are more sincere than has been represented. The emigrants who had just returned were not yet reinstated. Society was constituted of those who had flourished under the late regime, the newly ennobled, the recently enriched, who felt their prosperity and their consequence endangered by this change of things. The broken-down officer who saw his glory tarnished, his fortune ruined, his occupation gone, could not be expected to look with complacency upon the authors of his downfall. The English visitor, flushed with health and wealth and victory, could little enter into the feelings of the blighted warrior, scarred with 100 battles, an exile from the camp, broken in constitution by the wars, impoverished by the peace, and cast back, a needy stranger in the splendid but captured metropolis of his country. Oh, who can tell what heroes feel when all but life and honor's lost? And here let me notice the conduct of the French soldiery on the dismemberment of the army of the Loire, when 200,000 men were suddenly thrown out of employ, men who had been brought up to the camp and scarce knew any other home. Few in civil, peaceful life are aware of the severe trial to the feelings that take place on the dissolution of a regiment. There is a fraternity in arms, the community of dangers, hardships, enjoyments, the participation in battles and victories, the companionship in adventures, at a time of life when men's feelings are most fresh, susceptible, and ardent. All these bind the members of a regiment strongly together. To them the regiment is friends, family, home. They identify themselves with its fortunes, its glories, its disgraces. Imagine this romantic tie suddenly dissolved, the regiment broken up, the occupation of its members gone, their military pride mortified, the career of glory closed behind them, that of obscurity, dependence, want, neglect, perhaps beggary, before them. Such was the case with the soldiers of the army of the Loire. They were sent off in squads with officers to the principal towns, where they were to be disarmed and discharged. In this way they passed through the country with arms in their hands, often exposed to slights and scoffs, to hunger and various hardships and privations. But they conducted themselves magnanimously, without any of those outbreaks of violence and wrong that so often attend the dismemberment of armies. The few years that have elapsed since the time above alluded to have already had their effect. The proud and angry spirits which then roamed about Paris unemployed have cooled down and found occupation. The national character begins to recover its old channels, though worn deeper by recent torrents. The natural urbanity of the French begins to find its way, like oil, to the surface. though there still remains a degree of roughness and bluntness of manner, partly real and partly affected, by such as imagine it to indicate force and frankness. The events of the last 30 years have rendered the French a more reflecting people. They have acquired greater independence of mind and strength of judgment, together with a portion of that prudence which results from experiencing the dangerous consequences of excesses. However that period may have been stained by crimes and filled with extravagances, the French have certainly come out of it a greater nation than before. One of their own philosophers observes that in 1 or 2 generations the nation will probably combine the ease and elegance of the old character with force and solidity. They were light, he says, before the Revolution, then wild and savage. They have become more thoughtful and reflective. It is only old Frenchmen nowadays that are gay and trivial. The young are very serious personages. Postscript. In the course of a morning's walk, about the time the above remarks were written, I observed the Duke of Wellington, who was on a brief visit to Paris. He was alone, simply attired in a blue frock, with an umbrella under his arm, and his hat drawn over his eyes, and sauntering across the Place Vendôme, close by the column of Napoleon. He gave a glance up at the column as he passed, and continued his loitering way up the Rue de la Paix, stopping occasionally to gaze in at the shop windows, elbowed now and then by other gazers, who little suspected that the quiet, lounging individual they were jostling so unceremoniously was the conqueror who had twice entered their capital victoriously, had controlled the destinies of the nation, and eclipsed the glory of the military idol at the base of whose column he was thus negligently sauntering. Some years afterwards I was at an evening's entertainment given by the Duke at Apsley House to William IV. The Duke had manifested his admiration of his great adversary by having portraits of him in different parts of the house. At the bottom of the grand staircase stood the colossal statue of the Emperor by Canova. It was of marble in the antique style, with one arm partly extended, holding a figure of victory. Over this arm the ladies, in tripping upstairs to the ball, had thrown their shawls. It was a singular office for the statue of Napoleon to perform in the mansion of the Duke of Wellington. End of section 13.
Section 14 of Chronicles of Wolfert's Roost and Other Papers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chronicles of Wolfert's Roost and Other Papers by Washington Irving. A Contented Man. In the garden of the Tuileries there is a sunny corner under the wall of a terrace which fronts the south. Along the wall is a range of benches commanding a view of the walks and avenues of the garden. This genial nook is a place of great resort in the latter part of autumn, and in fine days in winter, as it seems to retain the flavor of departed summer. On a calm, bright morning it is quite alive with nursery maids and their playful little charges. Hither also resort a number of ancient ladies and gentlemen, who, with laudable thrift in small pleasures and small expenses, for which the French are to be noted, come here to enjoy sunshine and save firewood. Here may often be seen some cavalier of the old school, when the sunbeams have warmed his blood into something like a glow, fluttering about like a frostbitten moth thawed before the fire, putting forth a feeble show of gallantry among the antiquated dames, and now and then eyeing the buxom nursery maids with what might almost be mistaken for an air of libertinism. Among the habitual frequenters of this place, I had often remarked an old gentleman whose dress was decidedly anti-revolutional. He wore the three-cornered cocked hat of the Ancien Regime. His hair was frizzled over each ear into ailes de pilon, a style strongly savoring of Bourbonism, and a queue stuck out behind, the loyalty of which was not to be disputed. His dress, though ancient, had an air of decayed gentility, and I observed that he took his snuff out of an elegant, though old-fashioned, gold box. He appeared to be the most popular man on the walk. He had a compliment for every old lady. He kissed every child, and he patted every little dog on the head, for children and little dogs are very important members of society in France. I must observe, however, that he seldom kissed a child without, at the same time, pinching the nursery maid's cheek. A Frenchman of the old school never forgets his devoirs to the sex. I had taken a liking to this old gentleman. There was an habitual expression of benevolence in his face, which I have very frequently remarked in these relics of the politer days of France. The constant interchange of those thousand little courtesies which imperceptibly sweeten life has a happy effect upon the features, and spreads a mellow, evening charm over the wrinkles of old age. Where there is a favorable predisposition, one soon forms a kind of tacit intimacy by often meeting on the same walks. Once or twice I accommodated him with a bench, after which we touched hats on passing each other. At length we got so far as to take a pinch of snuff together out of his box, which is equivalent to eating salt together in the East. From that time our acquaintance was established. I now became his frequent companion in his morning promenades, and derived much amusement from his good-humored remarks on men and manners. One morning, as we were strolling through an alley of the Tuileries, with the autumnal breeze whirling the yellow leaves about our path, my companion fell into a peculiarly communicative vein, and gave me several particulars of his history. He had once been wealthy, and possessed of a fine estate in the country and a noble hotel in Paris. But the Revolution, which effected so many disastrous changes, stripped him of everything. He was secretly denounced by his own steward during a sanguinary period of the Revolution, and a number of the bloodhounds of the Convention were sent to arrest him. He received private intelligence of their approach in time to effect his escape. He landed in England without money or friends, but considered himself singularly fortunate in having his head upon his shoulders, several of his neighbors having been guillotined as a punishment for being rich. When he reached London, he had but a louis in his pocket, and no prospect of getting another. He ate a solitary dinner on beefsteak, and was almost poisoned by port wine, which from its color he had mistaken for claret. The dingy look of the chop-house, and of the little mahogany-colored box in which he ate his dinner, contrasted sadly with the gay saloons of Paris. Everything looked gloomy and disheartening. Poverty stared him in the face. He turned over the few shillings he had of change, did not know what was to become of him, and went to the theatre. He took his seat in the pit, listened attentively to a tragedy of which he did not understand a word, and which seemed made up of fighting and stabbing and scene shifting, and began to feel his spirit sinking within him, when, casting his eyes into the orchestra, what was his surprise to recognize an old friend and neighbor in the very act of extorting music from a huge violoncello. As soon as the evening's performance was over, he tapped his friend on the shoulder. They kissed each other on each cheek, and the musician took him home and shared his lodgings with him. He had learned music as an accomplishment. By his friend's advice, he now turned to it as a means of support. He procured a violin, offered himself for the orchestra, was received, and again considered himself one of the most fortunate men upon earth. Here, therefore, he lived for many years during the ascendancy of the terrible Napoleon. He found several emigrants living like himself by the exercise of their talents. They associated together, talked of France and of old times, and endeavored to keep up a semblance of Parisian life in the center of London. They dined at a miserable, cheap French restaurateur in the neighborhood of Leicester Square, where they were served with a caricature of French cookery. They took their promenade in St. James's Park, and endeavored to fancy it the Tuileries. In short, they made shift to accommodate themselves to everything but an English Sunday. Indeed, the old gentleman seemed to have nothing to say against the English, whom he affirmed to be braves gens, and he mingled so much among them that at the end of 20 years he could speak their language almost well enough to be understood. The downfall of Napoleon was another epoch in his life. He had considered himself a fortunate man to make his escape penniless out of France, and he considered himself fortunate to be able to return penniless into it. It is true that he found his Parisian hotel had passed through several hands during the vicissitudes of the times, so as to be beyond the reach of recovery. But then he had been noticed benignantly by government, and had a pension of several hundred francs, upon which, with careful management, he lived independently, and, as far as I could judge, happily. As his once splendid hotel was now occupied as a hotel garni, he hired a small chamber in the attic. It was but, as he said, changing his bedroom up to a pair of stairs. He was still in his own house. His room was decorated with pictures of several beauties of former times, with whom he professed to have been on favorable terms. Among them was a favorite opera dancer who had been the admiration of Paris at the breaking out of the Revolution. She had been a protégée of my friend, and one of the few of his youthful favorites who had survived the lapse of time and its various vicissitudes. They had renewed their acquaintance, and she now and then visited him. But the beautiful Psyche, once the fashion of the day and the idol of the parterre, was now a shriveled little old woman, warped in the back and with a hooked nose. The old gentleman was a devout attendant upon levees. He was most jealous in his loyalty, and could not speak of the royal family without a burst of enthusiasm, for he still felt towards them as his companions in exile. As to his poverty, he made light of it, and indeed had a good-humored way of consoling himself for every cross and privation. If he had lost his chateau in the country, he had half a dozen royal palaces, as it were, at his command. He had Versailles and St. Cloud for his country resorts, and the shady alleys of the Tuileries and the Luxembourg for his town recreation. Thus all his promenades and relaxations were magnificent, yet cost nothing. When I walk through these fine gardens, said he, I have only to fancy myself the owner of them, and they are mine. All these gay crowds are my visitors, and I defy the Grand Seigneur himself to display a greater variety of beauty. Nay, what is better, I have not the trouble of entertaining them. My estate is a perfect sans souci, where every one does as he pleases, and no one troubles the owner. All Paris is my theatre, and presents me with a continual spectacle. I have a table spread for me in every street, and thousands of waiters ready to fly at my bidding. When my servants have waited upon me, I pay them, discharge them, and there's an end. I have no fears of their wronging or pilfering me when my back is turned. Upon the whole, said the old gentleman, with a smile of infinite good humour, when I think upon the various risks I have run, and the manner in which I have escaped them, when I recollect all that I have suffered, and consider all that I at present enjoy, I cannot but look upon myself as a man of singular good fortune. Such was the brief history of this practical philosopher, and it is a picture of many a Frenchman ruined by the Revolution. The French appear to have a greater facility than most men in accommodating themselves to the reverses of life, and of extracting honey out of the bitter things of this world. The first shock of calamity is apt to overwhelm them, but when it is once past, their natural buoyancy of feeling soon brings them to the surface. This may be called the result of levity of character, but it answers the end of reconciling us to misfortune, and if it be not true philosophy, it is something almost as efficacious. Ever since I have heard the story of my little Frenchman, I have treasured it up in my heart, and I thank my stars that I have at length found what I had long considered as not to be found on earth, a contented man. P.S. There is no calculating on human happiness. Since writing the foregoing, the law of indemnity has been passed, and my friend restored to a great part of his fortune. I was absent from Paris at the time, but on my return hastened to congratulate him. I found him magnificently lodged on the first floor of his hotel. I was ushered by a servant in livery through splendid saloons to a cabinet richly furnished, where I found my little Frenchman reclining on a couch. He received me with his usual cordiality, but I saw the gaiety and benevolence of his countenance had fled. He had an eye full of care and anxiety. I congratulated him on his good fortune. Good fortune, echoed he. Bah! I have been plundered of a princely fortune, and they give me a pittance as an indemnity. Alas, I found my late poor and contented friend one of the richest and most miserable men in Paris. Instead of rejoicing in the ample competency restored to him, he is daily repining at the superfluity withheld. He no longer wanders in happy idleness about Paris, but is a repining attendant in the antechambers of ministers. His loyalty has evaporated with his gaiety. He screws his mouth when the Bourbons are mentioned, and even shrugs his shoulders when he hears the praises of the king. In a word, he is one of the many philosophers undone by the law of indemnity, and his case is desperate, for I doubt whether even another reverse of fortune, which should restore him to poverty, could make him again a happy man. End of section 14. Read by Bill Moseley, Llano County, Texas, USA, March 11th, 2023.